When children are born in this world, they are mercilessly thrown into the river. Only a small portion survive, and those selected will receive power bestowed by the Styx River. This is actually the family rule of the Baskerville family. But one must first climb through a maze of swords with bare hands to qualify for immersion in the Styx River. In my previous life, because I was too powerful, I was accused of colluding with demons by my brothers known as Hugo Baskerville's Trident. Eventually, I was sent to the guillotine by my father's own hand. Now reborn, I not only greedily drained the Styx River dry, but also displayed unprecedented talent in infancy. To prevent tragedy from happening again, I completely dismantled the Trident combination at the age of 8. In this reborn life, I constantly think about revenge. Although I'm only in the infant stage now, I have a chance to gain power early. Legend says the Styx River is a legendary river that turns the bodies of children into iron. In my previous life, being an illegitimate child, I was excluded by my direct siblings and couldn't obtain this power. This time I will be the first to arrive and monopolize all the power granted by the Styx. As the river water stimulates my wounds, I feel no pain at all, but rather a continuous stream of power flowing into my body. Being just minutes ahead of others has already created such a dramatic change. To absorb power faster, I directly gulped down several pounds of Styx water, even though I started drowning. As long as I have a shred of consciousness, I won't easily surface. 40 minutes quickly passed. Father on the shore revealed a creepy smile, as if seeing his former self. But the servants beside him became restless, fearing I might drown, continuously persuading the master to pull me out. It was then that Father realized he absolutely couldn't overlook a once-in-a-century genius. So he called out that I could come up now, and seeing no response, he immediately reached out and pulled me up. Seeing this, Father revealed a sinister smile, worthy of being Hugo's child, although unconscious. Still managed to seize all the power of the Styx River. Now he would witness the birth of another version of himself. But my ultimate goal is not to become someone despicable like him. What I want to do is destroy my own family with my own hands. Let the Baskervilles completely exit the stage of history. When I woke up again, I had been sent back to the nursery. Little did I know an unknown danger was slowly approaching me. A maid came to me with a treasure chest. However, she didn't say anything, just placed the chest on the bed and left the room. I curiously examined what was hidden inside. Unexpectedly, the chest opened automatically, and out crawled 2 bloody mambas with gaping mouths. It seems someone is jealous of my talent and wants to kill me before I grow up. But my fate is in my hands, not heaven's, and I won't easily fall before completing my revenge. Facing the fierce attack of 2 venomous snakes, I felt no fear at all. Instead, I firmly gripped their vital points, and with steel teeth grown from the Styx River, tore them apart bit by bit like hot dogs. Time quickly moved to morning, and the servants who came to collect my remains were all frightened by the scene. Because not only was I not killed by the venomous snakes, but I remained unharmed, spending the entire night with their remains. From that day on, all servants who cared for infants in the nursery were executed. As for who instructed them, the master never found out. Only I, a hound not yet grown up, saw through the truth of it all. 8 years passed in the blink of an eye, and I had begun the learning stage, although I had experienced all this before. When I heard that my father had reached the swordmaster level of swordsmanship at the same age, I still felt some pressure. It seems I must restore the power I possessed in my previous life before the coming-of-age ceremony. After experiencing the baptism of the Styx River, I not only gained a resilient body, but intelligence surpassing Einstein at his peak, and having subdued 2 venomous snakes at birth. Thus, I was viewed as a monster in the family, and the 3 blondes beside me were the fellows who regularly abused me. Whenever class ended, they would kick and punch me, claiming it was their right as elder brothers. According to my previous life's memory, they grew up to be known as the Baskervilles' Trident, and my death was also related to them, as they falsely accused me of colluding with demons, giving me a label I shouldn't have had, to prevent them from interfering with me 10 years later. It seems I can no longer tolerate this today. At this moment, Highbrow pulled out a dagger pointing at me, saying he'd heard I had stayed in the Styx River for 40 minutes and wanted to verify it himself. Then he called Lowborough to cover my mouth and nose, saying they'd leave me alone if I could hold my breath for 7 minutes. They say children are more cruel, and that's certainly true, so I'll play along with them. The 2 in front of me were still smirking, because they didn't believe humans could hold their breath for so long. After 7 minutes passed, their expressions gradually became awkward, until 20 minutes later, they finally realized they had messed with the wrong person. But just as they decided to let me go, how could I easily let this matter rest? So I bit off Lowborough's finger with 1 bite, then warned the other 2 that everyone must leave behind a body part today, or there would be consequences. Hearing this, Highbrow became enraged, grabbed the dagger, and attacked me. Unexpectedly, I didn't even bother to dodge. Let him witness my iron body given by the Styx River? My eyes flashed with ferocity. Let me play with you properly. Then I punched Highbrow hard in the face. Seeing this, Middleborough wanted to avenge them, but before he could even raise a hand, my foot had already sent him flying. Seeing that all 3 had no strength to fight back, I picked up the dagger, threw it in front of them, and said, I can give you a chance to reform. As for who will win, you decide yourselves. After looking at each other, they began a brutal mutual slaughter. I don't know what happened during that time. I only know that from then on, the so-called Baskervilles' Trident would no longer exist, Soon, Butler John reported this matter to the master. Originally, he just wanted to report my first-place achievements in various tests, but mentioned that there would be a practical evaluation in 5 days, and he had to tell about my dispute with the other young masters. Although the 3 injured had received treatment and recovered physically, their spirits had been severely impacted. From that moment on, not only did they remain silent when meeting, but their personalities also changed from arrogant to timid. The master was shocked that I could fight 3 and still hold my own, so he immediately had the butler summon me. Then asked if I had crippled the triplets. I gave an affirmative answer. According to information I got from the priest, they received appropriate treatment after losing limbs. Originally, father had high hopes for the 3 brothers, because when they acted together, they were among the best of their age. But since things had reached this point, father thought I should reflect on hurting my elder brothers. Hearing this, my face immediately darkened. The fact that I could crush them with my individual strength only proved my power was greater. After all, forgiveness is just an excuse for the weak who cannot take revenge. Father was very satisfied with my answer. The strong are respected, the weak are guilty. This is also the family rule of the Baskerville family. To reward me, father ordered the butler to take me to the snack storage to pick out food I liked. Before leaving, father also instructed that I absolutely must not lose in the practical test to other direct descendants. But what I want to say is, the possibility of losing simply doesn't exist. Scene changes, I arrive at the food storage. After learning I wanted chocolate, the butler immediately instructed the chef to bring the highest quality. However, what I said next left everyone confused. I told them I didn't want the finished product, but unprocessed cacao beans, and specifically the most bitter type. They had never heard of eating it this way, but the chef still followed my request. Bringing the most flavorful bloody beans, 1 bean can produce 100 liters of chocolate. After tasting it, I found it unbearably bitter. This is really not something humans can eat. Of course, my reason wasn't for eating, but for using these bloody beans in the practical evaluation to help me hunt monsters, and what would happen that day would be an unprecedented major event in Baskerville history. Time quickly arrived at the day of the practical evaluation. With Pavlov Van Baskerville as the chief instructor, he explained that this test was simple. Just stay in the Red and Black Mountain for a month and hunt powerful monsters. Everyone's basic survival score was 10 points, while death resulted in 0 points. If one could take any student's badge, additional points would be awarded. At this point, Pavlov mentioned the restricted area of the Red and Black Mountain. He advised everyone to stay within the defined area. As the bell in his hand rang, the practical evaluation officially began. And with the memory of my previous life, I certainly knew which terrain was most advantageous. Soon, some students began to harm their own brothers, but what they didn't know was, the reason for calling so many instructors this time was to minimize casualties. If they killed indiscriminately, even if they seized the other's badge, points would be deducted. Meanwhile, an instructor followed me to the edge of the area, only 100 meters away from the restricted area. Originally, he wanted to see the true ability of a genius. Unexpectedly, while others were wielding swords hunting monsters, I leisurely hid in the shade doing nothing. A series of behaviors made the instructor wonder what he was here for, and whether the rumors about me being a genius were true or false. Little did he know everything I did was just a facade. Finally, after observing me for a week, the instructor felt there was nothing noteworthy about me just hiding and doing nothing, so he decided to temporarily return to report the situation. Seeing the troublesome person leave, I immediately took out a handful of cacao beans and threw them into the fire. Because in my previous life, my subordinate had told me that cacao beans can cover up the bloody smell of meat. Especially the bloody beans work best. Then after setting up hundreds of traps around, the hunt officially began. So I stepped into the restricted area of the Red and Black Mountain. From the burnt smell emanating from surrounding branches, I was certain what I wanted was here. At this moment, my eyes suddenly lit up, only to see the burning feces on the ground. Only one type of monster could produce such a thing, the B+ level Hellhound. Facing such a terrifying monster, I knew that in my previous life at 18, I still couldn't defeat it alone. But now at only 8 years old, I'm not afraid at all, because I know the 3 weaknesses of Hellhounds. First weakness, they can only charge in a straight line. I just need to use my dodging skills well, to constantly drain its energy. Then I took out a bottle and sprinkled water on the ground. This is the second weakness of Hellhounds. Regardless of water depth, they will choose to avoid it when they see water. This move can greatly restrict the Hellhound's movement. And the last and most fatal weakness, including all canines, chocolate is toxic to them. Once I inject it into the Hellhound's body, then I just need to wait for the poison to take effect. After all, 1 bloody bean can make 100 liters of chocolate. But the Hellhound's body structure is special. Hard ribs constantly protect its heart. So the only way to solve it is to attack from below. Smash its kidneys. A strand of blue energy emanated from the monster's body. This is the karma energy obtained from killing monsters. It can make the hunter's body stronger. At this rate, restoring my previous life's power before the coming-of-age ceremony isn't a pipe dream. Now, at 8, I've defeated a B+ level Hellhound. I'll definitely get first place in this practical test. But just then, 4 more Hellhounds appeared behind me. Seeing this, I directly sliced off the head of the previous one, warning them that I'm not easy to mess with. After I did this, the 4 Hellhounds appeared frightened. even lowering their heads and continuously backing away. It was then that I realized something was wrong. After all, hellhounds are the epitome of canine pride. They wouldn't behave this way toward an 8-year-old child. Then I turned to look carefully, only to see a 3-headed dog emanating hellish aura appeared behind me, the guard dog of hell, Cerberus. Although it was seriously injured now, even B+ level hellhounds showed reverence when seeing it. At this moment, I continuously calmed my emotions. If I could hunt this Cerberus, then I would be one step closer to regaining my previous life's power. So I gathered courage and swung my sword, launching an attack towards the monster first. Just when I thought this strike would surely hit its head, Cerberus actually counterattacked from the side with lightning speed. Fortunately, my reaction ability was not less than in my previous life. I dodged his fierce attack. It seems that even though it's injured, its combat power hasn't reduced much. In my previous life, I could easily crush Cerberus, and in this life I can do the same. But in the next second, my precious sword was actually bitten to pieces by it. And while I was stunned, my body was directly sent flying by its giant paw. At this moment, I truly realized the gap in strength. Relying on my 8-year-old self now, challenging Cerberus was still premature. Even with the iron body given by the Styx River after enduring its attack, my internal organs were almost shattered. Seeing the monster getting closer, I kept reminding myself in my mind that I absolutely couldn't pass out. Suddenly, Cerberus opened its bloody mouth and attacked me. Coming to my senses, I immediately used evasion. Otherwise, the mangled tree behind would have been me. Then I ran towards the iron bars ahead. If I could cross it, I could find a way to defeat Cerberus. Because at my previous resting place, I had already set up a perfect hunting trap. Seeing the monster had fallen into my trap, I took a step and flew over the first trap. And the distance between me and the monster's bloody mouth was less than 0.001 millimeters. Finally, when it landed, it triggered the trap. Countless blades pierced its body. Soon the bloody bean water smeared on top took effect. The monster's left and right dog heads died of poison first. It seems the middle head is the key to supporting the body. I held a long spear. I teased a spear laced with the bloody mamba's venomous fang and concentrated my mana on it. Then I threw it out at a speed of 180 miles per hour. And after being hit by the spear, it only took me walking 7 steps before it succumbed to the poison and fell to the ground. It seems the legend of the 7-step snake is true. Once bitten, death follows after 7 steps. After absorbing the energy from Cerberus's body, I decided to go to a certain place. Because Cerberus is a territorial guardian beast, there must be a dungeon nearby that it guards. Although there might be monsters difficult to defeat inside, it's a mysterious place hiding many treasures. Then I took Cerberus's feces and smeared it on myself, covering my own scent, and using the Hellhound's status in the red and black forest to prevent ambushes from other monsters. Then I followed Cerberus's original route, and quickly found the hidden dungeon. Not only was it filled with the aura of death, but the corrupt ground was also mixed with strange mana. It seems this dungeon hasn't been discovered and fully explored by others, so I proceeded into the cave with utmost vigilance. Unknown dangers might come, or mysterious treasures might await my collection. After entering the dark cave, there are veins of ruby minerals throughout the area. IT must be connected to the Red All Mountain. But just then, a dazzling beam of light shot towards me from the depths of the cave. I determined that was the location of the dungeon. Sure enough, as I expected, inside was a ruby-emitting mana. At this moment, my gaze was attracted by the skeleton on the ground. Then I picked up the testament that fell on the ground. This person also belonged to the Baskerville family. The purpose of writing this letter was to warn posterity not to make the same mistake he did. One day he and his brother went hunting, but accidentally stumbled upon this bottomless cave, and also discovered that it was a dungeon hiding treasures. So they killed all the monsters guarding this place, but deciphering the password of the treasure took them 3 whole years. The password read, 1 person before entering the dungeon, becomes 2 people after entering, and becomes 1 person again after leaving. So the conclusion they drew was based on them being identical twins. In their mother's womb, they were considered 1 person. Coming to the dungeon, they were indeed 2 people. To achieve leaving as 1 person, they had to kill each other, although he took his brother's head and won, but the ruby still showed no change. Finally, he couldn't accept this fact, chose to give up the treasure and live in seclusion in the forest, because he was convinced the dungeon was set up by demons to mock humans. After reading it, I was extremely speechless. If that's the case, without a twin sibling, wouldn't I be unable to solve the password? Pure nonsense. In my previous life, there was no dungeon I couldn't conquer. Just then, the contrast between bright light and darkness gave me a hint. This explains why the first half of the cave was dark. So the answer to this password is shadow. Then I immediately smashed the ruby in front of me, and what emerged from it was actually the mythical Beelzebub. It is said to be a demon sword forged from the body of the gluttonous fly. Originally, people thought it was a legend and didn't seek it, until this sword was discovered by the demon family. People realized the crisis was about to descend. But in this life, Beelzebub was first discovered by me, so the demon family's battle power would be greatly reduced. Suddenly, Beelzebub actually transformed into energy and poured into my right hand. At that moment, the sword re-emerged from my body. I couldn't imagine how strong I would be in this life, but before I could rejoice for long, A strong sense of hunger constantly disturbed my thoughts. I guessed it was probably Beelzebub's doing. After all, it hadn't eaten for hundreds of years here. After I walked out of the cave, Beelzebub actually led me rushing in one direction. Sure enough, it discovered the B+ level hellhound I had hunted. The sword immediately plunged into the monster's body. During its absorption, my feeling of dizziness slowly disappeared, and after the absorption, I actually gained this hellhound skill. The hellhound's hemorrhage, a skill that makes even the smallest of scratches pull out obscene amounts of blood. And there were still 2 slots remaining. It seems this is the inherent ability possessed by demons, to absorb other skills and claim them as their own. Then the greedy Beelzebub pointed towards Cerberus. But what troubled me wasn't worrying about drawing a useless skill, but that I wanted to use an A+ level monster to secure first place in the practical test. After Beelzebub was full, I also gained Cerberus's A+ level burn injury skill, but the F level high-speed regeneration in the 3rd slot caught my attention. It was then that I realized that when Cerberus fell, it had crushed an F level sewer rat. Now with my iron body plus high-speed regeneration, it's simply an invincible combination. Soon time came to a month later. This practical test came to an end, with almost no casualties. Each student was basically able to hunt various C-level or below monsters. As a reward, they would all receive corresponding weapons and equipment. But the giant monster lying aside, the A+ level Cerberus, shocked all the instructors for a full 2.5 years, an 8-year-old child fresh out of the cradle, actually able to hunt a monster that 3 adults couldn't hunt. Soon this matter reached the master's ears. This was simply an existence that subverted the history of the Baskerville family. Afterwards, father summoned me again and asked me what method I used to hunt Cerberus. I confidently said, "For canines, chocolate is the most deadly poison. The highest concentration of bloody beans is enough to instantly kill Cerberus." Father heard without any doubt, and even decided to fulfill one of my wishes. It seems this time I finally have a chance to get everything I want. Then I told father, I want to enter the 10,000 book library to study. But I was also prepared to be rejected. After all, my identity is not direct lineage, but an illegitimate child, which is impossible to be allowed in the family's history. But the result exceeded my expectations. Father not only didn't reject me, but even recommended books on the Baskerville 6 sword technique. At this moment, I suspected whether rebirth would change one's personality. In the previous life, an illegitimate child could at most practice to the 4th sword technique, but there's no need to be too happy early. Currently, father's level has reached the 7th sword technique. Even before I was executed, he had practiced to the 9th sword technique. But in this life, I will definitely surpass father's highest level, because I know a forgotten sword technique book. If I can comprehend all its contents, I will directly break through to the 10th sword technique. Later, I came to the 10,000 book library. Every book here was beyond my reach in my previous life, and what appeared before my eyes now was the 6th sword technique that father recommended me to study. But I didn't care about it at all, because my purpose for coming here is this forgotten book. Lurking embedded teeth, it was written by the first ruler of Baskerville. It not only records the basic training techniques from the 1st to 9th sword techniques, but can also learn the long-lost 10th sword technique. As for why no one could learn it, that's because 7 pages of content were torn out. In my previous life, when I found the first page, father became obsessed with the 10th sword technique to find the remaining 6 pages and break through himself. He released all his hounds and began to declare war on other families. Finally, after sacrificing half of his forces, all 7 pages were collected, but the book that could match them couldn't be found. Now reborn, I deeply remember the contents of those 7 pages. I will break through the original 4th sword technique and practice to a level no one in the family has reached. And after reading all the contents of the book, I entered a state of meditation. In the spiritual world, I tried to use the 5th sword technique against imagined enemies. Perhaps because I suffered inhuman treatment in my previous life, I succeeded in breaking through with just one try. At this moment, I was extremely happy. I clearly felt my mana increase. What took me 30 years to achieve in my previous life, I had accomplished at just 8 years old in this life. Now I have broken through from sword expert to the lowest level of master. I will more freely control my mana. It seems that restoring my previous life's power before the 15-year-old coming-of-age ceremony will be more than enough. Then I took out a magnifying glass from my pocket, using the principle of light focusing to ignite lurking embedded teeth. So in this world, only I will be able to break through to the 10th sword technique. But just then, the guard smelled the burnt smell and immediately ran upstairs. I scratched my head explaining that I accidentally burned a book of no value. After hearing this, the two also breathed a sigh of relief. If I had burned any relatively important book, even 3 generations of their lives wouldn't be enough to compensate. Scene changes. I came to father's room and told him that after studying, I could now feel a burning sensation inside my body. Father and the butler were instantly stunned, because this meant I had already entered the sword aura. Of course, this is not my true strength, and to test the level I had reached, father arranged a duel for me. A C-level orc that had been starved for 2.5 months. At this moment, the audience held their breath. After all, for an 8-year-old child, this was already beyond what he could handle. But what they didn't expect was, when the orc was just unchained and roared, I flashed over with lightning speed and cut off one of its arms. And due to the influence of the B+ level Hellhound's hemorrhage skill, the orc would be helpless even with high-speed regeneration. Looking at its terrified eyes, it probably couldn't figure out why it couldn't regenerate until death. As I waved my hand, a blood-red mana attached to the sword. A thrust instantly ended the orc's life. This time, Father was completely unsettled. From my initial performance to now instantly killing a sea-level monster, I am undoubtedly a once-in-10,000 years genius, comprehending the first sword technique at just 8 years old. I smiled at Father and said, "The orc seems too weak. Please arrange a more tricky duel for me." Originally, I thought that by showing off my abilities, Father would send me to a specialized school for further education. Unexpectedly, he actually discussed with the butler about a monster caught 10 days ago, a bloodthirsty B-level troll, and it would become my next opponent. As the chains restraining the monster were unlocked, the battle broke out. I relied on my agile positioning, constantly avoiding its fierce attacks, but I repeatedly gave up opportunities to counterattack, because I know B-level trolls have a perverted skill, Ultra Regeneration. If unable to cause fatal damage, any attack will become worthless. This is why when hunting trolls, one must devise a meticulous plan. At this point, although I found its fatal weakness, I encountered another problem. How much of my strength should I use to instantly kill the troll without arousing Father's suspicion? Just then, I suddenly had an inspiration. If I could fake a battle of enlightenment rather than immediately killing the monster, not only could I escape Father's suspicion, but also legitimately expose more of my strength. Seeing the troll attacking me again. This time, I didn't choose to dodge, but used the Baskerville's first sword technique, fiercely cutting a huge gash on its shoulder. When the troll's wound was about to fully heal, I immediately shouted loudly, attracting the attention of the audience and Father. "I have finally had an enlightenment. Next, I will try to instantly kill this troll. If I fail, I will give up." My eyes were filled with killing intent, and I also transferred my mana to my sword, just to pretend at this moment that I had mastered the second sword technique. Sure enough, as I expected, the controlled power just cut through the troll's thick skin, dividing its head and body in two. Under the incredulous gaze of everyone, I re-established their cognition with my genius. In the days that followed, because my strength was too powerful, students of the same age and even seniors didn't dare to get too close to me. But none of that matters. What matters is that Father was shocked after seeing my performance. So far, the strength I've displayed is only at the intermediate expert level of the sword realm. But in fact, with my current strength, I have already comprehended the Baskerville's fifth sword technique. And with the Ultra Regeneration troll I just acquired, compared to the low-level sword master, I'm not inferior at all. Just then, the triplets I had bullied earlier found me. I thought they came to settle scores. Unexpectedly, it was because I was so cool at killing monsters. They three had become my loyal fans. Instantly, goosebumps swept all over my body. Thinking back to my previous life when I was killed because of them, I just wanted to kill them immediately. However, just as I was about to beat them again, the butler found me and told me what Father had instructed for me. Meanwhile, the Baskerville family patriarch and the Morgue family vice patriarch Adolf were discussing how to hold this year's joint training, although the relationship between the two major families was not harmonious. But there was once an emperor who said, "Baskerville is the sword supreme, Morgue family is magic supreme. Sword and magic should be complementary to each other. Only this way can the country break through its peak stage." Since then, every year children aged 8 to 15 must participate in the joint training of the two major families. At this point, Adolf asked, "I heard your Baskerville family has given birth to a world-class genius. Coincidentally, we Morgue family also have one." Then he called his niece Camus. She was also his most beloved niece. But he had already planned his strategy, knowing his niece's hot temper. He wanted to use this to suppress Hugo, the head of the Baskerville clan. Camus showed no regard for family hierarchy and unleashed a verbal attack on Hugo. "You shameless mine thief, give back the ruby mine that belongs to us." The reason these two great families were in conflict was all because of the mining rights to the ruby mine. Seeing this, Adolf pretended to admonish his niece, saying she shouldn't speak to others that way. Fortunately, Hugo wasn't angry, thinking it was just poor parenting of a child. Hearing this, Camus refused to back down. As a magic prodigy, she needed enough ruby mines for her magical experiments. Adolf hurriedly stopped her from continuing her confrontation, because a fierce beast was desperately suppressing its inner rage. Just then, a sentence broke the tense atmosphere. "What doesn't belong to you will never change." I entered with my butler. After seeing me, Adolf began to assess my strength, but he never expected his niece had already left her seat. Camus questioned why I dared to say that earlier. She thought that ruby mines were inherently bound to magical families. I was surprised at that moment, because the girl standing before me would become the most powerful magician 20 years later, even controlling the royal family, respected by people as the fire goddess of authority. Then I mocked her for coming all the way to our territory just to lose her temper. Camus immediately became angry and embarrassed, then gathered ice magic in both hands. I initially thought she wanted to duel with me, but unexpectedly she was just recreating a terrain map of the two families. The place Camus pointed to was the ruby mining area at the boundary between the two cities. She explained that part of the mine should belong to their Morgue family, and the Baskervilles had no right to claim it all. I told her that rubies were less valuable to us than scrap iron. Our ultimate goal in mining was to expand our territory. Camus decided to demonstrate more visually who was qualified to mine and obtain the ruby mines. She extended her hand from their family's territory to Baskerville's land, implying that the Morgue family was stronger. I immediately grabbed Camus's hand, then pulled a small knife from my pocket. Anyone who dared to invade our territory would be killed without mercy. However, just as the blade was about to touch her, I had anticipated that Adolf would intervene, so I released her hand. I explained that blades in our iron-blooded sword clan were merely toys, incapable of causing harm. Afterward, I apologized to Adolf and the others, and my father suggested we return to the main topic, which was this year's joint training between the talented youths of our two families. The scene changed, and Camus and I stood on the arena. As the match bell rang, Camus quickly raised her hands, chanting fire magic spells, lightning magic spells, and ice magic spells, seeing 3 types of magic coming at me simultaneously. I taunted her that she should focus on one thing at a time. Then I dodged each attack with agile movements, strongly refuting their belief that mastering multiple types of magic made one a genius. Suddenly, Camus chanted a sand shield spell, Sand Wall. A wall of sand rose from the arena floor. But unexpectedly, I shattered it with a single punch. It couldn't hinder my attack at all, but to avoid harming the future strongest magician, I only flicked her forehead in retaliation. The difference in our strength was already obvious, but Camus still refused to admit defeat. She summoned 2 more sand walls. Actually, this level of magic was simply an insult to human intelligence. Couldn't I just jump over them to easily solve the problem? To not hurt her pride too much, I decided to be the most dedicated actor, and controlled my strength. After withstanding my punch, the 2 earth walls were left with a small hole. Then towards her forehead, I flicked her again. But even when the outcome was clear, Camus still used fire magic against me, which I guess is why she could become the authoritative fire goddess. Stubborn, proud, never giving up easily. Just then I heard a conversation behind me in the arena, so I retreated instead of continuing my attack. The next second, a huge fireball suddenly appeared behind me. This was the solution I had thought of. To make the match a draw, with no overwhelming victory for either side. After we were both hit by the fireball, Camus's clothes were burned away, leaving only the essential parts covered. So I took off my shirt and gave it to her. The result of the duel was as I expected. Due to unavoidable factors, our duel was declared a draw. But I believe at that moment, everyone would recognize that Baskerville had won. However, on the way back, my father still criticized me, because I hadn't used my full strength. Being merciful on the battlefield is a major taboo. He warned me that whether it's women or relatives, anyone who poses a threat must be countered. Suddenly, I was shocked. In my previous life, after my father's first wife died, he had ignored me, his illegitimate child, even treating me like discarded garbage. I told him I was planning another strategy. After all, Baskerville's focus was on expanding territory. But the Red and Black Mountain area and ruby mines were constantly threatened by barbarians and hellhounds. If we could borrow the Morgue family's power, we could minimize our losses in expanding our territory. My father was very satisfied with my plan, not knowing that I had proposed it before him based on memories from my previous life. When we reached the corner, Adolf found us again. He knew that Baskerville's strength far exceeded the Morgue family's, so he decided to handle the land and ruby mine issues peacefully. With an inter-family marriage, having Baskerville's eldest son engaged to their genius Camus. As soon as he finished speaking, Camus refused Adolf, saying she wouldn't marry someone 17 years older than her. If she were to be engaged, it should be to someone close to her age and whose strength she acknowledged. I guessed she was referring to me, because since entering the room, her gaze hadn't left me for a moment. Adolf also guessed his niece's thoughts, stating that someone of her noble status couldn't marry an illegitimate child of impure blood. Hugo didn't want to get involved, so he gave me the decision. And I agreed to the proposal. But Adolf was the first to disapprove, so he decided to personally test whether I was qualified to be his family's son-in-law. I agreed without hesitation. After all, Camus was one of the Empire's finest in both beauty and strength. The scene changed, and we arrived at the dueling arena. Adolf chanted 3 magic spells, creating a kettle out of thin air. He arrogantly said he would duel me while balancing the kettle. If a single drop of water spilled, I would win. I was well aware of Adolf's strength. In a direct confrontation, my chances of winning were 10%, while assassination or sneak attacks would be 50%. But I suspected my father had accepted this uneven match to witness my current strength. That made things much simpler. I just needed to meet my father's expectations. Then I drew my sword and charged forward. Suddenly, Camus warned me not to attack her uncle head-on. Adolf had already anticipated how to counter swordsmen, using an extremely strong defensive shield magic. No ordinary sword could possibly break through it. Then he began chanting fire spells, with huge fireballs forming above his head. But as he threw them at me, Camus scolded him for using additional magic, leaving Adolf confused about whose side he should take. Even so, memories from my previous life told me Adolf wasn't unbeatable. If I could exploit his two weaknesses, I could easily make him lower his guard. I could even kill him. So I swung my sword and continuously attacked the magic shield. Seeing this, Adolf advised me not to waste my energy, saying that no matter how talented I was, with inferior weapons, I still couldn't break through this level of magic. But just as he finished speaking, the next second, cracks actually appeared in the magic shield. Adolf admired my concentration, as I had precisely hit the same spot 23 times. After my final strike, my sword shattered from the pressure. Little did he know this was the final step in completing my plan. Both my father and Camus were astonished, because at that moment, as Adolf was saying I wasn't worthy to marry his niece, water began dripping from the kettle on his head, meaning I had passed the strength test. I cast a contemptuous glance at him, knowing he would never realize that letting his guard down when he saw my broken sword would be his biggest mistake. Camus's face flushed somehow in just 2.5 minutes of knowing me. We had truly established an engagement for peace between our families. 7 years passed quickly. At Baskerville's training ground, the once naive children had become spirited teenagers. Their sharp eyes indicated they had become qualified hounds. They were now cooperating to hunt an A-class bull bear. This was also their final exam to successfully graduate. Meanwhile, Hugo Baskerville's trident, whose bonds I had shattered, should have lost its purpose and wasted away. Yet it had unknowingly become my little fan, now playing a significant role in team operations. Originally, the three of them weren't lacking in strength. I had merely forcibly changed their evolutionary direction. After 70 minutes of encirclement and pursuit, the bull bear finally exhausted all its strength. What remained was facing the slaughter from numerous hounds. With this hunting experience, each of them reached the lowest level of sword expert. And now, after 7 years of training, it was finally over. But the instructor still reminded them that wild bull bears were very different from caged ones, so they should always maintain the highest vigilance when facing any monster they had previously defeated, because death could occur more easily than imagined. Finally, congratulations on your graduation, and may you have a bright future. After the final salute from both sides, they began to choose their future development paths. There are 7 knight orders within the Baskerville clan. Each order is established and managed for various objectives, such as watching, searching, guarding, assassinating, suppressing, all-out warfare, etc. After long consideration, I chose the Pitbull order from my previous life. I was now at the intermediate master swordsman level, although in these 7 years I had only advanced from low to intermediate level. Compared to my previous life, I had already surpassed my strength at age 40. Just then, the butler suddenly appeared, happily telling me that my father wanted to see me about something. I already had an answer in my mind. My first mission at age 15 was probably determined. The scene changed, and my father, whom I hadn't seen in 7 years, sat before me. I quickly noticed something unusual, and asked him about the scar on his face. He touched his face and said meaningfully, "It was left by a female barbarian archer from the Red and Black Mountain, and he had returned a strike to her as well." Nevertheless, he congratulated me on successfully graduating and becoming a qualified hound. But then my father's next words left me unable to calm my emotions for a long time. In my previous life, for 40 years I was either on the battlefield or assassinating. As an illegitimate child, that was the only treatment I received. I could never enjoy the elite management and training like pure-blooded children. Unexpectedly, this time my father suggested I gain experience in the lower house of parliament, which was also part of the elite level. It seemed my father's character had truly changed in this life. He no longer looked at bloodline, but at achievements. My current achievements had already surpassed those of an 18-year-old hound, so my father gave me TS preferential treatment. The position you will be taking is the deputy consul of the underdog city. I agreed to my father's proposal, but before taking on this consul position, I still needed to borrow a huge sum from him. I thought he would contemplate this before making a decision. Unexpectedly, he stamped the approval without any hesitation, and said he trusted I wouldn't do anything foolish. As I was preparing to leave, the butler decided to tell me some heartfelt words. Because of my exceptional talent, the family head held me in high regard and valued me greatly. He hoped I would do my utmost to complete this mission. After all, before going to the battlefield, my authority as consul would greatly increase, even surpassing some pure-blooded children. Hearing this, my face immediately darkened. "Let's talk about these things later," I said, as I wasn't yet sure if I could handle being a consul. Although this was definitely good for me, as I could use it to hone my skills, I had no interest in politics. Regardless, I couldn't forget the feeling of losing my head in my previous life. Whenever I thought about it, my heart filled with resentment. Despicable Hugo, just you wait. I'll definitely make you experience this feeling once. When I arrived at Underdog, Baskerville's most corrupt city, the people there had basically lost hope in life. Even the consul had been replaced 70 or 80 times in a month. But now it was my turn to be consul, and this city would take on a new appearance, becoming a first-tier city in Baskerville. The person standing beside me now was my future assistant Chihuahua. In this city with a huge wealth gap, he was the most prominent representative of the poor, despite how much he wanted to change the city's current situation. He had been repeatedly obstructed by the rich hiding in the background. Meanwhile, I was looking at the various regulations in the decree book. Basically, every clause had small loopholes. This had led to the emergence of many illegitimate businesses, and even underground criminal organizations operated above the law. I told Chihuahua I wouldn't change the existing laws, but would establish a new one under their premise, and promised that, within a week, I would shut down all illegitimate businesses. But because of my young age, my words probably wouldn't be very convincing. So I needed to stage a play to make the residents obey me. The next day, I instructed Chihuahua to issue a notice about the new decree, gathering everyone in the city center. Looking at the new consul whose beard had barely grown, people below made contemptuous sounds. But I couldn't care about that. Today's emergency meeting was held to convince them. I was explaining the already effective decree behind me, stating that it would continue to be enforced and would be even stricter than before, with violators being held fully accountable. At this point, people below didn't believe it. Past experience told them that newly appointed officials just put on a show and eventually did nothing. Chihuahua immediately reprimanded those making random comments, and several people quickly shut up. Seeing this, I really wanted to give the position to Chihuahua. It would be much more useful than me standing in the blazing sun talking. Then I took out a wooden stick, under the surprised gazes of the crowd. I used great force to drive this stick into the ground. This was the prelude to my plan to establish a new decree. Special Decree Article 1. Whoever can pull out this wooden stick will receive a reward of 10 billion gold coins. Immediately, everyone in the square let out exclamations of surprise. This 10 billion was 400 times the average monthly salary. They began to suspect I was trying to catch greedy and corrupt people, and that it was impossible to actually give so much money. Just then, a little girl raised her hand saying she wanted to try. An elderly man nearby advised her not to be foolish, though as they say, a fool's fortune. Her mother was seriously ill and urgently needed money, so she had to seize this opportunity. Looking at the weapon at my waist, the girl fell into deep thought. If what others said was true, that the reward money was fake and she would be executed, who would take care of her mother? I used a serious tone to instruct the little girl not to dawdle. Since she had come up, she must obey the decree or face serious sanctions. She couldn't think about it anymore, so she squatted down and gripped the wooden stick firmly. Unexpectedly, she pulled it out with just a slight effort. At this moment, not only was the little girl stunned, but everyone below was frozen in place. I was surrounded by a murderous aura because I knew that when people's expectations are at their highest and suddenly drop to their lowest, they would feel extremely uncomfortable, so I pretended to draw my weapon. Seeing this, the crowd held their breath. By now they had no way to save the little girl, and she closed her eyes in fear, quietly waiting for execution. But unexpectedly, the next second, I truly took out a bag of gold coins. But this wasn't all the money. The rest I would have guards deliver to her later today. Then I patted the little girl's head, telling everyone this was the benefit of following the special decree. In the days that followed, the percentage of people violating the decree in the city had decreased from 80% to 50%. However, this wasn't the result I wanted. I wanted 99% of people to obey the law, because this method was actually implemented by Camus in my previous life. But due to her irritable temperament after taking office, even though she established this decree, she never gained the people's love. Suddenly, Chihuahua covered his eyes and wept. Actually, he had looked down on me from the beginning. But now, on just my second day in office, I had achieved such good results. He truly admired me, swearing to heaven that he would closely follow me from now on. But I told Chihuahua not to be too happy too soon, because the real battle was just beginning. Then I marked dozens of X's on the map, and these places were where the criminal forces were located. Looking at the diagram, Chihuahua was amazed. Although he knew a few of these forces, there were so many more that were quite unexpected. So he asked me how I could investigate so thoroughly. I pointed to my nose and said I didn't investigate at all, but rather smelled it out. But just then, an attendant suddenly came to report. He said people from the Youth Autonomy Association had invited me to attend an important meeting. However, as a newly arrived consul, I didn't know that the regional association was an organization established by 7 cunning native families. Although the sign clearly said autonomy, it was actually just a promiscuous entertainment club. Hearing this, the corners of my mouth turned slightly upward. It seemed these worms were already beginning to stir. Meanwhile, the association members were leisurely having a party to celebrate the new consul's appointment. Whether it was alcohol or beautiful women, they were all ordered vigorously. As rich family sons, they did indeed have money. But all of this was actually prepared for me. As soon as I arrived to accept the invitation, they would threaten me with the lives of hundreds of civilians to make me pay for this huge expense out of my own pocket. At this time, the yellow-haired leader even mocked the Baskerville family, calling them just sword-dancing dogs. Years ago, he had a conflict with a family, and Baskerville actually backed him up and got serious with the other side, even personally wiping out everyone in that family. But just as they were discussing the new consul's background, a redhead nearby noticed something unusual. Because a stranger had entered the room, after learning that no one recognized me, the waiter grabbed my hair and tried to force me out. But in the next second, in just the blink of an eye, his arm was bent 90 degrees by me. Then I strode forward, telling everyone I was the new consul, so I asked them why they had called me here. Seeing this, they not only ignored me, but even continued chatting privately. I slammed my hand hard on the table, then released 40% of my magic power. Instantly, hundreds of glasses of red wine shattered from the infused magic power. After this commotion, they realized the seriousness of the problem. They had truly messed with the wrong person. Although the new consul was indeed 15 years old, based on his current strength, even if all of them, with their intermediate sword expert level, attacked together, they might not be able to defeat me. Later, I went to the redhead side and asked if he had intended to lure me here to pay for today's expenses. According to my memories from my previous life, people like them enjoyed bullying new consuls this way. The redhead stammered, not knowing what to say. Seeing this, the yellow-haired man immediately answered my question, saying they wouldn't dare do such a thing. The purpose of inviting me was actually to test my integrity. After all, the city was currently corrupt, and if the new consul could be easily bribed, they would protest to the superiors and demand a replacement. Obviously, I knew he was making this up, so I had no choice but to take action. I immediately punched the redhead hard in the stomach, kindly reminding him that even the most loyal dog can't completely obey its master. After pinning the redhead under my foot, I asked the others why I had suddenly attacked him. If they didn't know, they would face the same fate. To avoid being beaten, they of course clearly explained the reason. But what they didn't know was that regardless of their answer, I would beat them up anyway, because my purpose today was to eliminate this regional autonomy association. Hearing this, they no longer held back, believing that their combined numbers were enough to crush me. But they still underestimated my strength. Today I was going to teach these disobedient fellows a good lesson. After beating them, I locked them all in a cage. The yellow-haired man still maintained a trace of arrogance, shouting that once he got out, he would take my head. I casually said I would feed them to piranhas, so even if God himself came, no evidence would be found. Immediately, pleas for mercy filled the cage. Chihuahua, who was watching, also advised me not to go too far, but if he had experienced what I had, he wouldn't say such nonsense. However, the punishment wasn't over yet, because there was something even more exciting waiting for these guys. Just then, a bald man suddenly walked in. He was the judge of this prison, and the various torture tools he brought were what I had commissioned him to make. He said that in 30 years of judgment he had never seen such cruel tools. The sight of them made him feel sick at first glance. So now what I was about to do was use these tools to make those nobles who still refused to admit their crimes experience the hellish pain of torture. Later, this incident was quickly spread as a rumor. Some people believed in my governance. After all, I could spend 10 billion gold coins without a second thought, so punishing a few lawbreakers was nothing. Others believed I was just staging a script, and that when the high seniority from native families intervened, even the consul would have to release them. This group guessed correctly, but only half right. Those native families not only personally apologized, but also offered large amounts of gold as hush money. With this, the people I detained would definitely be released, but I never guaranteed that those released would be physically intact. After this incident, poor people violating the decree were almost zero. Currently, the only ones left were those nobles. So I reminded Chihuahua that he would participate in another plan next, and must be 120% alert. The scene changed and we arrived at a place that traded monsters, although the sign clearly indicated only monsters. There were also some slaves or poor people mixed in, to overthrow the black forces operating behind the scenes. My plan was to have Chihuahua act as the seller, while I disguised myself as a slave to be sold. Due to my rare hair color and eyes, I was quickly spotted by the auctioneer, and Chihuahua had a specially made invitation. So not only would I be sold for a good price, but the buyers would be among the top 10 richest tycoons. Soon the slave auction officially began. The first to appear was an A-class magic beast, the Hell Rhinoceros with 19 hearts. Whether it was skin, bones, or horns, all were top-quality materials. So the auctioneer set its starting price at 100 million. Seeing such a rare item, nobles raised their placards to bid more. Finally, the Hell Rhinoceros was traded for 250 million. After multiple successful transactions, the auctioneer decided to bring out merchandise that had been in storage for 2.5 years. A combat-type barbarian girl from the Red and Black Mountain. If she could be completely tamed, she would be an extremely reliable bodyguard. The starting price was set at 5 million. But even though it was dozens of times cheaper than the Hell Rhinoceros, the nobles present didn't want to bid on this barbarian girl. After all, innate wildness was difficult to tame, and they might pay their entire family's lives. Seeing this, the auctioneer had to back down and reduce the price, setting the starting bid at 1 million. Seeing that the nobles still ignored her, he had no choice but to signal to temporarily take the barbarian girl away. Suddenly, as if sensing her escape opportunity being eliminated, the barbarian girl became frenzied, letting out an eerie growl at the nobles on the stage. A muscular man delivered a swift, powerful punch to her abdomen, directly knocking the barbarian girl unconscious. After dealing with this unwanted merchandise, to stabilize the nobles' consumption mentality and express apologies, the auctioneer promised that the following items would all be rare goods never seen this year. So he promptly sent me on stage. with my stunning appearance and rare eye and hair color as attractions. The nobles on the stage began to stir. Before the auctioneer finished his introduction, the bidding price had already been raised to 600 million by a female noble, but incomparably different was number 99, 6 billion. The auctioneer was stunned. At this rate, the final transaction price was basically determined. Others didn't dare to continue bidding, fearing he was a plant hired by the organizers. If they dared to bid higher, he would immediately stop, thus obtaining a higher transaction amount. However, when they saw the true identity of bidder No 99, they found that he was actually Baron Gambigo, the person in charge of the granary district. Rumor had it that he had recently acquired many underground projects, absorbing large amounts of funds, and now his worth had squeezed into the top 10 on the tycoon list. 6 billion was nothing to him. Considering the rare value of this merchandise, if resold, it would definitely fetch at least twice the price. At this time, an assistant next to him advised caution, as stepping on a landmine would result in huge losses. After all, the auctioneer wouldn't make a losing deal. Baron Gambigo immediately scolded her, but not listening to his assistant would be the biggest mistake of his life. After the wooden hammer struck 3 times, I was finally acquired by Baron Gambigo for the extremely high price of 6 billion. I don't know if he liked males. Just looking at me, he began to breathe heavily and drool, saying he had already thought of many ways to play with me, but I didn't pay attention. Instead, raising my hand, Baron Gambigo thought I was asking him to help unlock my chains. But in the next second, with a powerful exertion, the chains instantly broke. Then I stomped on the floor. Immediately, magic power poured out, making the seat explode, and Baron Gambigo was blown away by the impact. Looking at the fat man struggling on the ground, to prevent him from continuing to harm the poor, I grabbed the back of his neck with one hand, and with the infusion of magic power, his blood vessels exploded under the pressure. After dealing with Baron Gambigo, I removed my wig, then said to the people below, "The name circus really suits today's occasion. As for what's next, none of you sitting here will leave alive today." Seeing it was the new consul, the auctioneer initially panicked. But having disrupted his business, even if it cost him his life, he had to take me down with him. But they still underestimated my strength. This time I could finally enjoy the pleasure brought by slaughter. At this moment, no one could stop me. Even the strongest muscular man here was instantly killed by me. The auctioneer realized there was no chance of winning if things continued this way. So he remembered I was brought by Chihuahua. He immediately grabbed him and threatened me to stop, or he would be forced to take drastic measures. I was unmoved by this. Emotions couldn't threaten me. But what happened next made me laugh out loud. Chihuahua actually wanted to use his life to ensure my escape, showing his loyalty was truly 100%. Later, I told him there was no need for such extreme actions. Before coming here, I had already obtained a whistle from my father. Then I blew with all my might. The deafening sound seemed to echo throughout the entire earth. But a minute after the sound ended, nothing happened except for the silence. However, just as the auctioneer thought I was bluffing, the next second, watermelon juice spurted out of his neck. A mysterious person wearing a hat appeared. And not just one. They all raised their weapons, waiting for my order. The newcomers were the Pitbull Knights of the Baskerville family. With my command, the Pitbulls began to deal with the small fry present. At this point, one of them came to Baron Gambigo's assistant's back, but just as he was about to deliver a fatal blow, I immediately ran over to stop him, saying this person didn't need to be killed and could be spared. She would be needed to assist with many things in the future. The person standing beside me now was my uncle, also the head of the Pitbull Knights. His timely arrival to help me this time also had another intention. That was, after I was sent to the battlefield, he wanted me to join their Pitbull Knights, but I didn't want to. So I found a random excuse and left first. Then I arrived at the underground warehouse of the circus, ready to raid the vault there. But just then, the sound of breathing nearby caught my attention. When I lifted the green cloth covering the cage, inside was the barbarian woman who had been called up for auction before me. At that moment, her body was extremely weak. If not treated promptly, she would soon leave this world. I can only say she accumulated enough good karma in her previous life to meet me, as I had a method sufficient to save her. I then took out a bottle of red potion from my waist. This was a high-level recovery potion that my instructor had rewarded me with for showing outstanding performance in my graduation assessment. So I immediately poured it into the barbarian girl's mouth. Her body, which had been covered in wounds, after the effects of the potion took hold, was instantly healed. At the same time, feeling her strength return, the barbarian girl awakened in that moment. But upon seeing me, a human, she was still frightened and curled up in the corner. It seems this barbarian girl had indeed suffered severe abuse here. But when she learned I had saved her, her previously terrified expression changed to one of confusion. After all, humans and barbarians were naturally hostile. Yet I, a human, had instead reached out to save her. And I also explained everything that had just happened here to her, using a few phrases of their language that I had learned in my previous life from confrontations with barbarians. I also expressed hope that she would let bygones be bygones after returning, and told her she could leave this place now. Hearing this, the barbarian girl became extremely excited, babbling several sentences of barbaric language with dialect. Although I could indeed speak a little, this kind of listening comprehension test was difficult for me. When the girl was about to leave, she looked back at me, seeming a bit reluctant to part. But even if she accepted me, her own tribe might view her as a traitor. Finally, she said thank you very much in the barbarian language and left. Now, I will begin my true purpose for coming here. As I lifted a piece of cloth, what appeared before my eyes was the A-rank magical beast captured for the auction, the Hell Rhinoceros. Time was of the essence. I had to devour this and leave this place of trouble before the Pitbull Knights searched here. And regarding what happened that night, word soon reached the ears of the common people. Anyone who participated in the slave trade had their 4 limbs and 3 fingers cut off, and several businesses were also burned to ashes overnight. But the controllers of the 7 indigenous families were dissatisfied and wrote 10,000-word letters of protest. Because that day at 2:30 in the morning, in 7 buckets beneath the goddess statue, were actually each of their only flesh and blood. But I clearly warned the 7 indigenous families that the royal family despised slave trading most of all, and their sons were equally the instigators of the slave trade. Those who violate this decree must accept the sanctions of the law without meaning. And all the letters of protest were torn up and thrown into the trash by me. Finally, I also told them that I would report all this to the royal family and have them investigate. In the days that followed, the 7 indigenous families never protested again. Instead, the 7 family leaders knelt at the door every day begging for my mercy, hoping I would give them 5 years to bear another son to continue their family line. But the decree is a sacred covenant. I firmly refused them, and all the laws they had previously violated were fully investigated in these days. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 7 gradually turned to horror. After all, they never thought they would end up like this. Finally, I confiscated all their existing assets and executed 3 generations of their families for the crime of betraying the country. Thus, a saying circulated among the people, the new consul is both devil and angel. The devil refers to my extremely cruel punishment of lawbreakers. The angel is because with my appearance, nobles no longer dare to openly exploit the common people. And due to the suppression of exploitation by the nobility, the quality of life of the common people improved, and even the employment rate evened out with first-tier cities. Although this barely achieved my expected effect, the city's prosperity on the surface was just an illusion. If new laws weren't implemented, the nobles I trampled underfoot would absolutely find every possible way to rise again. So in the time that followed, I immersed myself in researching laws every day. And when Chihuahua saw the new laws I wrote, he was also greatly shocked. He never thought a mere 15-year-old child could come up with dozens of rigorous laws. This way, as long as I held the position of consul for one day, the probability of violating the law might really drop to 1%. And this city would also become one of the most prosperous cities. Scene change, I came to the underground prison where criminals were held, and the person before my eyes was Baron Gambigo's assistant, Wendy. But she was puzzled why everyone except her had been executed that night. I immediately explained that the reason was simple. I wanted to get some clues from her mouth. But Wendy, who had undergone strict training, would rather die than submit. Such things were commonplace to them. So I proposed a condition. If she could answer my questions, she could have all her crimes cleared and leave. But if she couldn't answer, today would make her regret for the rest of her life. Before capturing Wendy, I had already investigated her background. She had business acumen that ordinary people lacked. If used in legitimate and reasonable transactions, she would absolutely be an unrivaled financial expert in the future, and might even influence the world's economic direction. Wendy bit her lip and sank into thought. In such a dilemma, choosing either side meant death. But since it was death either way, she would rather believe in the consul's justice this time than touch actions that violated the law again. And my first question was whether my forced governance was correct. Wendy affirmed my answer. At this point, I smiled maliciously. But even though she affirmed my enforcement method, she pointed out its shortcomings. She felt that although I used the most ruthless methods to catch the biggest criminal forces to establish the scope of authority, but thinking long-term, I would incur the hatred and anger of the common people. Once I gained power in this district stronger than Baskerville, the common people would no longer welcome me as they do now. The final consequence would be their hatred, and even Baskerville would view me as a target for rebellion. I understood this plot better than anyone, so I asked her what measures to take and how I should continue. Wendy solemnly said, "Give all your current power and the honor you've created here selflessly to the Patriarch of Baskerville. And to avoid attention, you must hide your identity and strength. Study at the Empire Central Academy because the people there are about your age, so your identity would be easily forgotten. Later, when the time is right, the Patriarch of Baskerville would become your scapegoat." Hearing this, my face instantly darkened. I immediately shouted for her to shut up. But I wasn't disgusted by her idea. I completely agreed. It was exactly the same as my plan. As a hound determined to avenge his family, this would also be the only way to eliminate hatred. I told Wendy I would remember this, then took out the key from my pocket. I would keep my promise and release her without charge. At this moment, Wendy was puzzled. She really hadn't thought I wasn't interrogating a criminal but seeking help. But just as Wendy was about to leave, she kindly reminded me not to regret letting her go today. As soon as she finished speaking, her eyes showed emptiness. She tightly clenched her fist because I told her the story of the indigenous families. There should actually be 8 families. As the 8th-ranked Mesimadubaro family, which was also the wealthiest merchant family, before being exterminated, the youngest son of the Mesimadubaro family, at his birthday party, showed off his new sword technique he had just learned for 2.5 days. But when the elders found out, they fell into panic, because this sword technique was actually Baskerville family's. Soon this matter was leaked and reached Hugo's ears. With family secrets leaked, he immediately released hounds to clean house. But no one knew that behind the frame-up of the Mesimadubaro family were the offspring of the other 7 families, who stole Baskerville's sword technique secrets and deliberately taught them to the young child of Mesimadubaro. At this point, Wendy, holding back her grief, indicated this had nothing to do with her. Then I could only unveil her disguise, because she was the only Mesimadubaro surname who was secretly kidnapped by the 7 families' offspring, and even suffered humiliation for a full 2.5 years. At this moment, Wendy was furious. She didn't want to recall that tragic memory from childhood, insisting on leaving this place of right and wrong immediately. Seeing this, I asked if she knew the aftermath of this story. It's not that I'm deliberately imposing crimes on the 7 offspring, but the extinction of the Dro clan was indeed related to them. It was their own admitted crime. Before their deaths, wanting to survive, they naturally revealed all the unspeakable secrets of others, including the crime of framing the Mesimadubaro family. Hearing this, Wendy suddenly turned around, scolding me that this was absolutely impossible. Although her family was indeed ranked last, they had always been respected by other families. If you dare deceive me, I will tear you into pieces even if I die. So I lit a light stick, letting her confirm this with her own eyes. Inside the cell were the crime records written on the walls and floor by the descendants of the 7 families when they were begging my mercy, including the truth about the harm done to the Mesimadubaro family. And in the next second, Wendy covered her mouth and wept bitterly. The hatred she had suppressed for 10 long years, only to discover that the true masterminds behind the destruction of the Mesimadubaro family were actually the people closest to her. Afterward, I comforted her not to grieve anymore. The dead will not be resurrected. The only method is to take revenge on Baskerville. It was Hugo who didn't investigate clearly and killed innocents. Go ahead and blame Baskerville all you want. This is also your mission for surviving. But Wendy was puzzled why I, also a Baskerville, would choose to help and spare her. My eyes were filled with killing intent as I murmured, I think you know more clearly than I do that this is a very stupid question. Hearing this, Wendy instantly understood my intention and expressed that she would absolutely repay today's kindness, and also said that if I ever needed money, I should just come to her. Finally, my purpose was achieved. One more member added to the anti-Baskerville faction. By the next day, Chihuahua had found me early. But as soon as he opened the door, he was terrified by the scene before him. At that moment in my room was a bloody mess. And there was even a soldier split in half lying on the floor. After I was awakened from my confusion, he immediately asked what had happened. I indicated that there had been a lot of flies recently. Killing 1 or 2 was nothing unusual. Just as I finished speaking, 2 sharp arrows came toward my chest, and upon seeing this, Chihuahua instantly understood the situation. I told him this was just the lightest assassination attempt. I had been poisoned while drinking water, had corrosive sulfuric acid poured on me while bathing, was run over by a carriage while walking. These accidents had occurred no less than 30 times. If I didn't have the blessing of the Styx River, I would have been framed and killed long ago. But what protected me wasn't just a body of steel, but also the Hell Rhinoceros's A-class skill, tough life. Just then, a carriage with the Baskerville flag arrived. When Chihuahua saw the person getting off, fear had already filled his face. It was John, the steward beside Hugo, also Baskerville's most excellent chief steward, who had served continuously for 4 generations of Baskerville. And he was extremely strict with his subordinates. If someone made a tiny mistake, their life would be over. John's unexpected appearance still surprised me, so I asked him what his intention was for coming here. It turned out that because my recent performance was outstanding, Father had ordered him to bring me back for a reward. Hearing this, my thought process was instantly blocked. This kind of plot shouldn't happen by common sense. My authority increases, and rather than countering me, Hugo is happy for me. After arriving at Father's room, I saw him holding a headline newspaper, which clearly wrote various evaluations about me, and the reason he was happy for me was because Baskerville had always had a label in history: ignorant people who only know how to swing swords and kill. Now, with all the good reviews about my governance, that label would no longer target Baskerville. To reward my excellent performance, Father had listed me in this year's roster for Colosio Academy. Colosio Academy is the highest institution in the Empire, also a place where the Empire gathers various elites. However, the Academy has a clear rule that anyone who comes to study here must live in the Academy dormitory and cannot easily go out. But this is exactly what I was looking forward to. If I could successfully enter Colosio Academy, I would escape Father's surveillance and accelerate my path to becoming stronger. Then Father asked if I got along well with those brothers and sisters, as he decided to choose a few to accompany me. I unhesitatingly chose the Trident brothers, although in my heart I still despised them deeply. Using them as living punching bags for training was a good choice. Subsequently, Father asked if I still remembered the top-secret plan from when I was 8. Of course I hadn't forgotten. Leasing part of the territory rich in ruby mines to the Morg family, then using them to eliminate the barbarians and expand Baskerville's territory. Father chuckled. It turned out this plan had worked and was very successful. But the only difference was that the Morg family head, Adolf, suggested a joint expedition. They were being overly modest. So Father decided that before I entered Colosio Academy, I should inspect the territory leased to the Morg family and observe whether they violated or supported the newly established laws. I respectfully accepted this assignment. It seems I'll have to participate in the joint expedition. Later, I arrived at the city gate, said goodbye to Chihuahua, then mounted my horse and set off for the leased territory. But I knew that after returning from this inspection, it would likely be the day of parting from Chihuahua. By then, I must instruct him well on all matters of governing the underdog city. My gaze suddenly became solemn. You can come out now. In an instant, dozens of cloak-wearing assassins suddenly appeared, and they were the Pitbull Knights who had assisted me in clearing out the slave auction. After the captain's staff confirmed that assembly was complete, the escort mission began. But his next words left me speechless, because my Uncle Boston still hadn't given up the plan to bring me into their knights. Scene change, we safely arrived at the territory leased to the Morg family. From my perspective, everything seemed normal, with no violations of the law. Then I told staff that the barbarian expedition was taken very seriously by the Morg family, and they had deployed significant forces for this action. However, our inspection wasn't the main intention. As for the true intention, it was to join forces with the Morg family for a joint expedition. The city that appeared before us now was where the Morg military forces were gathered, and the many skeletal remains appearing around reminded me of Camus from my previous life. The habit of their mages was to kill some enemies outside the city first, giving the opponent a serious warning. Suddenly 3 figures appeared above our heads. Upon seeing our arrival, they arrogantly said the city gates wouldn't open without their permission. They were the 3 flowers of the Morg family. I immediately declared my identity. Unexpectedly, not only was I not respected, I was even told to wait outside patiently. They would report my request to open the gates to their superiors, but couldn't guarantee how long it would take. Hearing this, my emotions gradually began to fluctuate. Then I looked up at the 3 of them and said if they didn't open the city gates, the lease would end today. The 3 were so frightened that cold sweat poured down. However, they still gritted their teeth and endured. Then one of them began to concentrate magic power in their hand. Fear couldn't compare to their hatred for Baskerville. Seeing that the other side really intended to fight, I also stopped holding back. But Staff, who was about to draw his sword to teach the 3 a lesson for me, was immediately stopped by me. This matter was caused by me, so I would fight all 3. As soon as I finished speaking, 3 voices suddenly shouted in unison from behind me. I turned to look, and sure enough, it was my human punching bags, the Trident brothers. The eldest, Hybro, pointed at me and said, "The people behind us are the strongest support for our peers. Fighting you is just a small matter. Let us 3 be your opponents." Hearing this, the 3 sisters were furious. This time they had to teach these ignorant huskies a lesson. But they didn't know how embarrassed I was by their Shunabu language. According to memories from my previous life, the Trident brothers, although not very smart, would at least complete what was instructed at all costs. It seems calling them to be my punching bags in the future would be justified. Suddenly, the 3 sisters on the rooftop shouted in unison, "3 stinking idiots, if you've got what it takes, don't just show off." But the 3 brothers were completely fearless, then made an international gesture toward them while saying, You're the idiots." This really angered the 3 sisters thoroughly. They instantly concentrated magic in their hands. Seeing them like this reminded me of my previous life. The eldest sister with 1 braid used grass magic. The second sister with 2 braids used earth magic. The youngest sister with 3 whips used water magic. Although these weren't high-level magics even in the Morg family. If the 3 sisters could coordinate, the power displayed would be greatly increased. As they chanted their spells, a small sprout suddenly emerged from the ground. In less than 2.5 seconds, it rapidly grew into a man-eating towering tree. The eldest brother Hybro was not afraid at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent. With 1 swift cut, he easily sliced through a giant vine root. The fluid operation even earned praise from staff, but I had a solemn expression, because the 3 flowers hadn't even used their full power. In the next second, Hybro was successfully ambushed by a vine root from the side, and although he reacted quickly and barely blocked it, the powerful impact still forced him to temporarily avoid the edge. The pathetic state of the Trident at this moment immediately caused the 3 sisters to mock them, calling them useless sword wielders. Hearing this, the 3 brothers were so angry they could explode, because this wasn't just an insult to them, but even concerned the entire Baskerville family. The 3 then flashed to mid-air and began to take action separately to launch an offensive, and the 3 sisters were no ordinary opponents. Facing the Trident's aggressive attacks, they could counter every move. Seeing that the 2 sets of triplets couldn't determine a winner for a long time, waiting would only waste my time, and recent affairs were already quite busy. So I decided to personally teach these impolite tenants a lesson. Just then, a huge fireball suddenly appeared. After a loud explosion, my face was instantly filled with excitement. This move would likely burn the annoying bunch to ashes. But surprisingly, the trident just had their hair singed and were otherwise fine. At the same time, they were puzzled how the three sisters had mastered fire magic, but when the dust settled, they discovered that the huge fireball wasn't their doing at all, but from the person standing on the roof. She was Camus, the future strongest force of the Morgue family. She looked down contemptuously at the people below and said, "Those who dare to cause trouble in my jurisdiction, whether from the Morgue family or outsiders, cannot be forgiven." Having said that, she leaped down from the roof. The three sisters wanted to take the opportunity to explain they didn't intend to cause trouble, but received Camus's fierce glare. She then pointed at the enemies suspended in mid-air by tree branches, angrily scolding them that if they didn't want to end up like that, they should shut up. But just as she finished speaking, Camus noticed me. Quickly, her fierce expression instantly disappeared, and she even greeted me, "Long time no see, I think it's been 7 years since we last met." Indeed, just like in my previous life, grown-up Camus was not only charming, but also extremely powerful, almost perfect. The pit bull knights behind me were captivated just by a glance. Back to the point, I then recounted everything that had just happened. Who would have thought that after hearing this, Camus immediately yelled at me, "What? You haven't seen me for so long and all you want to talk about is this?" Staff immediately sensed trouble. It seemed that after the previous battle ended, now it was time for the two family geniuses to fight. But even seeing Camus fuming with anger, I still didn't understand her meaning. With no choice, she pointed at me and said, "I am your future wife. How can you treat me like this?" Hearing this, both sets of triplets were immediately speechless. Even I was somewhat at a loss for words. So I had a fiancé? I almost forgot. So I quickly changed the subject and talked to her about the joint expedition against the barbarians. But because many of the people I brought were relatively young subordinates, Camus took the opportunity to taunt me for not understanding the strength of the barbarians, actually wanting to support the front lines with just some small fry. I told her that Baskerville had been fighting the barbarians for years, and strong hounds had already been deployed to the front lines, lurking in the shadows. It was just that father had entrusted another task, which was to inspect the territory leased to Morgue family and see if they legally complied with the newly established laws. To test whether I was just boasting, Camus threw another question at me, asking which tribe among the barbarians was more troublesome. At this moment, I was extremely speechless because Camus kept asking questions, but I still seriously answered her query. There are two troublesome tribes, the warrior tribe Balak, known for its warriors, and the sorcerer tribe Rococo, which uses witchcraft as its main attack method. However, what's most headache-inducing is Balak's archery, which isn't on the same level as the Empire's. No one knows what principle it's based on. Camus was very satisfied with my answer, so she gave me a score of 8, with herself as the standard. I was very puzzled by this. Camus explained that men don't need to be too smart. Then she scored me on other aspects, 6 points for horse riding, 4 points for clothing, 1 point for etiquette. As for appearance, she still approved of the original 99 points. I quickly tried to stop this unplanned activity, but Camus naturally refused, saying she must be strict with her future husband. Hearing this, I told her that the childhood betrothal was just a joke between me and Adolphe. There's no need to take it seriously. At that time, Adolphe just wanted to test my strength. Piercing Adolphe's water jug on his head with a broken sword could only be considered luck, not a true victory. At this moment, Camus was instantly furious, muttering to herself, although she blamed her uncle for using such a low-level test method to choose a husband for her, since he had already made the decision. She would of course have to be patient and tolerant with her future husband. But my next sentence made Camus's anger level soar to its highest. Just treat the childhood betrothal as a childhood memory. Hearing this, she angrily threw a piece of clothing at my face, telling me that the childhood betrothal was the premise of cooperation between the two great families, and now that it had been implemented, there was absolutely no way to reverse it. She also said she was a genius and would remember any important matter by heart. But come to think of it, the clothes I had lent Camus to cover her shame had been preserved until now. It seems this childhood betrothal couldn't be denied. Then Camus told me about recent events. The barbarians would occasionally invade this territory, not only plundering crops but also slaves. And the bullet holes now visible on the city walls were caused by arrows during the barbarian invasion. In long-term observation, the Morgue family scouts discovered that the barbarians' arrows all carried a mysterious aura, so their arrows could easily penetrate walls 2 to 3 meters thick. Even Adolphe's proud magic shield had been broken through, and along with the arrow wounds to his body and severe damage to his self-esteem, he still couldn't get over this shadow. This reminded me of father's facial wound. He had warned me that the barbarians' current strength was more than 10 times stronger than before, and many gifted offspring had been born. Just then, a Morgue subordinate suddenly came to report. 2.5 minutes ago, the search team at the front line caught a barbarian suspected of doing reconnaissance work. When I saw the person's face, I determined at a glance that he belonged to the Rococo tribe, but they were also extremely cruel, actually putting a curse on themselves, causing Morgue family's memory-reading magic to fail. Then Camus scolded, "You despicable scum, how many people did you kidnap from the village you successfully ambushed a few days ago?" The reason Camus was so angry was because among those people was her most beloved sister. But since all the people who understood the barbarian language had been captured, Camus had no idea what they were saying. Given the situation, I told her that I had studied some basic barbarian language as a child, so let me interrogate them. But when I relayed Camus's question to them, the barbarians all showed creepy smiles, then repeatedly said the people they captured were killed. Although the result was tragic, I still told Camus the original words. She was dead. When she heard the word dead, Camus could no longer suppress the anger in her heart. Suddenly a golden light flashed, and what greeted the barbarians was piercing through their hearts, and on-the-spot execution by fire. Her eyes were filled with the aura of death. She vowed to kill the barbarians to extinction. After doing all this, Camus turned and walked outside. But when I followed closely behind, I discovered Camus had actually gone outside to cry. She didn't want the barbarians to see her like this. I quickly comforted her not to be too sad, but Camus told me the Licky sister who was killed had grown up playing with her since childhood. She was an innocent child who hadn't even encountered killing, and shouldn't be had ended her life in such a cruel way. At this point, Camus suddenly asked me, although she didn't particularly understand the barbarian language, she did know a few words. "Tell me, what exactly did that barbarian say?" I decided not to conceal it anymore. What the barbarians said at that time wasn't just about death. They deliberately said that all the captured people had been eaten. After hearing this, Camus shed tears again. This time she cried unreservedly. I didn't know how to comfort Camus, so I just stayed with her. Camus gradually adjusted her mindset and vowed to devise a plan to actively attack the barbarians now. But just then, a bell sound that could be heard for thousands of miles rang out. Seeing this, Camus's expression instantly became solemn, because she knew this bell sound meant barbarians had appeared near the city area. At the same time, on another corner of the hill, an archer was drawing their bow, ready to release, aiming at the city wall dozens of kilometers away. When she released, the arrow poured out like a cannonball, directly aimed at the scout soldiers on the city wall. By the time they sensed danger, it was already too late. The arrow not only instantly killed 2 people but even turned the city wall into ruins with one shot. Then the leading woman issued the invasion order. Her subordinates rode giant wolves and frantically slaughtered innocent civilians. As for the women, they used ropes to capture desirable men, planning to take them back as breeding machines. Such a large disturbance made me quickly arrive at the scene just then. 2 ropes imbued with magic power suddenly came at me, firmly looping around my neck. I looked up and saw 2 female barbarians in front of me. From their conversation, it seemed they were completing the work of finding husbands for the tribe, apparently planning other unknown secrets. But how could I easily let the 2 succeed? Suddenly, I grabbed the ropes and directly threw the 2 into mid-air, smashing them hard onto the floor. 2 male barbarians were stunned at the sight, but they quickly adjusted and took offensive positions, shooting arrows. At this moment, I had no intention of killing them, just swinging my sword to block their attacks, because before coming here, Hugo had anxiously instructed me that before Baskerville's main force arrived, I absolutely could not sound the horn of war. However, as I was pondering, a ball of raging fire suddenly descended in front of me, instantly burning the 2 barbarians to ashes. I knew without thinking who had arrived, just that Camus's mood was now extremely angry. Seeing that I didn't want to kill the barbarians, she directly went full power, casting a magic forbidden spell. Even if it meant burning this place to ashes, she was determined to eliminate the entire barbarian tribe. Then Camus taunted me for not deserving to be Baskerville's strongest graduate. But my explanation to her was that the Patriarch had given me orders. I couldn't act on my own before the main force arrived. My words hit Camus like a stimulant. At this point, you still want to listen to Baskerville's useless orders, right? Then get out of my way now. I alone am enough to exterminate the barbarians. At this moment, excessive anger had already blurred Camus's consciousness. She began to launch attacks at the enemy at will, without considering the consequences of her attacks. But what was incredible to me was that anger actually enhanced Camus's attack power. I originally thought this territory would be burned to ashes by her. An enemy hiding in a blind spot launched a surprise attack. A needle accurately struck Camus's neck. Fortunately, it wasn't poisonous, but rather one that induced a dizzying effect. As I was about to rescue her, another barbarian threw a lasso at me from behind. Thankfully, I reacted quickly and saw through the enemy's trick. I then told Camus that we should retreat, but Camus refused and retorted, "If we leave, what about the farmland and slaves here? Are we just going to hand them over? Do you really need to wait until Baskerville's main forces arrive before you'll fight? I won't back down today no matter what, because I must avenge my little sister." But just as I was about to forcibly take Camus away, a massive surge of energy suddenly appeared behind my head. Fortunately, I reacted in time and dodged by bending down. When I finally saw the face of my attacker, I realized it was the barbarian genius girl Camus had mentioned earlier. Meanwhile, a barbarian took advantage of my distraction and captured Camus. At this moment, I didn't know what to do as things continued to develop in a bad direction. Although this was also Camus's inevitable fate, in my previous life she was similarly captured by barbarians and imprisoned. But actually, not long after, she would return after completely destroying the barbarians, truly transforming into the Empire's magic queen. Suddenly, the genius girl leaped up and attacked from the side. Naturally, such a level of technique couldn't harm me at all, but the fact that she could deliver such powerful attacks with just a bow made me tense. And she didn't give me any chance to recover, swinging her fist at me again. Although I successfully dodged again, I didn't expect this to be a feint. Her real attack was the kick that followed, aimed at my abdomen. The powerful impact forced me back 10 meters. It seemed I had encountered a formidable opponent, just as I was about to fight with full force. The barbarian genius girl's behavior shocked me for a full 2.5 years. She actually pointed at herself and spoke in human language. "This is our second meeting." Instantly a memory flashed in my mind. I finally understood that Ayen, whom I had once rescued from a slave-trading circus, was now the newly emerged genius girl of the barbarians. I then seriously questioned, "So this is how you repay your benefactor?" Ayen believed this had nothing to do with me, that it was the Morg family who had nearly made her a slave, and she came to wreak havoc with revenge in mind. After saying this, Ayen jumped onto her white wolf mount. She told me her revenge mission was complete, but capturing that Morg clan member wasn't her intention. If I wanted to rescue Camus, I must follow them now. Meanwhile, Adolphe, who had received the news, arrived with his soldiers, but it was already too late. Camus had been taken by a male barbarian to the Red and Black Mountain. Seeing the remaining barbarians trying to leave, Adolphe immediately cast a forbidden magic spell. The moment it contacted the ground, a powerful air current shattered the ground. Nevertheless, the barbarians' mounts could still dodge skillfully, avoiding Adolphe's attack without effort. They successfully escaped over the collapsed wall. Following their escape route, Morg's soldiers reported to Adolphe that the barbarians were heading towards the Forbidden Zone in the Red and Black lands. Hearing this, Adolphe was shocked. That place was full of unknown dangers. Rashly going there would result in heavy casualties even if not total defeat. He also began to doubt his own strength. Has my dear niece been captured, and I, the great Adolphe, am powerless? Seeing this, I explained, if we chase now, we can still catch up, since it takes at least 2.5 days from here to the barbarians' main camp. I also told Adolphe I could be the guide, as I used to visit the Forbidden Zone to farm monsters when I was young. Actually, this was thanks to my being a reincarnator. As soon as I finished speaking, Adolphe urgently told me to act quickly. At this point, a soldier from behind tried to persuade, with our current forces entering the Forbidden Zone is suicide, but before he could finish, Adolphe stopped him and scolded, "This is my beloved niece. If anyone doesn't want to go, feel free to leave. Whether we succeed or not, I won't blame anyone." Now I have no other choice but to place my last hope on Camus's fiancé, my nephew-in-law. The scene shifts, and we arrive at the boundary of the Forbidden Zone and the Red and Black Mountain, although this area is still within Baskerville's territory. As soon as night falls, huge numbers of bloodthirsty monsters suddenly appear. Adolphe is shocked for a good 2.5 years. He finally understands the gap between his family and Baskerville, losing completely just in terms of courage, because everyone accompanying him is from Baskerville. As for me, I serve as the vanguard for the entire team. When monsters block our path, I draw my sword and instantly kill them all. After 2.5 hours, we finally catch up with the barbarians and locate their temporary camp where they're resting. Based on my past life's experience, I remind everyone that barbarians scatter dry leaves 8 meters outside their camp to prevent ambushes when resting, so next we must. Before I could finish, Adolphe cast a spell on my lower limbs, although it was just a low-level spell for him. It's perfectly suited for this situation, effectively eliminating noise while walking. He indicates that he'll handle things from here and I don't need to intervene. Meanwhile, in the camp ahead, Camus is shouting insults at the barbarians, warning them not to let her break free, or she'll burn the entire barbarian tribe to ashes. However, no matter how much she shouts, her guards pay no attention. The reason is simple. Not everyone understands human language like Ayen. Seeing her threats were futile, Camus falls into depression, now only hoping her uncle would come to rescue her. Suddenly, Ahun, the barbarian who captured her, appears from the side. He begins to examine her body up and down, planning to use her as a breeding tool in the future, as knowing Camus's genes are powerful. Seeing this, Camus directly scolds him to stay away from her. But Ahun also doesn't understand what she's saying. The only thing he can confirm is that her eyes show defiance. Ahun immediately grabs Camus's face, then pulls out a bow and arrow, ready to punish the future slave for her resistance. At this moment, Ayen walks over and orders, "Get away from my slave." Naturally, Ahun is upset about having something taken away. "Although you are my commander, Ayen, this Morg family girl was captured by me personally." Ayen immediately questions, "What do you mean captured by you? Can you recognize your own strength? Without my paralyzing needle, without me holding off that sword-wielding boy, do you really think you could escape so easily?" But Ahun still insists on not giving up the slave that's almost in his possession. Ayen decides not to waste more words with him. Her fists begin to emit blue flames. If you don't accept what I'm saying, let's have a duel. Whoever wins gets the slave. Under such intimidation, Hound instantly breaks out in a cold sweat, quickly waving his hand to explain he shouldn't have talked back, and he doesn't want the slave anymore, leaving it to his commander's discretion. Seeing that Ayen seems to have won this confrontation, Camus is about to say something, when Ayen kicks her hard in the chest. Damn it, I was captured as a slave by your Morgue family. If I hadn't been lucky enough to receive some kindness, I would never have been able to escape the fate of being a slave. But you won't have that luck. I will personally tame you, making licking toes one of your daily tasks. Just then, a violent explosion suddenly occurs behind Ayen. By the time she reacts, her subordinates have already suffered heavy casualties, and the one who could instantly kill so many people is none other than the head of the Morgue family, Adolf. You despicable, lowly barbarians, I give you 3 seconds to consider. Release my niece immediately, or don't blame me for showing no mercy. Adolf successfully ambushed the barbarians' temporary camp and ordered his men to eliminate them all. Seeing 2 enemies mounting giant wolves trying to escape, Adolf shouts loudly, "Today, not a single barbarian can be allowed to escape from here." Meanwhile, I secretly sneak to the tree where Camus is tied and make a gesture for her to stay quiet. But when I cut the ropes binding Camus, she excitedly asks if I've come to rescue her. Eventually, my stealth mission is discovered, though Ayen had known I would come. So she expresses approval of my journey across miles and risking death to save the woman I love, giving me a qualified label. Hearing this, I'm completely confused, not understanding what she meant. However, Camus sees through her intentions, and their eyes immediately lock in confrontation. As for me, I'm contemplating how to hide my strength and fight Ayen. Although she could injure my father Hugo and Adolf, according to my previous life's memory, I never saw this person Ayen among the barbarians. Don't tell me the scar on Hugo's nose was deliberately inflicted. I originally suspected she might be the genius archer Night Fox I encountered in my previous life, but Ayen is still young, and her various techniques are not yet mature. Could she be a descendant of Night Fox? At the same time, a poisoned needle hidden in a blind spot aims at Camus. Just as the needle is about to hit Camus, I react quickly and block this sneak attack with my hand. But actually, I had already been aware of the attacker's position. Seeing things developing more and more unfavorably, I tell Camus I will immediately bring her to Adolf, then turn and retreat rapidly toward the distance. Ayen touches her head, feeling troubled. She originally thought I would obediently go with her. Now it seems the soft approach won't work. She'll have to use force. At this moment, 2 barbarian archers blocking the path ahead launch an attack on us. But such level of attack can't hurt me at all. I simply draw my sword and easily block their full force strikes. Little did I know that while I was off guard, Ayen, still standing in place, had drawn her bow. To bring me back, she must take Camus away in the remaining time. In an instant, a terrifyingly powerful arrow shoots out. By the time I notice something is wrong, the arrow is already at point-blank range. Fortunately, Adolf arrives in time, using a wide-range ice magic to save Camus from death. And when he learns his niece has been poisoned, he immediately uses healing magic on Camus. But as this is a tricky, paralyzing poison, Adolf, not born a priest, has no solution. So he decides to take Camus to find the divine Quo Vadis for treatment. But in the next second, Camus actually pushes away her uncle's healing hand, then jumps up and hugs me tightly, thanking me for saving her life again. Seeing this, Adolf freezes. Tears flowing, he says he is actually quite serious about Camus, to which Camus immediately scolds, "Uncle, how old are you? How can you say such corny things? When we get back, I'll definitely tell my mother." At this moment, a lasso suddenly appears, firmly catching my neck. It's obvious who it is. But what Ayen says next leaves me completely baffled. She tells me time is running out, and if I go with her now, I can save my life. As soon as she finishes speaking, a terrifying loud noise suddenly appears. The gray sky is instantly dyed purple. Ayen is now scared and sweating profusely. She knew time was short, but never expected it to come so quickly. Meanwhile, Beelzebub residing in my right hand begins to buzz, constantly warning me of danger. Suddenly, a giant spike shoots out from the ground. The barbarians who know what it is all say, "The monster is coming." But just as Camus is wondering what it is, the spike opens into 8 legs that pierce into the ground. Adolf realizes this entity has an extremely high danger level and immediately stands protectively in front of Camus. Similarly, when I see the 8 legs, I also prepare for defense. I never thought I would encounter it here. If I remember correctly, the attacking monster is the S-rank boss giant Spider Aegis. Because in my previous life, I learned from an old man that an S-rank giant spider is capable of destroying a city within 2.5 minutes. And I can confront it with my iron body gained from the Styx River, as well as Baskerville's 5th sword technique, and the strongest and most important Demon King Beelzebub's sword. At this moment, Adolf as the Elder immediately shields me and Camus, but as the giant spider emits a terrifying roar, Camus is about to scream in fear. I immediately cover her mouth because the giant spider lives in extremely dim light, so its vision is basically degraded, replaced by extremely sensitive touch and hearing. However, just as we're thinking about how to escape, the giant spider suddenly opens its bloody maw and sprays green venom. We see strong tree branches instantly corroded after being contaminated, indicating the extremely high toxicity. Seeing this, I dodge one by one with my agile movements. Adolf protects Camus with a magic barrier, but Ahun hesitated for just 2.5 seconds. His dreadlocks were contaminated by the venom, instantly corroded away. He's now gnashing his teeth in anger, pounding the ground in frustration. Such behavior immediately earns Ian's rebuke. You're a real idiot. You know the giant spider has sensitive hearing, yet you deliberately make such loud noise as soon as she finishes. The giant spider also turns to attack Ian, so Ian immediately orders her subordinates to mount their steeds and flee into the deep forest. But it's precisely this detail that causes the giant spider to switch its attack target to Adolf and his group. Because their escape route doesn't have many trees for cover, it's completely open ground, seeing they can't shake off the giant spider's pursuit. A Morgue magician conjures fire magic, knowing from years of hunting experience that this is the weakness of insect types. As his attack violently strikes out, it hits the monster and causes a powerful explosion. Seeing this, the magician and others show relief. This strike was perfect, but they completely failed to notice the difference in levels. Even if the giant spider's weakness is fire, attacks with extremely low lethality cannot cause fatal damage. In an instant, 2 people are impaled by the giant spider's powerful claws. Even though they shed tears of unwillingness in the end, they couldn't escape their ultimate fate of death. With no alternative, Adolf can only continue trying to stop the giant spider, but Camus's condition poses a dilemma to him. Suddenly, I have an inspiration. I brake hard, turn around, and stop. Staff immediately asks what I'm doing. I respond sternly, if we continue to flee without resistance, everyone will die under the giant spider's attack. We must have someone stand up to temporarily restrict the monster's pursuit. And to discourage staff from volunteering, I immediately question, do you think you have the strength to face an S-rank monster? If not, continue fleeing. Moreover, Baskerville's territory is just ahead, and we absolutely cannot let it step in there half a step, otherwise the consequences will be unbearable. So the only one who has a chance to complete this task is me, and it must be me. I also give Adolf the decision on whether to escape or stay and fight together. But as Camus's condition continues to worsen, Adolf must personally escort her for treatment. Finally, he makes a firm decision. That is to not waste the escape time I've created for the team. Seeing this, Camus cries heartbrokenly, shouting that I must return safely to see her. Hearing this, I feel a bit speechless. A simple lie made everyone believe it was true. After all, even if I lead it to the territory ahead, combining Baskerville and Morgue's current forces, they couldn't defeat the giant spider. But for me, this is undoubtedly the only opportunity to escape Hugo's monitoring. If I can pretend to die in this action, I'll have time to learn until I break through the 10th sword realm. When I'm proficient enough, I'll no longer be manipulated by Hugo, or I can further refine my skills to hide my true strength, then I'll return to the Baskerville family. At this moment, Beelzebub residing in my right hand is already eager for battle. Meanwhile, the shadow of the giant spider also appears above my head. At this moment, I will use all my power without reservation, including the iron body granted by the Styx River. Baskerville's 5th sword technique, and the strongest and most important Demon King Beelzebub sword. Then I transform into a series of afterimages, directly soaring to the giant spider's head. Soon it also detects a terrifying demonic power, but I absolutely won't give it any opportunity. My Beelzebub sword erupts with horrifying magical power. I instantly thrust down toward the giant spider's head. To complete my revenge plan from my previous life, I absolutely cannot miss this opportunity. Seeing the giant spider's claws beginning to make cracking sounds, I actually exceeded the limit and broke through its ultimate defense. At this moment, countless blood gushes from its giant mouth, and my powerful strike forms a huge red shadow filling the entire forest. However, seeing this scene, Camus is also deeply struck in the depths of her heart, along with her helpless cry of being unable to help me. I was evaluated as a genius at 6 years old, entered an assassination organization at 18, broke through to the limit of swordsmanship at 25, and at 36, I annihilated the demon race, leading humans to victory. But my reward for returning in triumph was being personally sent to the guillotine by my father for execution. Now, even though I've been reincarnated and embarked on the path of revenge, this hateful memory still constantly plays out in my mind like flowing traffic. When I open my eyes again, I find myself lying in a strange place, not knowing how many days I've been unconscious. Did I survive that battle? At this moment, I suddenly recall the segment of fighting with the giant spider. If it hadn't been frightened by the dazzling light from the explosion during those 2.5 seconds, I would have died without being able to defeat it. I misjudged the giant spider's strength. Its attack power is a nightmare level for my current self. Now every muscle, bone, and blood vessel is in pain. However, I still don't know why this rope is tied around my neck. Did this rope save my life? But no matter, if things continue to develop like this, I can implement my original plan to escape Hugo's sight. Naturally, I don't need to worry about my death certificate. Camus and the others will all be crucial witnesses. But when I walk out of the crude tent, I discover I've been brought to a barbarian tribal camp. It seems I was captured by some enemy who took advantage of the situation. Meanwhile, behind me, a barbarian female leading 4 slaves walks by quickly, preparing to execute them. I recognize the identity of those 4 slaves. They're from Baskerville's third-rate clans. But as for why I'm being treated differently, I'm still completely puzzled. Suddenly someone calls out to me from behind. It's Hound, who attacked Camus. Seeing that I'm awake, he asks, "How does it feel to watch your compatriots walk to their deaths? I bet you feel desperate and painful, but with your crippled body, you have no strength to resist. Still, you should be grateful your master saved you. Otherwise, you'd end up like those 4 slaves just now." But what he says next completely angers me. "You, the commander's pet dog." At this moment, I once again recall the fate of being dominated by Hugo in my previous life. In this life, no matter what price I pay, I will not repeat that mistake. The killing intent I emit when angered makes Hound feel as if death has descended upon him, but he quickly realizes I'm now a cripple. He immediately swings his fist and lands a heavy blow on my face, then scolds me to quickly follow the rope to find my master, who is at the end of the rope. After saying this, Hound leaves the scene angrily. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but when my body recovers, I will definitely return that punch to that bastard double punch. Then I follow Hound's words, successfully find the end of the rope. To my surprise, the so-called master is actually the barbarian genius girl Ayin. Seeing she's still bathing in the river, I don't know what to say. But at this moment, Ayin suddenly shouts for me to get down and pulls on the rope to forcibly press me to the ground. Then an arrow hits the tree trunk in front of me. Hearing Ayin scold those barbarian children, I realize I was being used as a target. It seems staying here will be quite miserable for a while. After the scolding, Ayin thanks me for saving her life earlier, and she says she has saved me twice. Because in the barbarian tribe, there's a clear rule that debts must be repaid double, but for grudges, they must be repaid tenfold. Hearing this, I ask puzzled, "So this rope is proof that you saved me, right?" "That's right. Without it, you would have been swallowed by the giant spider long ago." Then I ask again, "I'm an enemy of the barbarians. Why am I being treated differently and not executed?" Ayin smiles and says, "That's because your position in Baskerville seems quite high, so I want to see how much money I can exchange for you. It seems I'm in big trouble. If the barbarians really negotiate with Baskerville for my ransom, then my plan to fake death and all subsequent plans will be ruined." At this moment, Ayin suddenly reveals a mischievous smile. "Unfortunately, I don't want money anymore. I just want you to be my slave. So now I'm going to teach you the first step in the slave training manual, which is to call me master whenever you see me from now on." After saying this, she cuts the rope with her sword. However, Ayin believes that before taming me into a slave, she must take me to see someone. This person is the tribe's chief. This is a female-dominated, male-subordinate tribe. Women have become the mainstay supporting the race. They go out every day to find prey with strong genes and capture them to use as slaves for breeding offspring. In contrast, males are born as beggars of the race. They have to go out every day to beg food from women and can only sleep in hammocks. Ayin tells me this is very common in barbarian tribes after all. Which strong woman would refuse a partner with powerful genes? But there are exceptions to everything. Over the centuries, a very small number of men have emerged as strong among males, and the chief's father is one of them. As we chat, we arrive at the central tent. But to my surprise, the moment Ayin enters, she addresses the chief as Mother. Seeing her daughter bring a slave, and a male one at that, she teases, "It seems you've finally brought the genetically strong boy you've been thinking about day and night." Hearing this, Ayin immediately stops her loudly. "I haven't done that. Mother, stop joking. I brought him to see you for other important matters. It seems everything will become more interesting." In other words, the woman standing before me now was the night fox that I knew in my previous life. Also, the female warrior who left a scar on Father Hugo's bridge of nose and made Adolf Morg's mentality explode. So to test the current strength of the barbarian chief, I compare her with my previous life's condition. In frontal confrontation, chance of winning, 0. In sneak attack, chance of winning, also 0. If it's escaping, although there's a 20% chance, this probability isn't for winning, but for the survival rate of escaping from under her eyes. At this moment, the barbarian chief carefully examines me, seemingly unwelcoming of my arrival. But in the next second, she shows a surprised expression. I seem to have seen this face somewhere before. But she doesn't say much more. After all, in her knowledge, most kings look this way. After my identity isn't exposed, my suppressed mood finally eases. I almost thought that with her intuition, she could determine I'm Hugo Baskerville's blood relative. Then the barbarian chief questions why my body is wrapped in bandages. "My precious daughter, the slave you've brought me seems no different from the cripples in the tribe." To which Ayin smiles and explains, "Mother, don't be fooled by his current appearance. He's a man who can go toe-to-toe with a giant spider. It's just that now he needs good treatment, so from now on I want him to be my exclusive slave, following me out hunting every day. Her mother naturally understands her daughter's little intentions, then advises Ayan that twice a night is enough. The most important thing is that the slave's genes must be strong. But she should still be careful about his identity and background, lest she herself ends up getting hurt. After meeting the barbarian chief, Ayan decides to take me to do something big. But on the way, I still can't help asking about what she said before. What exactly do you want me to stay here for? Baskerville's clan rules are very strict. Even if you want to exchange me for ransom, they won't easily agree. Ayan suddenly blushes, saying she was just joking at that time, and what she really wants is for me to stay by her side. But for this by her side, she tells me not to think too perversely like her mother, and the topic ends there. Then comes the first task Ayan assigns to me as a slave, to build a tent for myself to live in. From now on, that will be my residence in the barbarian tribe. After saying this, Ayan can't help but snicker secretly, thinking, that's right, with his arrogant character plus being from the human empire, building a house is definitely an impossible task for him. He will definitely have to beg me for pointers. I will use these methods to make him measure the gap between master and slave. After 2.5 minutes, Ayan, returning from an outing, shows a puzzled expression, because I've already completed building a simple tent during this time, and it even looks quite reliable. It seems Ayan's original plan has been completely ruined, and she had even laboriously gathered a lot of usable tools. Looking at the well-built tent, I can't help but recall memories of fighting abroad in my previous life. At that time, it was the age of destruction. Most Baskerville swordsmen only knew how to swing swords to kill enemies, resulting in a fatal factor of being unable to survive outside for long periods. To solve this problem, Baskerville began to attach importance to it. Before children passed their coming-of-age ceremony, they had to undergo tests in extreme environments, so building a tent is a small matter for me. At this point, Ayan seriously examines various aspects of my work. Whether it's the drainage system or the stability of the tent, everything is perfect. So she asks me how I did it. And out of gratitude for Ayan saving my life, I hold nothing back and tell her everything. First, we need to find lime soil and gravel to mix and make bricks. Then use animal fat to fire harden them for increased durability. I also tell her that during her conversation with the chief, I noticed a major problem with the barbarians' tents. They would definitely be unstable under heavy rain. So, after day and night brick making, Ayan and I decide to use them first to repair the barbarian chief's tent. And with my skilled brick-laying technique, the tent's instability in bad weather is finally resolved. Seeing this, the barbarian chief is incredulous. It seems there are things to learn from the imperial humans after all. Now, even in bad weather, the tribe no longer has to worry about leaking roofs and collapsing houses. So my next task is to work with Ayan to solve the tent problem for the entire tribe. Several days later, I officially enter the miserable life of a slave, having to do laundry, cooking, and other miscellaneous work every day. Ayan finally can't stand it anymore and asks if I really want to continue like this. Haven't I thought about becoming an official member of the barbarian tribe? I respond calmly that doing chores isn't such a bad thing. Indeed, it's better than the scheming Baskerville. Hearing my answer, Ayan knows I must have received professional training. But on the way back, Ayan still insists on persuading me to integrate into their barbarian tribe. She will teach me how to survive and adapt to the environment here, but I'm not interested in these things. Until she says she can untie the rope from my neck, I turn back and ask if it's true, then ask what I need to do, and going out to hunt is Ayan's answer. Because during this time, the barbarians haven't caught any large prey for a long time, causing the tribe's children to lack sufficient nutrition. In other words, if you can change the current situation, then naturally integrating into the barbarian tribe wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, with your skills, being a sparring partner here would definitely be a top-tier existence, so trust me, you won't go wrong. In the future, you'll definitely appreciate me, the hunting department commander. With no choice, I have to agree for now. After all, who could stand having a collar around their neck like a dog every day? But just as we're preparing equipment to go hunting, a figure suddenly appears behind us, eavesdropping. This person is Hound, who wants me dead. You disgusting bastard, I will definitely make you pay the price. It's absolutely impossible for you to survive here. At this moment, I am preparing to head to the hunting ground. However, Ayan told me there is still one thing that must be done. That is to participate in the shaman's prayer ceremony. Legend has it that after killing prey, death will descend. Therefore, to avoid being accidentally harmed by death, one must smear their face with charcoal ash. So hunters, whenever they go out hunting, will receive the blessing of charcoal under the leadership of the shaman Ahuman. Although this is a custom of the barbarian tribe, many people do not acknowledge it, and even feel extremely disgusted, because the young people of the Balak tribe think the shaman is too talkative, feeling there's no need to waste everyone's hunting time just to highlight the shaman's status. His position in the tribe doesn't play a significant role. When I saw Ayan after receiving the charcoal ash baptism, with such gorgeous makeup, I was about to hypocritically compliment her. Ayan immediately angrily wiped off the charcoal ash with her hand. Shut up, I don't get along with the shaman at all. I really hate his practices. At this time, Ayan took out a strange collar and asked me to put it around my neck. I was extremely confused about this. What is this thing? Why change a perfectly good rope into a dog collar? Hearing this, Ayan explained, this thing is very useful. We usually wear it to prevent prey from attacking the neck. After hearing this, I didn't question further. After all, I'm now in a barbarian tribe. Following the customs or habits here is necessary. After all preparations were ready, Ayan and I got on the white wolf ready to depart, and she also reminded me to hold her waist, but hindered by the fact that I have a fiancé in the Empire. I didn't follow her words. But this also caused me to lose my balance immediately when the white wolf suddenly accelerated. Ayan turned her head with a mischievous smile. See, this is what happens when you don't listen to me. I fell heavily into the mud, which made my already broken body even more battered. Seeing this, Ayan couldn't help but laugh out loud. I already reminded you to hold my waist. The starting speed of the white wolf is comparable to that in GTA. Just then, Hound suddenly appeared behind us. Ayan immediately dismounted the wolf to ask what his intentions were. But I didn't even need to think to know he was coming for me. Commander Ayan, it seems you and your crippled slave are having a good time, but let me say this up front. This time I will definitely catch a bigger prey than you. And I guarantee it with my grandfather's honor to replace your position as commander. Ayan didn't want to acknowledge the first two sentences. But regarding the guarantee issue, she raised doubts. Your grandfather only understands shamanism. His status in the Balak tribe doesn't rank at all. And during their conversation, after resting briefly, I was finally able to stand up. But just as I sat up, Ahun swung his foot and delivered a heavy kick to my face. You worthless bastard. Do you have the right to stand up when your master is talking? At the same time, he also questioned Ayan. You put a special dog collar on this crippled slave. Are you thinking of having him fight alongside you during the hunt? Don't joke around, he's purely a burden. Hearing this, Ayan wasn't angry at all, but rather smiled and said, it's up to me, and your observation skills are simply garbage. You don't even know when something on your own belt has been stolen. As Ahun looked down, he immediately showed a shocked face. Where did my bow and arrow go? Only to see me spit out a mouthful of blood and taunt. If you can't even protect your weapon, you don't deserve to have one, let alone think about protecting your loved one. Hearing this, Ahun's face gradually turned unpleasant. Then he picked up his fist and charged at me, but just as the attack was about to hit, Ayan stopped his unreasonable behavior with her bow. Damn it, that's enough. Don't you see whose slave this is? Who are you to discipline him? Ahun immediately retorted, he's just a slave, right? If he shames the warriors of the Balak tribe, he must be punished. Commander Ayan, you go to such lengths to help him? Could it be that you like this crippled slave? Seeing things develop to this point, Ayan had no choice but to cooperate with Ahun. All right. A slave is a slave. If he did something wrong, he should indeed be punished. But I still want to make it clear to you. He is my slave. You have no right to touch a hair on him. After Ayan finished speaking, she swung her fist and heavily rewarded me with a punch. The fresh blood from my mouth stained the grass by the roadside. Damn it, I got hit again. Upon seeing the scene, Ahun was shocked by Ayan's actions. He didn't expect Ayan to be so ruthless. I fainted on the ground, and Ayan angrily said, so now are you happy? But I know why you hate him so much. It's nothing more than the girl you caught earlier being rescued. At the same time, let me warn you now. If next time I find out you dare to punish my slave without permission, the consequences will be unbearable. If you understand, get out of here right now. But why am I so unlucky? Being kicked for no reason is one thing. Now I've been rewarded with a punch. When we rode the white wolf to continue on our way, Ayan apologized for what she had done earlier, and asked if my face still hurt. Seeing that I didn't respond, she anxiously explained that because Ahun is a petty and stubborn person who holds grudges, I hit you to make him stop bothering us. But despite Ayan's continuous words, I still didn't respond. At this point, Ayan suddenly did a big backflip backwards. Did that punch hurt your mouth? Is the injury life-threatening? Helplessly, I could only respond, my face is swollen, it hurts to talk. As soon as I finished speaking, Ayan moved closer to me and used her tongue to lick my wounded area. Afterwards, she shyly said to me, if you have any requests from now on, I will do my best to help you. Hearing this, I was extremely surprised, really? My current status is a slave. Seeing this, Ayan guaranteed with her honor, a warrior of the barbarian tribe will absolutely never break their word. So I lowered my head and fell into deep thought. This made Ayan fantasize, thinking perhaps it's time to make babies. But when I expressed my request, Ayan's heart instantly cooled. I said, anything would be fine. Why don't you teach me how to shoot a bow first? Ayan laughed awkwardly. Then starting tomorrow, we'll begin some special training. The next morning, Ayan began teaching me archery, though her method of teaching shooting was indeed malicious. On one hand, mocking that I had no talent in this area. On the other hand, using her hands to hold my waist and carefully guide me. Although Ayan tried to explain that this was the best method, hindered by my injured waist that hadn't healed, she deliberately twisted forcefully and fixed my body for a long time, making me deeply believe she had malicious intentions. Fortunately, at this moment, the white wolf Balira suddenly emerged from the bushes, making Ayan stop the torment of my waist. But just as I hadn't rested long, Ayan called me to get up quickly. Balira had already discovered the location of the target. At this moment, I couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. If I were to have another confrontation with large prey this time, I'm afraid my survival would be difficult to guarantee. Afterwards, following Balira's guidance, we found a place filled with sharp rocks and a very ordinary mountain stream. But Ayan seriously said, don't be deceived by its appearance. This stream is where the ocean converges. The prey we want will come here to feed and occupy this place. And the prey's food is precisely the salmon attempting to cross the mountain ridge. My grandmother once told me a legend. Salmon always believe that if they successfully swim up the waterfall, they will evolve into powerful and fierce beasts. However, most salmon fall from the waterfall midway due to exhaustion, although some lucky salmon that fall down aren't injured and can try again. But if they are pierced by sharp rocks, then they will also be punished by nature, becoming a meal in the stomach of the forest's ox bear. But seeing it at first glance, I was full of doubts, because according to the information I understood, the ox bear doesn't look like this. Hearing this, Ayan explained, this is not an ordinary ox bear. It is a purebred type that has experienced countless life and death battles, as can be seen from the permanent scars all over its body. So I asked again, so our prey today is it, right? Unexpectedly, Ayan gave a negative response. I didn't ask Balira to find a female ox bear for me, because they are several times more ferocious than males. So our target today is the male ox bear that comes to court the female ox bear. And at the moment their eyes met, that female ox bear actually started to fight fiercely. Soon several minutes passed. The dozen or so male ox bears were beaten and fled in disarray. This scene truly shattered my three views, completely going against the conventional script in my understanding. The animal kingdom should be where males engage in one-on-one combat until a winner is selected who can then gain the female's favor. Ayan mockingly said this is a flawed logic. Because the animals here almost all go against the survival rules, powerful females often choose the weakest mates. Hearing this, I was incredibly surprised. It's exactly as Ayan said. The female side really looks for males they can boss around. Next, Ayan explained the reason. When a strong male gets XEI'd, there are situations where it kills its partner, so they're not popular among the ox bears. That is why females look for weaker and smaller partners. I tease similar to how the Balak warriors select their partners. Then Ayan continued to ask, do you know what kind of men are most popular in the tribe? It must be those with strong DNA genes, and if they are weakened due to injury, that's even better. Hearing this, I was puzzled. This means that all the barbarian tribe wants is genes. They don't care about a man's appearance or other aspects. At this moment, I became more determined. I must recover my body as soon as possible. Otherwise, I will definitely not escape this damned fate. As for what we should do next, it's just to wait, because during the mating process, the female ox bear will exhaust all the strength of the male ox bear. And as indescribable sounds echoed through the mountains, I knew that that kind of battle had officially begun. However, to ensure the female ox bear successfully conceives, in these 2.5 days, I will follow Ayan's instructions and personally deliver food to them. And at our simple camping spot, Ayan also patiently explained the principles involved. In her hand was a pink fruit. If a male eats just one, it can increase his fighting power tenfold compared to normal, but it is also a harmful type of fruit. But most males choose to eat it because they want to better handle the female. However, just as I picked up the food Ayan had cooked, and at the moment, I drank it. Ayan asked me how many times I could go in one night, and even mocked that men from the Empire seemed to finish in just a few seconds. This is what she heard from her grandmother. At this moment, I was speechless. Who wants to mate with you? When I recover and tolerate this, I will definitely turn the tables. Meanwhile, Ayan's pupils suddenly contracted. Then she hurriedly picked up her bow and arrow, telling me to get up quickly and start moving, because at this moment the female ox bear had let out an angry roar. This also meant that she had conceived. Next, she would drive away the male ox bear who had exhausted all his strength. Seeing the male really run out of the cave in a miserable state, Ayan said to me, this is terrible, the male ox bear has run far away, now we can only hunt the extremely dangerous female one. Ayan explained the situation to me. Because after mating, the male ox bear is no different from other animals invading the territory, so often the female ox bear will warn it not to come back. But this is irrelevant to us. What we need to do now is to follow closely behind the female ox bear that just finished mating. It will definitely want to find a hidden place after continuous fighting. When it enters dreamland, that will be the best time for us to strike. The scene changes. Ayan and I came to an icy place where the freezing wind blew and not a blade of grass grew. Compared to the forest, it is absolutely a better place to hide. It seems the ox bear's intelligence is quite high. But in such low temperature, my body soon sent out discomfort. At this time, Ayan also discovered something was wrong and quickly asked if I was feeling cold. If so, I could get closer to her. Otherwise, when the body temperature drops, causing the body to stiffen, it will affect the hunting action. Hearing this, after pondering for a while, I decided to believe Ayan had no other bad intentions, resolutely choosing to hold her waist to save my life. In an instant, Ayan's cheeks flushed red. Just as she was fantasizing, Balira's reaction brought her back to reality. Originally, they were following the ox bear's footprints. However, at this time there appeared a break, which means, before Ayan could finish speaking, in a gap beside her, a pair of crimson eyes were staring at her. And the exhausted ox bear, knowing its whereabouts were exposed, also decided to take countermeasures. What rushed forward was the ox bear's powerful swipe of its paw. The scene returns to the Balak tribe. Hound successfully brought back a 3-meter-tall spiked wild boar to the tribe. The people of the tribe also continuously praised him after seeing it. Plus, Hound went alone. This made the people of the tribe unanimously believe that in the next election for the hunting group leader, it would definitely be him. Hearing this, Hound was extremely excited. Everything he did was to replace Ayan. At this moment, he was gradually losing himself in the tribe's praise, even mocking that Ayan, bringing a crippled slave, probably couldn't even catch a decent rabbit when she returns. At this time, Ayan, who had sensed the crisis, although she reacted in time, was frozen in place because of her instinctive fear. Fortunately, I timely grabbed Ayan's waist, forcibly leaning backward to avoid the tragic accident. However, the serious loss of balance also made us fall heavily to the ground. Balira, seeing his master being bullied, also opened his bloody mouth to attack the ox bear. Even though Balira successfully bit the ox bear's arm, in the face of the absolute difference in level, his attack couldn't have any effect at all. Seeing this, I reminded Ayan to avoid confronting the ox bear head-on. At that time, we should flank from the left and right, cooperating with Balira to attack the ox bear's weakest spot. But as soon as I finished speaking, Ayan ordered me to find a place to hide at the back. She would protect my life. However, this was actually Ayan wanting to show her authority as a master. Thinking that disobeying orders would earn me a punch, I found a large rock big enough to hide my figure. But I still felt puzzled. Logically, a slave should be at the front line instead of hiding. I really couldn't understand the strange rules of the barbarian tribe. Meanwhile, Ayan rode Balira jumping back and forth on the rugged mountains. They planned to launch an attack from the air, leaving the bulky ox bear with no power to resist. And after being hit by multiple arrows, the ox bear also frantically hid behind rocks wanting to avoid the shooting, but it completely underestimated the opponent's strength. In the face of Ayan's arrow skills imbued with magic, obstacles couldn't provide any protection, just like decorations. Even city walls would be penetrated and collapse in place after she used her full power. But this time what surprised me was, the arrows Ayan shot didn't penetrate the rocks, but used the impact with the rocks to produce shockwaves, attacking the ox bear hiding behind, and even precisely hitting its weakest spot on the abdomen. Such superior archery skills made me admire her greatly. The ability to perfect shooting into an art form, and the skill to flawlessly capture the prey's weaknesses. Only the descendants of the Night Fox could achieve this. If judging by talent alone, Ayan's strength in the future might surpass the future Magic Queen Camus. At this time, the ox bear, after being hit with a fatal blow, also continuously bled from its mouth. Probably knowing its life wouldn't last long, it also decided to stop running away. Instead, it turned around and charged fiercely at the enemy attacking it. Seeing this, Ayan wasn't panicked at all, still continuously pulling the bowstring and shooting at the prey's head. Seeing the ox bear was already in a precarious situation, Ayan once again infused magic into her arrow, preparing to finish off the ox bear with a full power killing move. After the magic-imbued arrow was shot, the surrounding air, affected by the shockwave, even showed a slight vibration. This move could be said to penetrate 2 cities. Originally thinking the ox bear would perish after the wild charge. Unexpectedly, in the critical moment, its eyes suddenly emitted a fierce light, using its own intelligence to cleverly dodge the attack, although its right horn couldn't escape. But it successfully rammed into the enemy, threatening it. And Ayan, who was hit, also rolled more than 100 meters away. At this moment, she finally understood why this female ox bear had so many male suitors. Because in the entire ox bear tribe, it was more than 10 times smarter than other females. But Ayan also overlooked what her mother had reminded her before. When a fierce beast is on the brink of death, they will burst out with unprecedented wildness and attacking power, until they kill the enemy threatening their life. Ayan looked at the ox bear that had already appeared in front of her. The instinct of fear once again froze her in place. She knew her life was about to end here. But just as the ox bear opened its mouth, I finally couldn't watch anymore. You should have finished showing your authority, right? Now it's my turn, only to see my eyes emitting a fierce light. Then I summoned the Beelzebub sword parasitic in my right hand, directly striking into the approaching ox bear's mouth. In an instant, a powerful flame burst forth. The ox bear completely lost its life after being hit. However, just as I was about to mock Ayan for overestimating herself, I, who had forcibly relied on my injured body to use demon power, suddenly had a cardiac arrest and fell to the ground. After Ayan and I returned to the tribe with great difficulty, everyone celebrated together. The food that we and Hound brought back would be enough for the tribe to eat for several months. Ayan asked me how it felt to become the hunter hero. I felt nothing special. She said the ox bear isn't just strong and fierce, but it's highly intelligent. So it is an honorable catch. That's the reason why we've been chosen as the main figures of this pillaging ceremony. IT's different from a boar that's sluggish, scared, and poos whenever IT runs away. At this time, a Hound, dissatisfied, came over. He brought over a bowl of meat soup. Looking at it with only sparse pieces of meat, most of it being soup, I asked, "Why don't I get lots of meat?" Ian explained, "IT is a tradition of the Balaks. The one who contributes the most in the hunt gets the least amount of meat and gains that much honor in return." I immediately felt speechless. Isn't meat better than some useless honor? But fortunately, I had a better gain in this hunt. That is, after defeating the ox bear, I successfully plundered its A-level skill kilogram hammer. Just by holding my breath, I could increase my body weight to a terrifying 600 kilograms in a short time. For me, who could hold my breath in the Styx River for up to 30 minutes, this was simply like cheating. And after eating the strong ox bear meat, the injuries on my body also recovered a lot. Probably in another 2.5 days I could move freely. Ian walked over at this time and shyly said to me, "Hey slave, you're probably not full, right?" I took this away from the shaman, who wanted this part, and brought IT to you since IT's a hunter's right. I said, "I already eaten a portion of meat, a bowl of blood, and a portion of intestines." But Ian insisted that I eat it. She said, "If your eyes are bad, you eat the eyes. If your heart is weak, you eat the heart. If your limbs are weak, you eat its legs." And naive me thought it was an intestine again, thinking Ian felt my digestive system wasn't good. So she gave it to me to eat. At this time, multiple women from the tribe deliberately came over shouting loudly, "Captain Ian, I advise you not to have inappropriate thoughts about a slave," even though Ian strongly denied it. But it seemed they all knew what this long ox bear internal organ really was. And I hadn't realized something was wrong yet, trying hard to chew it. When night fell, I came to a huge broken tree, only to see that around the tree there were traces of recent corrosion by poison. It seems what Ian said was indeed correct. The giant spider would really be here to eat. They took the most tender parts of the prey caught by all the people in the tribe, all placed on this broken tree. At first I was quite confused, asking if this was how the barbarian tribe stored food. Hearing this, Ian concentrated on looking at the distant sky. She told me these foods were all sacrifices to the giant spider. If they didn't do this, then the barbarian tribe would not be allowed to live on this piece of land in the Red and Black Mountain. It was also at this time that I realized, when encountering the giant spider, Ian and others clearly showed a more fearful expression. It seems my reckless behavior almost destroyed the entire barbarian tribe. The next morning, all the females in the tribe lined up in front of the Council of Elders tent, all dressed up and ready to marry me. But I, kept in the dark, didn't know the seriousness of the situation, because the biggest contributor to this hunting action must marry any female from the tribe in the future. Just then, those in line showed panicked faces, because Ian had returned from hunting. Only to see her angrily scolding this group of presumptuous people. "I worked hard yesterday distributing food to you, and today you blatantly come to steal what belongs to me." After hearing Ian's words, people also began to show dissatisfaction. "The Council of Elders hasn't made a decision yet. How can you say that slave belongs only to you?" Ian retorted. "If you think it's unfair, then go out on your own strength and rope one." But they said, they only want this one, because at the edge of the empire, there is no one as handsome and imposing as me, seeing they still wouldn't give up. Ian suddenly burst out energy ready for a bloodbath. "If you think there are no decent men in the empire, then how about I send you to hell to find some?" After this fierce talk, the unmarried women of the tribe were immediately scared and fled in disarray. At this time, Ian was extremely troubled, saying that before my body had recovered, those people had already started to fight over me. If I had known it would be like this. Yesterday, I shouldn't have let me eat the ox bear's vital part in public. Then she looked around searching for her slave. Yet Ian didn't notice at all that I was standing right behind her. And after hearing all these words from her, I was completely speechless, which means the thing I ate yesterday was that disgusting thing, oh my god. After a while, Ian found me, telling me there would be a merit ceremony, at which time I would become the most glorious hunter of the tribe. And I could also make a request to the barbarian tribe chief and have it fulfilled. But regarding what I should do next, Ian had already planned everything for me. Soon we arrived at the tribe's meeting hall. To host this, they had even hung festive red cloth. And I, under the chief's gaze, and also under the observation of various elders and tribe members, put on the clothes of the tribe's most glorious hunter. But what surprised me most was, the usually cold and heartless night fox Aquila actually made me feel a tenderness I had never experienced before. At this time, Aquila smiled and said, "In view of your hunting rewards yesterday, I will exempt you from your status as a bottom-level slave in the tribe. From now on, you will officially become a member of our big family." As soon as the words fell, the shaman Ahuman among the elders coughed, seemingly not approving the chief's exemption decision for an empire enemy. And before this ceremony was held, Ian had actually already told me. Ahuman is Ahun's grandfather. Naturally, his dissatisfaction with me would be the greatest. Meanwhile, Aquila slowly stood up, then asked me what kind of wish I wanted to fulfill. If I wanted to marry and have children with any female in the tribe, she could arrange it for me. If I wanted to get one or more slaves, that could also be arranged. And Ayan was urgently giving me hand signals, telling me, "You didn't forget what I told you, right?" Hearing this, I pretended to close my eyes and start thinking about the problem. This part was actually also a step in Ayan's plan. After 2 minutes, I showed a determined expression. If the chief is willing, I want to soak my body in the hero's spring. But as soon as my words fell, whether it was tribespeople or elders, all were shocked on the spot. As for Aquila, with a serious face, choosing the hero's spring, do you know what that means? Just as I was about to answer, I was scolded by the shaman elder, a human sitting beside me. "Nonsense, how dare you, an outsider, be so arrogant? You should know that to enter the hero's spring, one must at least have an impressive combat record in the tribe to qualify." After hearing Ahuman's words, Ahun sitting at the opposite corner also agreed, Yes, to enter the hero's spring one must prove their strength. Not just anyone can enter as they please, but Ayin seemed displeased. Because in this hunting action, not only did I catch the extremely powerful ox bear, but also let the entire tribe eat to their heart's content for 2 months. Then Aquila asked again, "How much do you know about the hero's spring?" And I firmly replied, "Its biggest function is healing. As long as you soak in it for a few minutes, no matter what internal or external injuries will be instantly healed. It's just that it takes a very long time for the spring water to gather, so its value of use is definitely extremely high. To enter, one must be among the most powerful in the barbarian tribe." After carefully listening to my explanation, Aquila couldn't help but appreciate me more, then she fell into deep thought. Seeing this scene, the rest of the tribe's elders also expressed their opinions. Some people thought that a lowly outsider shouldn't be allowed to use the hero's spring. Others felt that my talent was extraordinary, and cultivating me in the future would definitely result in a powerfully strong general. Seeing this, a human also took the opportunity to mock. Since when has our precious hero's spring become a small spring eye that can accommodate countless people? Looking at Aquila, she only felt it was a pity. She could fulfill this request. But the opposition of most people, and the firm obstruction of the shaman elder, for a moment she still couldn't give a response. Just then, a reporting bell suddenly rang from outside. So I asked with a puzzled face, "Could it be that the sentinel tower has discovered invading enemies?" Hearing this, Ayan explained, "Those coming this time are not enemies, but guests. It seems that this visit is of great significance to the barbarian tribe." Aquila hurriedly instructed the people here to go out and welcome them. As for the hero's spring, she would let me discuss it properly after the matter was dealt with. This was naturally a good sign for me. But seeing that his various arguments could not convince the chief, a human's eyes were instantly filled with hatred. After Ayan and I hurried to the sound, many people from the tribe had already gathered here. Unexpectedly, the scene that met my eyes actually shocked me, only to see countless merchants bringing goods to the barbarian tribe. Then Ayan told me these people were all here to exchange goods. Relatively, they could get rare goods that could only be bought from the empire. For this, I felt extremely confused, because the flag on the visitor's cart belonged to one of the 7 families, the bourgeois family. But to come here, one would have to pass through the territories guarded by Moog and Baskerville. Naturally, this kind of merchant behavior would not be allowed, so they could only come in another way, that is smuggling. As the merchants displayed various empire goods, the tribe's people offered various leather and sweaters as exchange items. But the best-selling one was still the glass bead known as the Dreamy Sleepiness. However, I determined at a glance that these merchants were implementing fraud. They wanted to use the information gap of the barbarian tribe to exchange extremely low-value things for high-value items. Just then, Ayen suddenly scolded the trading merchant. The reason was that she had exchanged a diamond for just 1 corn, but I had thought she had seen through the unfairness of the trade. Unexpectedly, her next words left me speechless. How is 1 enough? At least 2 would be fair. And seeing Ayen's actions, the rest of the barbarian tribe members also followed suit. In the end, they also got double the exchange items. Seeing this, I immediately turned and left, afraid of being recognized. Meanwhile, a little girl found a merchant, saying she wanted to exchange for a glass bead. But when the merchant saw what the little girl brought for exchange, his face immediately showed disgust. Then he knocked away the insect in her hand and turned to leave, leaving the little girl kneeling alone on the ground checking the insect's injuries. Originally, this was internal to the barbarian tribe. I didn't want to interfere and cause trouble. Until that merchant said a sentence, he wanted to take that little girl as a slave to sell. I decided to unveil this scam that had been going on for who knows how long. I first told him not to hurry to leave, then firmly said to him, "This is an unfair trade." Ayan nearby seemed to discover something unusual. She didn't understand why I suddenly painted my body gray. Seeing a barbarian who understood the empire's language, the merchant also pretended to be friendly and greeted. But I still told him not to change the subject, because this is a fraudulent, unfair trade. Unexpectedly, he firmly told me not to make trouble. He believed he had already done his utmost, and this was a trade permitted by the shaman elder on behalf of the forest god. So I seized the opportunity, pointing at the vegetables in front of me and said, "The corn you brought is at most worth 100 gold coins each. But the diamond you exchange is at least 2 million gold coins each. Is this what you call doing your utmost? After hearing what I said, the merchant was scared and breaking out in cold sweat. As for how I would expose them next, I took out a glass bead known as the Dreamy Sleepiness. This thing is the main source of income for the Empire's underground organizations, an illegal drug that causes hallucinations once inhaled. Excessive use can even turn healthy, strong people into walking corpses. Having said that, I crushed it into pieces with a firm grip. When the merchant saw that there was someone knowledgeable among the barbarians, he immediately signaled with his eyes for the others to flee. Since Ayan understood some Imperial language, she seemed to hear that the glass beads would damage health and raised her doubts, to which I gave her a firm answer. At that moment, she became furious. She immediately took out her weapon and shot an arrow at the merchant who was still playing dumb. Now the entire tribe knew about the harm of the glass beads. They decided to confront the merchants for answers. Seeing the situation deteriorate, they abandoned their goods and fled on horseback. I asked Ayan why she didn't chase after them, but the experienced hunter told me that as merchants, they wouldn't give up easily after suffering a loss, and they would certainly return with reinforcements for revenge. Meanwhile, the merchants arrived at a camp, where a group of thugs with weapons had gathered. It seemed there would inevitably be a fierce battle tonight. When night fell, Ayan's White Eagle came to report the situation. As we stood on the highest cliff of the Red and Black Mountain, watching those merchants who had found reinforcements, Ayan decided to launch a preemptive attack to completely annihilate those cunning merchants. At the same time, the merchants had also planned their strategy, preparing to secretly infiltrate the barbarians' most weakly guarded area and launch a surprise fire attack. But on the way, the one-eyed leader of the mercenaries began to mock his employers, saying he had always thought the barbarians were despicable and working with those savages was unrealistic. It would be better to exterminate them or sell them as slaves for money. Although the merchant endured the verbal humiliation, he still kindly warned the mercenaries. In his understanding, the barbarians were one of the strongest tribes, and it wouldn't be easy to wipe them out with just their few dozen men. However, One Eye remained dismissive after hearing this, claiming he had never failed a mission since birth. He even boasted that he was an undefeated elite in the entire mercenary business. So One Eye forcibly set the commission for this task, taking 50% of the total income from this deal. But at this point, the merchant didn't care about making money anymore. He just hoped that, as the mercenaries said, they could wipe out the entire barbarian tribe. As he spoke, he handed a lit match to his subordinate. Just then, two men had a disagreement over lighting cigarettes. It turned out one of the mercenaries was a newly joined intern. He didn't know that continuous lighting was a major taboo on the battlefield, but ignoring advice, he snatched the match and lit his cigarette. He thought it was just superstition, but before he could be arrogant for even a few minutes, his forehead was pierced by an arrow, which also caused his companions to meet their demise. The merchant immediately shouted toward the rear, "Defensive positions! The barbarians have likely launched a preemptive strike." Ayan's appearance in the distance confirmed the merchant's guess, but by then it was already too late. Tonight, Ayan would absolutely not let anyone who dared harm her tribe escape from this forest. As for me standing on the side, I was shocked by the barbarian's strength. I never imagined that every barbarian archer could hit their desired target by aiming at just a tiny bit of firelight from a distance. Meanwhile, a group of people carrying wooden barrels appeared behind me, which was the key element in my plan to earn the respect of the entire tribe. I ordered them to tie the barrels with ropes, and then shoot them with arrows to the enemy's position. As the barrels were fixed one by one between tree trunks, they quickly formed a web above the enemy. The mercenaries were stunned, not knowing what trick the barbarians were playing. In the next second, the barrels exploded when hit by fire arrows, and the chain reaction of explosions instantly trapped the mercenaries and merchants in a sea of fire. Some were directly consumed by the flames. Then I took the opportunity to infiltrate the enemy camp, and found the merchant who had been shot by Ayan earlier. My eyes gleamed with ferocity. From my standpoint, I would never let any outlaw go unpunished. The merchant, realizing his life was in danger, still defiantly shouted despite his inner fear. He pulled out a so-called inspection permit from Consul Baskerville. "If you dare kill me, you won't escape the Empire's legal punishment." Hearing this, I stopped pretending. I don't remember ever giving anyone a permit. The merchant finally realized that the person before him was the very consul he had mentioned. Before he could kneel and beg for mercy, his forehead and heart were pierced by my arrows. Those who dare forge Baskerville legal documents must be killed without exception. Suddenly, Ayan found me and urged, "We must flee quickly, or we'll both be seriously injured." On the other side, the defending mercenaries realized something was wrong. The expected arrow attack was gradually decreasing. Some thought the barbarians weren't good at close combat and might be running away. Hearing this, they became confident and wanted to launch a counterattack toward the barbarians' main camp. Little did they know that behind them, Giant Spider had been summoned by the earlier explosions. With just one step, it slaughtered all those people. Seeing this, Ayan couldn't help but praise me. She hadn't expected that I would think of using the Giant Spider power, firmly believing that after completing this task, I could become the strongest and wisest warrior of the barbarian tribe. But when I saw the Giant Spider again, I fell into deep thought, wondering what kind of power would be needed to defeat it. The scene changes, and Aquila held another ceremony to honor me. She also agreed to my request to use the hero's spring. Everyone present no longer had objections, except for the shaman, a human. His lips turned purple with anger, but as the minority must submit to the majority, he couldn't interfere anymore. Then Aquila ordered Ayin to take me to the hero's spring to recover from my injuries. Before leaving, Ayin couldn't help but mock a human. It turned out he had once proclaimed a curse. He had solemnly told the entire tribe that if they couldn't buy the glass beads known as the dreamy sleepiness from the merchants, they would all suffer the death curse of the forest god. Of course, some believed it and some didn't, but now it seemed a human's words would no longer be credible. Hearing this, I glanced at a human. It seemed the so-called shaman was just a hypocrite. This trade between the barbarians and merchants was nothing but a capital scam. As night fell, I finally immersed my battered body in the legendary hero's spring. Although it was far away, its effects were indeed as Ayin had described. In essence, the hero's spring is what's known as the Styx River, but here there are no Baskerville age restrictions. But what extremely annoyed me was that Ayin actually joined me in the spring. So I questioned her. Don't you know that if two people bathe together, the effect will be halved? Hearing this, Ayin angrily told me not to be so stingy. Since I had officially joined the Balak tribe as part of this big family, I should be selfless. Moreover, Ayin thought I should thank the person who discovered this hot spring. Although he is now elderly, it's worth knowing that he was the strongest warrior in the tribe who could fight the giant spider to a draw. Hearing this, I joked, if this story is true, I will definitely respect that strongest warrior. Ayin instantly became annoyed. Believe it or not, I believe it. But after soaking for 2.5 hours, Ayin's face suddenly turned red. She suddenly remembered what her mother had said. If her slave could recover through the hero's spring, he would make a good husband in the future. Yes, you must belong to me alone. Just then, Ayin suddenly told me that she had known all along those merchants were black-hearted cheats and pursuing excessive profits was their norm. However, she wouldn't stop such behavior because she thought the diamonds mined by the barbarians were useless. They couldn't be eaten or used, just pretty decorations. Hearing this, I mocked her lack of insight and asked, do you know how many ears of corn a diamond can buy in the empire? Unexpectedly, Ayin confidently replied, at most 20 or 30, showing she had no understanding of imperial prices. I grinned and said, are diamonds really that worthless in your eyes? They're one of the most valuable gems in the world. Just from the goods the merchants brought that day, a single diamond could easily exchange for all of them. Hearing this, Ayin was so shocked her jaw nearly dropped. Since her birth, the value of food had always been paramount to her. But then Ayin accidentally called me a slave again, which made me quite angry. I immediately solemnly reminded her that I was now a member of the barbarian tribe, and she should address me by my proper name. As soon as I finished speaking, Ayin's voice suddenly deepened. Then she used her hand to lift my chin. I don't want you to be my slave, nor do I want to call you Vikir. What I want is all of. But before she could express her affection, 4 kids suddenly appeared behind her, and Ayin was mortified. Before she could recover, those kids came over to greet me, leaving me standing there stunned. With my emotional intelligence of 180, I really couldn't guess what Ayin wanted to call me. But seeing the kids playing freely in the hero's spring, Ayin immediately scolded them angrily, if you want to play, go play on the shore. This place was given to Vikir by the chief. If the effect is halved again, his recovery period will be longer. Hearing this, I immediately mocked Ayin. Didn't you say stinginess wouldn't appear among the barbarians? Why are you being so petty with the children now? Soon Ahun brought 2 more little girls over and told me and Ayin that this was the chief's latest order. Because these children had eaten the glass beads sold by the merchants, the chief wanted the hero's spring to detoxify them. Ayin was immediately furious. She had prepared this whole plan for so long, so she resolutely decided to settle accounts with her mother when she got back. But to my surprise, Ahun voluntarily expressed his apology to me. It turned out his sister was also a victim of the glass beads. If I hadn't exposed the merchant's plot, he might have lost his beloved sister. I just responded with a yeah, as this was what I should have done. However, Ahun still confidently reminded me that apologizing didn't mean surrender for him, and issued a challenge for a duel in 2 years. Hearing this, I showed disdain. Try if you can, but don't be even more useless than you are now. When Ayin saw Ahun like this, her previous anxiety that Ahun was coming to make trouble was relieved. As for that sentence, we'll talk about it later. After all, they're only 15 years old now, and there's still plenty of time ahead. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. The duel appointment between Ahun and me was fulfilled, but before even 1 round, he was defeated by me. However, while Ahun and the others were shocked, I was also surprised. I never expected that after gaining the power of the hero's spring, my strength would improve so dramatically. Seeing that Ahun couldn't continue the duel, I decided to do something more important. Suddenly, Ahun's follower said, I heard that guy's archery is now on par with Captain Ayin. If you ask me, he's a monster now. But another follower completely disagreed, saying if he were to punch Ahun's nose, he could also make it bleed. Hearing this, Ahun corrected his misunderstanding. explaining that what injured his nose wasn't a fist, but the wind from the swinging fist. Meanwhile, I came to a huge stone wall and left 6 large dents in it. Clearly, my strength had broken through to the 6th sword technique. Although there was still a long way to go to reach the most complete and strongest 10th sword technique, achieving this level at 17 was unprecedented since the Empire's establishment. At the same time, my Beelzebub sword had increased to absorb and copy 6 skills. It could be said that my strength now was infinitely close to Hugo's. With the assassination techniques I learned in my previous life, plus the newly learned barbarian archery, the revenge plan would proceed earlier than expected. The scene changes, and Ian and I were hunting a large snake. From the traces it left, the prey was large enough to feed the entire settlement for 3 meals. But Ian, usually the most cautious hunter, seemed preoccupied. However, when Ian noticed that I seemed to be observing her, her cheeks immediately burned. She hurriedly turned to stroke Balira to ease the awkwardness, but finally she couldn't hide it anymore. She took out a dagger from behind, and told me this was found on a captured Imperial person, although one had managed to escape. From the snake pattern on it, I was certain. It belonged to the Leviathan family, one of the Empire's 7 great families. But when Ian saw my serious expression, she suddenly asked me, "Vikir, do you want to return to Baskerville?" Hearing this, I was instantly speechless, not knowing how to respond. But Ian's next words made me realize I couldn't stay here much longer, because in these 2 years, the woman I had once captured had been coming to the deep forest. According to reliable information from the barbarian sentries, she was looking for an Imperial person. I think her target is you, Vikir. Moreover, Ian told me she had come to the deep forest more than once or twice. Since that encounter when both parties were attacked by that giant spider, that woman and her search team had been conducting a thorough search. Then Ian reluctantly asked again, "Do you want to go back with her? I feel she cares about you a lot." After hearing all this from Ian, I contemplated with a solemn face about the various decisions I would face. However, regarding whether I would return to Baskerville, there was only one answer in my heart: impossible. Although this feeling somewhat betrayed Camus's persistence toward me, for the sake of annihilating Baskerville, I had to hide and break through to the 10th sword technique. As for Ian, after hearing that I didn't want to return to the Empire, she was silent for a while. Then she showed me a happy expression. It turned out she had always thought I stayed with the barbarians because I had lost contact with the Empire. Now she was finally at ease, knowing that from now on I could hunt powerful prey with her and Balira. As for me, I also breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the Imperial people still couldn't confirm whether I was alive. And after perfectly hiding my power, I would absolutely not let Hugo easily discover any traces I left behind. However, looking back, Camus constantly searching for me could also be a task in the diplomatic relations between the 2 races. I just remembered that initially, the relationship between the 2 tribal leaders wasn't very friendly. Could it be that due to my death, the diplomatic ties had become stronger? Looking at it this way, sooner or later I would have to secretly sneak out of the deep forest to investigate what was happening outside. Just then, irregular bubbles suddenly appeared in the water, followed by an 8-meter-long giant fish that leaped out. Ian didn't find this strange, as this type of fish daring to jump from water to land meant the rainy season was about to arrive in the deep forest. And judging by its size, this rainy season should be very long. But what I focused on wasn't how big the fish was, but why there was a spear in its belly. After I cut it open with my sword, what appeared before our eyes was a corpse corroded by gastric acid to just bones and tattered clothing. From the necklace the person was wearing, Ian could determine that the person eaten by the fish was from the Rococo tribe, also belonging to the barbarians. And there was an extremely suspicious point. Because this type of fish naturally has an IQ of -2.5 and usually feeds on completely decomposed corpses. Moreover, humans are the creatures they fear most, so how could they actively attack humans? So to investigate, we decided to head to Rococo's outpost, because it's possible they had encountered some kind of disaster. Soon, Ian and I arrived at our destination in the evening. But the scene before us made us hesitate and feel terrified. All the Rococo warriors guarding the tribal entrance were dead, and they all had strange red spots on their bodies. Having traveled extensively in my previous life, I had experienced and witnessed various injuries and diseases. Red spots combined with diarrhea and vomiting symptoms. This was clearly that terrible contagious disease, the Red Death. The appearance of red spots would be accompanied by continuous vomiting and diarrhea, weakness throughout the body, and extreme pain, eventually torturing both spirit and flesh to death. In my previous life, due to its large-scale outbreak and inability to be controlled, it nearly killed all the barbarian tribes. Meanwhile, Ian also noticed something unusual. At what should be dinner time for the tribe, there was no cooking smoke from the Rococo settlement. So we were vigilant and decisively continued deeper into the Rococo tribe. But there were no signs of villager activity, and it was impossible for everyone to be sleeping at this time. After seeing the overgrown weeds on the ground, it was clear that the Rococo people hadn't maintained the area for a long time. Ian then lifted the nearest tent, Suddenly, countless flies rushed out quickly. As for the scene inside, it made Ayan feel suffocated. She hurriedly covered her mouth and shouted to me, "Vikir! There are many corpses here already completely dead and half decomposed by insects. But it was the same on my side of the investigation. It seems they had been tortured to death by the epidemic for a long time. It's likely that those warriors at the entrance were some of the stronger warriors trying to escape the disaster, and their strong physical condition allowed them to run a few more kilometers." At this moment, Ayan suddenly shouted, "Vikir, we need to leave the Rococo village quickly. This place has been cursed terribly." Hearing this, I told her not to be so panicked. From the symptoms of the dead, this was just a kind of contagious disease, and a type that doesn't easily infect others. Ayan immediately angrily accused me, saying, "If you and I get infected, it could possibly harm more people. Listen to me and run quickly." But I didn't pay any attention to what Ayan said. Then I told her that the Rococo tribe didn't seem to have been completely wiped out. Judging from the number of dead, it's very likely that the remaining people abandoned the patients and dying and fled elsewhere. Then I decided to go and collect some useful things. But soon after I left, a faint breathing sound suddenly came from behind Ayan. By the time I heard her miserable scream, Ayan was already frightened to the point that her legs were weak. She was pointing at the entrance of the tent in front of her. There stood a child who appeared to be only 5 years old. So I told Ayan to leave first, and I would handle the rest. But she actually played the rogue card, lying that she had sprained her leg and couldn't walk. Seeing this, I ignored her and turned to walk toward the little girl. Coming to the front of the child, I asked, "Are you a child from the Rococo tribe?" Hearing this, she tremblingly uttered 3 words, "Rococo, slave, kitchen maid." It seems this child was a slave, captured by Rococo from the Empire. I wondered why only she was still alive here, so I asked again, "What's your name?" She told me her name was Pomerian L.A. Baskerville. Hearing this, my heart couldn't help but shock. It turns out the Baskerville family has 3 types of middle names: Van, Lay, and L.A. Van middle name holders are Baskerville's collateral branches. Lee is for males in the direct line. As for L.A., it's for females in the direct line. And the little girl's name was Pomerian La Baskerville. When I saw her red eyes as mine, I was stunned. Ayan came over and said to me, "Vikir, look at the pocket watch the little girl is wearing." I saw the pocket watch with the Hound emblem on her chest. After opening it and seeing the old photo inside, I realized the seriousness of the situation, because the man standing on the left in the photo was actually my father, Hugo, and the woman sitting on the right was Hugo's first wife, Roxana. So I immediately questioned Pomerian, "Who are the people in this photo? What is your relationship with them?" But my stern expression and merciless tone scared Pomerian, making her tremble all over and repeatedly back away. Ayan blamed me, saying, "Pomerian is just a child after all." With such fierce questioning, any child would instinctively shy away in fear. Hearing this, I realized I was too eager to get answers. But this was also because the memories of my previous life made my emotions easily out of control. Then I squeezed out a smile and asked again, "Pomerian, can you tell me who these people in the photo are to you?" But Ayan was still dissatisfied with my performance, saying my smile wasn't kind enough. Fortunately, Pomerian finally started talking. She pointed at the people in the photo one by one and said, "This is Grandpa, Mom, and Grandma." At that moment, my memory flashed back to when I was first summoned by Hugo to become a consul. At that time, the butler John had said that my father used to have a very loving and gentle personality. Even though many people didn't agree with this assessment of him, in John's eyes, it was true. But the story goes back to before the first wife Roxana passed away. Among Hugo's thousands of beauties, his favorite wife was Roxana. They also produced a love child that belonged only to them, Penelope. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long, as Penelope was captured by barbarians in an accident. When Hugo learned of this tragic news, he was determined to have the Empire assign him to the border garrison. In the days that followed, he began to endlessly and madly slaughter the barbarians. But in the end, he couldn't find even a trace of Penelope. It was a few years after that when Hugo became as cold and heartless as he is now. Having children in the family was no longer for producing love crystals, but for cultivating more heartless killing machines. Now I stared at Pomerian in a daze. Although I was still skeptical when Butler John first said these things, with the hard evidence before my eyes now, it was impossible not to believe. Hugo's hatred for the barbarians had reached its peak. If he knew his granddaughter was born of blood ties with his enemies, he would probably sentence Pomerian to death on the spot. However, that's for later. The most important thing now is to settle Pomerian, seeing her so pitiful and miserable. She was definitely treated as a slave in the Rococo barbarian tribe. But just then, Pomerian suddenly pointed at me and said, "Your eyes are the same as Mom's. Mom once told me that if one day I meet someone with red eyes, I must let that person take me away from here." After saying this, Pomerian stared blankly at the stone pile behind her. It seems this was undoubtedly Penelope's grave. And this memory became an unexpected encounter between 2 stray dogs of Baskerville. I brought her back to the Balak tribe. In the days that followed, no matter what I was doing or where I went, Pomerian never left my side even half a step. I think the loneliness, fear, and insecurity had deeply imprinted on her heart. But even though Pomerian identified with me and depended on me for survival, I still felt she couldn't always stay with me in the barbarian tribe. At the very least, she should be sent to a more developed place in the empire to receive education. Then I took her to the barbarian tribe's meeting room. To prevent the spread of the epidemic, Aquila convened an emergency meeting to collect reliable suggestions from the tribe members. Moreover, there would be a long rainy season coming, which undoubtedly provided the best environment for the epidemic to spread. Suddenly, the shaman Ahuman proposed a solution, as he always believed this epidemic was a curse. To lift it, they must hold a large-scale sacrifice ceremony. But because I had previously told Ayen that this epidemic had nothing to do with curses and was a contagious disease called the Red Death, Ayen immediately rejected Ahuman's suggestion, thinking they should quickly evacuate their current residence and find a new place to settle. But as soon as she finished speaking, Ayen was quickly criticized by the Council of Elders. For them, this land was a treasured place where generations had lived for over 100 years. How could they abandon it so easily? Fortunately, most people were rational and more supportive of Ayen's suggestion. If the epidemic really spread here, it would be fatal poison for children with weaker immunity. At this moment, the Council of Elders and villagers were divided into two factions, arguing unresolvedly in the meeting room. As for which suggestion to implement next, the decision was firmly in Aquila's hands. But what they didn't know was that the severity of this epidemic was already comparable to the Black Death that once occurred in the Empire, and the spread would accelerate. Although the Empire was indeed threatened by death at that time, thankfully with Camus's fire magic, and the saint sent by the Quo Vadis family, the two working together managed to resist the spread of the epidemic. However, this was limited to the Empire. The barbarian tribes in most neighboring countries were all annihilated, which should have been great news for the Empire, but everyone was wrong. In the days without barbarians, the food chain in the deep forest became disrupted, and then monsters began to proliferate. The spearhead of attack was also all pointed toward the Empire. Fortunately, Baskerville was very powerful at that time, and barely withstood the threat of the beast tide. And this also became the opportunity for Hugo to expand his territory. So to prevent history from repeating itself, I decided to help the barbarian tribe. I raised my hand to tell Aquila I had the best way to solve the spread of the epidemic. To make the entire barbarian tribe believe, I decided to do a human infection experiment. So I immediately ordered Ayen to catch a few goblins first, then soak half of them in water tanks filled with river water. The experimental results soon appeared. All the goblins that had been soaked in water were infected with the Red Death. We immediately threw them all into the fire to burn on the spot to contain the spread of the epidemic. Then we boiled the water in the tank until it boiled, let it cool, and conducted a control experiment. Finally, after soaking the remaining goblins, those soaked in boiled water truly did not show epidemic red spots. Seeing this, the tribe's people all let out a sigh of relief. They had finally found a way to overcome the Red Death. For this, Aquila decided to hold a ceremony for me, congratulating me for once again saving the entire tribe. Hearing this, I told her not to take it lightly, as boiling water was just a small part of preventing epidemic infection, and next, they must. But before I could finish, a human, who had just been mocked by Ayen, suddenly spoke up. Don't fucking daydream anymore. Avoiding water won't last long. The rainy season will come in a few days. By then, river water will flow into the forest, and the mist in the air may also possibly infect with the epidemic. With a human's words, the tribe's people's thought process instantly blocked, and they began to realize that boiling water had extreme limitations. But before a human could be proud for 2 seconds, his expression became anxious. It turned out I told everyone present that I had already anticipated these after effects and found the most powerful method. That was to change the tribe's settlement location, not abandoning the ancestral land, but moving the village higher based on the existing foundation. Once this was said, the tribe's people discussed with confusion, as this conceptual design truly touched on their knowledge blind spot. As time passed, a great rainy season descended upon the Red and Black Mountain. Many places that were once plains were washed into swamps by the river. The deep forest where the barbarians lived was no exception, and looking around, there was hardly a place to stand. According to the elders of the council, the extent of this rainy season's damage was the most terrifying in history. But now they could still sit in tents and talk freely about the rise and fall of the world, thanks to the migration plan I proposed, moving the tribe's tents onto large, sturdy tree trunks, with simple ladders as devices to move freely between them. Little did we know that just after the camp was installed, uninvited guests came to visit. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared in the river water below. Then a vicious monster fish with hundreds of sharp teeth burst out of the water. It began randomly ramming the tents on the tree trunks, seeing that it had discovered delicious humans. The monster fish opened its bloody jaws, ready to swallow 2 men whole. Fortunately, Ayen quickly took out her weapon. An arrow imbued with magic power hit the monster fish's vital spot. Get out of here, you despicable, shameless failure of a fish. Meanwhile, I asked Ayen curiously what this monster fish was. Hearing this, Ayen explained that it was the Dragonfish King, ruler of the area and a monster that loved attacking humans. But regardless, Wantonly destroying others' hard work deserves proper punishment, I said before jumping down toward the Dragon Fish King's position. Then I awakened the long-dormant Beelzebub's sword. This would be a good opportunity to feed it well, and if luck was on my side, I might even acquire some useful hidden techniques. As I swung countless sword slashes across the Dragonfish King, the attacked beast immediately let out a hysterical roar. But to my surprise, my full-strength attack couldn't cut through its skin. Before I could attack again, the Dragonfish King flipped around and plunged into the river, frantically fleeing to the distance, although I didn't execute it on the spot. My brave battle against the enemy was met with unanimous cheers from the tribe, all shouting that Vikir is the hero of the Balak tribe. Only a human clenched his fists in anger, because at this rate my status would eventually overshadow his position as shaman. As for Ayen, she excitedly gave me a thumbs up, secretly thinking that this Vikir was definitely a good man worthy of entrusting her life to. After things calmed down, I returned to the tent to make dinner, but this was supposed to be for my niece Pomerian, so why was Ayen shamelessly following me again? Yet seeing them both immersed in the delicious food I made, I really couldn't bear to drive away the freeloader. However, no matter what, paying for meals is only right. Hearing this, Ayen said that since I was her slave, a master doesn't need to pay for eating her slave's food. Our argument was witnessed by Pomerian. Unexpectedly, her next words struck like lightning. "Uncle, Sister Ayen, you two are just like a married couple." Ayen naturally loved hearing this. She hugged Pomerian and cuddled with her. As for me, I was speechless. When did they become so close? But back in the Empire, I already had a fiancé. Just then, the tent curtain was suddenly pulled open. When I turned to look, with the effect of thunder, the person's figure was like a walking corpse. Ayen immediately questioned, "Why do you come to Vikir's tent in the middle of the night?" Until she saw the person's face clearly, she realized it was Ahun with tears soaking his eyes. "Vikir, please, I beg you to save my sister." Ayen and I went to Ahun's dwelling. There, sleeping on a blanket, was his sister Ahul, who had contracted the Red Death. Seeing her spots spreading at a visible rate, I asked Ahun when his sister first showed symptoms. Ahun responded that it was yesterday, when Ahul had followed him to the swamp area to look for wood to build houses. Meanwhile, Ayen also looked very anxious, wanting to know if I had found a treatment method, but just as I was about to explain my specific plan, a heavy footstep interrupted our conversation. Looking back, the one entering Ahun's tent was his grandfather, a human. I've always repeatedly emphasized to you all, not listening to the elderly brings immediate regret. Now Ahul is probably on the brink of death, you just continue to believe that imperial man. Hearing this, Ahun gently asked Ahuma not to speak so harshly. After all, Vikir was now a member of the barbarian tribe. As soon as he finished speaking, a human rewarded Ahun with a hard slap. "Useless bastard, you're just as weak as your parents." After this scolding, a human opened his umbrella. But before leaving, he reminded them once more that this Red Death was not a contagious disease as the imperial people claimed, but a curse that could only be lifted through ritual sacrifice. Now that things had escalated to this point, he decided to find the chief to collect the necessary items for the sacrifice. Hearing this, Ayen was grinding her teeth in anger. She couldn't believe her mother had believed a human's nonsense. As for Ahun, he silently shed tears, truly afraid that Ahul's life would be taken by the disease. Just then, one sentence from me rekindled Ahun's hope. "I have a method that can cure the Red Death." But before that, I seriously instructed Ahun to disinfect at high temperatures any items Ahul had used, and also to burn mugwort on the bonfire to drive away mosquitoes and bats, as those were most likely to carry the pathogens of infectious diseases. Only by doing all this could they create a sanitary environment to alleviate Ahul's condition. Hearing this, Ahun immediately wiped away his tears, took heart again, and promised me he would do these things perfectly. And Ayen, observing from the side, also believed I could help Ahul recover. But when I revealed the next part of the treatment plan, Ayen's expression instantly became stunned. If the chief finds out about this, there will definitely be severe punishment. But I still repeatedly emphasized the importance of this action. Now the only way to get medicine to treat Ahul was to leave the deep forest and go to the Empire. After hearing this, Ayen immediately became agitated. "Vikir, you need to understand that you're now a member of the barbarian tribe. Leaving requires the chief's permission." But Mother is a strong principlist. She would absolutely never agree to treating tribe members using imperial methods. Hearing this, I remained calm, because I believed that if I secretly left the deep forest and returned unnoticed, surely no one would discover it. At this moment, my eyes became unusually determined. Although Ayen's feelings were extremely complex, for the sake of saving Ahul, she still agreed. Ahun, hearing the argument inside, was shocked, never expecting I would take such a risk for Ahul. After learning the specific route to leave the deep forest, I immediately set out with Pomerian on the journey back to the Empire. But just then, I suddenly sensed someone following me, so I immediately stopped, only to discover that the one following me was actually Ayen. "Didn't you agree to let me go to the Empire to find medicine for treatment? Why are you following me? Are you afraid I'll run away?" Ayen, with a solemn face, begged me to either take her with me to the Empire or tell her exactly where I was going. Naturally, both matters were confidential to me, and I couldn't tell even Ayen. In the end, I rejected all her requests, so Ayen asked again, "Then why are you taking Pomerian away? Is it because you don't trust the barbarians enough?" But do you know why I trust you so much, Fakir? When we first met, you were the one who saved me from the slave auction. This debt of gratitude is a memory I can never erase in my lifetime. And from the first day you became my slave, you unconditionally obeyed all my orders. Although after getting along, we became tribesmen, and our feelings grew increasingly intimate. I still haven't asked much about your background or that mysterious sword in your hand. For you, I can give everything I have, even if it means rebelling against the entire family. All because I really like you, Fakir. And those hunting times are the happiest memories in my mind, the beginning of our mutual cooperation and most harmonious relationship. When I faced danger, you disregarded your own injuries to save me from the ox bear's attack. Afterwards, we soaked in the hot springs for a long time, which was also the first time I summoned the courage to express my love to you. I really, really fear losing you. And there's always a knot in my heart that once I get the answers to the mysteries about you from your own mouth, you'll completely disappear from my sight. So I've chosen to bury all of this in my heart, said Ayen as she slowly lowered her head. But one sentence from me left her stunned, filling her heart once again with overflowing happiness. I will definitely come back, please wait for me. Meanwhile, in the city I once governed, the underdog, Chihuahua was thoughtlessly working late organizing documents. But suddenly he walked to the window, staring blankly at the bright moonlight above. It turned out Chihuahua was reminiscing about the time spent with me. Although it was hard then, it also felt fulfilling. That was when he rediscovered the meaning of his life. What Chihuahua found hard to accept was that our farewell when I went to the border would be our last meeting. But in the next second, Chihuahua's expression instantly changed from sorrow to astonishment. Upon seeing me appear upside down in front of him, his first thought was that he had encountered a ghost. Chihuahua, long time no see. Have you been well these years? Unexpectedly, the next moment he couldn't hold back and burst into tears. He really never thought he would see me again in this life. Seeing that Chihuahua was still loyal to me, I felt comfortable in trusting Pomerian to his care. At first, Chihuahua thought Pomerian was my offspring with a barbarian. Hearing this, I immediately denied his conjecture. After all, I had only been presumed dead for just over 2 years, and Pomerian was clearly 5 or 6 years old. Then I told Chihuahua that direct descendants of the Baskerville family all looked quite similar, explaining why she resembled me. But in the subsequent conversation, Chihuahua was puzzled about one thing, namely why I wanted to save the barbarian tribe. If they were to perish from the epidemic, it would undoubtedly be good for the empire. Hearing this, I patiently explained to Chihuahua that I owed the barbarian tribe a great favor. If they hadn't saved me from the giant spider back then, I probably would have perished. Although half of these words were made up on the spot, Chihuahua believed them completely without resistance. But upon learning that with his abilities, he couldn't effectively govern all the city's affairs, I told him to find a person, namely the criminal Wendy, whom I had previously released. The approach sounded good, but Chihuahua didn't know where Wendy lived. Finding her naturally wouldn't be difficult for me. Then I asked Chihuahua again, do you remember the little girl who took away the 10 billion gold coin reward? If my guess is correct, there's a 99% chance Wendy will be there. If Wendy refuses to cooperate and join the city management, at least she'll know I'm not dead. After completing all the arrangements, I needed to quickly execute the next plan, finding the magic holy water that could cure the Red Death. This was a promise I had to keep with Ayin. Meanwhile, at the Quo Vadis family's domain, a merchant was preparing to be searched by the city gate guards. Seeing this, he produced his cargo credentials, saying he was a frequent visitor to the Quo Vadis district. The guard naturally understood the merchant wanted to save time, but still told him they needed to inspect at least one item. But at the moment of the guard's selection, the merchant's expression immediately became flustered. It turned out that among all the oil barrels, the guard had chosen the only one with something to hide. The merchant thought he was definitely going to be in trouble, but after opening it, the guard didn't find anything unusual. When told there was no problem and he could pass, the merchant finally relaxed with a long sigh of relief. What appeared before him next was the Saint Mecca district of the Quo Vadis family. The merchant then went to a deserted alley. Subsequently, he said to the suspicious oil barrel, "There are no guards patrolling here. You can come out now." In the next second, a masked person stood up from the oil barrel. This person was me, Fakir. Since the magic holy water I was looking for was here, I had resorted to this strategy, having the merchant who frequently entered and exited Saint Mecca secretly transport me inside. After the task was completed, I gave him the appropriate reward, which was the horn from the top of an ox bear's head. Its value needed no explanation, but this was also to ensure the merchant's silence to the maximum extent, preventing my whereabouts from being exposed. Yet despite receiving the reward, the merchant still looked like he had never seen the world. Because I had actually endured being in an oil barrel for more than 2 hours, in his view, I wasn't human at all. Afterwards, I went to the most prosperous central area, hiding in the clock tower of the Saint Mecca district, although this wasn't the safest place. But from my previous life, I knew that Quo Vadis was influenced by religion. As soon as the clock tower rang, they would all stop, close their eyes, and perform a strange ritual on the spot. And now was just 2 seconds before the clock tower would ring. Soon, when the time came, the clock tower rang. People who heard it immediately clasped their hands in prayer. Even though I strode past the crowd ostentatiously, they didn't notice my presence. When the night was deep and quiet, I found a well, then opened a bottle containing a pink liquid, preparing to pour it all into the well water. However, what I was pouring wasn't some laxative or the like, but the red death infection bacteria extracted from a corpse. Although this approach was excessive, it was the only way to get the holy water. But just then, 3 children suddenly appeared behind me. Seeing me sneakily doing something unknown at the well and wearing strange clothes, they instinctively wanted to run away. But how could I let them go so easily? I suddenly turned around, telling them this well had been cursed. Anyone drinking from it would surely die. If they wanted to live, they needed to remember what I said. As soon as the words fell, the 3 children ran away in fear. Seeing this, I was finally relieved. With such a terrifying warning, the children probably wouldn't dare approach this well. Then I stuck a dagger into the ground, one bearing the Leviathan family crest. It's known that the Quo Vadis family and they are enemies. Just by making them think it was Leviathan's doing, it would cause disputes to boil over. By now, the plan had been perfectly implemented. Next, it was time to find the Quo Vadis saint, Saintess Dolores. A few minutes later, I arrived outside the palace. Even in the deep night, the palace exterior was crowded with people. These people were mostly nobles and officials of city honors and positions, who immediately began boasting about their honors and merits upon arrival. Some came to propose to the statue, some came to seek healing from the statue, and some even came for the statue to kill. After a while, a hollow woman's voice came from inside the palace. This was the saint these people were seeking. The statue was merely a tool for her to speak to visitors. Please do not continue to linger here. It's very late now. I will not open the door to see any of you. Hearing this, everyone tactfully left. But only I understood that the saint's refusal wasn't because it was too late, but because none of their requests would receive her approval. It turned out that before my rebirth, I had seen countless saintesses on the front lines of battlefields. To treat the wounded, their white sacred robes were often stained with blood. But as time slowly passed, the saintesses began to develop an extreme aversion to money and power. They felt that without these, countries would not wage wars causing casualties. Just then, the saintess suddenly questioned why I still lingered. Hearing this, I immediately fell to my knees, then with a crying voice told the saintess inside the palace, "I am a lost person. I cannot find the meaning of my own life." Unexpectedly, in the next second, the saintess, who was unwilling to see anyone, actually opened the door for me. But all of this was just my act, meant to gain her initial recognition. However, when I entered the palace, the saintess met me in the form of a statue. But this was completely understandable after all. How could she personally meet a strangely dressed stranger like me for no reason? The saintess, upon seeing me, resolutely asked what had made me lose my way in the direction of life. Hearing this, I silently took out a water pouch and placed it by the pool, then told the saintess I was reporting someone who had placed plague virus in the well water of the slums. If you truly are a saintess, you would naturally sense the extremely fierce disaster contained within. But I originally thought the plan would proceed from here. Unexpectedly, the saintess stated that everything I had just said was a lie. Before I could rebut, noisy armor footsteps came from the second floor. Then a vigilant guard squadron appeared above my head. The lead person sternly questioned, "Who are you, and what is your purpose in this sacred place?" Looking at him, I immediately recognized the leader's identity. He was called Beetle, the most righteous person I had acknowledged in my previous life. Even for the sake of eliminating all injustice in the world, his methods could be 100 times more cruel than demons slaughtering humans. The torture of the 7 young masters in the dungeon before was all learned from his hand. Now meeting again, I didn't want to reminisce too much, but told Beetle that I had already explained the matter clearly. But just as I turned to leave the palace, a magic-imbued attack suddenly flashed past me. Looking at the paper stuck in the wall, I snickered. In this life, Beetle hadn't changed a bit, still liking to use strange things as weapons. Meanwhile, Beetle angrily berated me. "Do you think I would let a suspicious person like you leave?" Then he leaped down from the second floor. "The water pouch you brought does indeed have an evil aura. But if it really contains plague virus, you can't escape the suspicion of being the spreader." Hearing this, I calmly responded, "If I were really the spreader, wouldn't coming to report be equivalent to turning myself in?" Before I could finish, Beetle started casting magic, shooting dozens of magic-imbued papers in my direction. But attacks of this level posed no threat to me. I could even withstand them directly without suffering the slightest harm. However, now I couldn't use any skills related to Baskerville, otherwise my identity would definitely be exposed. Then Hugo would quickly receive news that I wasn't dead. It seemed the only thing I could borrow now was to use the skills of the Beelzebub sword. I executed an inverted hook kick directly at Beetle's head, although this move didn't hit immediately. But with the kilogram hammer technique acquired from hunting the ox bear, even the battle-hardened Beetle couldn't easily block it. And at the moment I landed, I immediately flashed close to Beetle, swinging a punch too fast for the naked eye to catch. But the result was unexpected. Beetle's book was actually hard enough to withstand my full-force technique. Seeing this, I directly used the killing technique acquired from Cerberus. No matter how hard that book was, fire naturally overcomes wood, and it was hellfire that wouldn't extinguish until it burned to ashes. As for Beetle, it was good that he had holy water for healing, otherwise his hand would have been ruined. In the next second, Beetle concentrated defensive magic in his hand. Then he swiftly swung both fists at me. Seeing this, I didn't dodge at all, just simply used my toe to flip up the still-burning book. Beetle, afraid of being contaminated by hellfire, immediately converted his attack into defense. Little did he know that this very move would be my best opportunity to defeat him instantly. After being hit directly by my kilogram hammer punch, Beetle, driven by inertia, smashed the statue into pieces. Then blood spurted from his mouth as he temporarily passed out. The soldiers upstairs saw this and were so frightened, their faces turned pale. They really hadn't expected the ever-undefeated General Beetle to be defeated by a mysterious person. But for the sake of protecting the palace's safety, they still had to guard it despite the risk of losing their lives. But just as I was about to eliminate the soldiers blocking me, a blonde girl suddenly appeared upstairs. "All of you stop!" Looking closely, this person was indeed the saint I was looking for, Saintess Dolores. She then asked me, "You are that lost person, right? But seeing the damage you've caused at the palace, I think you're more like a wounded hunting dog. Come with me, let's sit down and have a good talk." At this moment, I sensed trouble. Had Dolores guessed who I was? I sat face to face with the Saintess, looking at her. I couldn't help but recall that in my previous life, during every struggle against monsters, the Saintesses, who had no offensive power at all, would always run to the front lines to heal the severely wounded, saving countless numbers. They could absolutely be called the benchmark representatives of the world's good people, and I deeply admired every Saintess. But just then, Dolores suddenly began telling me about daily trivialities, expressing that the recent pressure had been suffocating her. Originally, she had returned home for vacation to relax for a few days, but ended up being harassed by that group of people every day. Hearing this, I hurriedly changed the subject. If this continued, the contagion would become uncontrollable. I can understand your frustration, but the most important thing right now should be dealing with the plague issue in the poor district. At this point, Dolores asked me another soul-searching question. "Are you sure you clearly saw someone poisoning the well? And was the water scooped by yourself, or entrusted to you by villagers?" After hearing this, I didn't know how to answer for a moment, but her suspicion was normal. It seemed I now had to forcibly execute the next plan, but, unexpectedly, just a slight movement of my hand in my pocket. Beetle's vigilance instantly skyrocketed. He immediately flashed in front of Dolores, questioning, "What are you trying to do, boy?" In the next second, brilliant holy power suddenly enveloped my hand. I hate harming people through false accusations. This left Dolores stunned, but since I could use this power, she felt I must share her faith in the saint. Then I patted my chest and spoke passionately. "I really don't want to see my hometown destroyed, so do you believe what I'm saying now?" Dolores gave an affirmative response, but she still didn't understand who would do such a despicable thing. Hearing this, I took out a map, then indicated the culprit likely wanted Saint Mecca to decline completely, seeking profit in the process. Then I pointed to the location of the Leviathan family. Since they often researched and produced poisons, they were most likely to benefit the most. Moreover, if Quo Vadis were to weaken, it would undoubtedly be icing on the cake for their old enemies. And the Leviathan family was a plutocratic capitalist class. Workers' deaths would directly lead to landlords' bankruptcy, allowing them to acquire superior goods at extremely low prices. However, my ability to make such precise deductions was thanks to the merchant who had deceived the barbarians last time. So I told Dolores that the Leviathan family likely had a close connection to this disease situation, though this was just my hypothesis. As a result, Dolores was very surprised after hearing it. She really hadn't expected that I could predict future developments so accurately. This made her even more eager to know who I really was. In the end, all I could tell her was a fake name to replace my identity. I told her my name was Hound. But Dolores, through her eyes, saw that my heart contained countless emotional whirlpools. There was violence, hatred, depression, bloody beastly flavor, and more. Most severely, it was that extreme sadness that no one could fathom. Then Dolores instructed Beetle. They must first go to the slums, investigate the actual situation of the plague, and then report to their superiors. Upon arriving at the slums, the atmosphere was indeed much more depressing. The local believers, seeing the saintess arriving with guards, immediately begged her to treat patients tormented by the plague. It was at this moment that Dolores realized the severity of the situation, which made her fully believe what I had said. As for me, I patiently inspected the patients lying on the ground. It seemed that scaring the children that day had been effective. All those infected with the plague were adults, but I still wanted to apologize to them. Although the early symptoms of the plague were not fatal, the torment to body and mind was still extremely severe. As for what came next, it was Dolores' turn. She clenched her fists in a praying gesture, then began reciting the saint's magic spell. As her tears fell to the ground, Dolores' body instantly radiated golden light, bright enough to turn the dark night into day, and under the illumination of the holy light, the plague-infected patients were immediately cured. At this moment, whether commoners or believers, all shed tears of gratitude. Now that the holy water had appeared, my next task was to find a way to send it to the barbarian tribe. After the treatment was complete, Dolores returned home, but she was troubled by a difficult problem that kept her awake. Looking at the newly added infected areas on the map, she knew the holy power's containment of the plague was only a temporary measure, and couldn't prevent new patients from appearing. Plus, from the analysis of fluids extracted from patients' bodies, the plague's incubation period was very short. Although patients wouldn't die quickly, They had to endure double torture of body and mind. So to completely eliminate the plague, Dolores needed to concentrate all her energy, using the purest holy water to purify the poisoned well. The difficulty also appeared here. If she wanted to fully contain the plague's growth, she would have to give up treating some patients. Just then, Dolores suddenly felt darkness before her eyes, so she collapsed powerlessly on the ground. Clearly, the excessive use of holy power had exhausted her body. But even so, she gritted her teeth and persisted, feeling that using a bit more power could reduce the suffering of the sick people. She would continue treating them even if it meant sacrificing herself. But just as she walked out the door, Dolores' eyes looked extra confused. It turned out that 3 noble youths she had previously sought salvation for were standing outside, saying they had brought 3 carts of emergency supplies, all expressing they wanted to reduce the Saintess's burden. Unexpectedly, the ugly thieving faces they revealed next made Dolores feel extremely disgusted. Dolores used her sacred power to hear their true thoughts. This dirty and damp slum is not a place for the pure Saintess to come. If these lowly people get emergency supplies, will they lose their self-reliance and become dependent on noble assistance? Hearing this, Dolores turned and left, but the 3 still persisted, following behind the Saintess, vowing to be her steadfast support. Hearing this, Dolores thought of a clever plan. She turned back and kindly replied, "Then I'll leave the distribution of supplies entirely to you. Don't disappoint me." As soon as these words fell, the 3 of them instantly became excited. But when they arrived at the place for treating patients, they instantly regretted agreeing to come assist the Saintess. Everything here made them feel nauseated. Naturally, this was exactly what Dolores wanted to see. To her, offering help for no reason must be either vicious or with ulterior motives, and help with hidden intentions is a vile act that desecrates the divine. Meanwhile, the priests here had just treated some patients with mild symptoms. Seeing this, Dolores did not feel relieved. Now she must go to an even more dangerous place, where the slum's most severely infected patients were gathered. Even though everywhere she went was purified by holy power, relying on her strength alone ultimately couldn't easily resolve the situation. But in the next second, Dolores' expression instantly changed from serious to dull. Because at this moment I was taking her place, treating the critically ill patients. I raised my knife, cut open the skin where the red spots were, then immediately utilized holy power, restoring the red spots along with the wound to a healthy state. And this scene gave the newly arrived priests hope for saving critically ill patients, as they all approved of the treatment method of directly injecting holy power into the infected area. As for Dolores, she felt quite impressed. She really hadn't expected that I could combine medical skills and holy power to such an extent. However, Dolores' reaction was understandable after all. Only she could utilize holy power to its fullest extent here. And the reason I could use holy power was all because my soul carried karma accumulated from my previous life, as long as I killed monsters for humans. There was also a chance to receive divine recognition to use their power, and possibly even more advanced holy power. Normally, the devotion to deities would determine how much power one received. That is, the so-called 1-to-1 ratio. But advanced power wasn't like that. It could break the original equation, changing the previous 1-to-1 to 1-to-10, or even my current 1-to-100 ratio. Just then, a little girl suddenly burst into tears. Seeing this, I immediately turned back to comfort her, saying, "Your mother will be fine soon." Then I took out a gold coin and handed it to the little girl, telling her to buy some food to strengthen her mother's body. Unexpectedly, this action of mine was quickly stopped by a priest, who stated that in the slums, material assistance was strictly prohibited. Meanwhile, the people caring for their own sick relatives also saw this, and they all revealed greedy expressions. This was exactly what the priest was worried about. In contrast, I appeared calm and composed. After all, I only had that one bag of money. Although it was limited, I would give it to the patients who truly needed it. But at this point, I still had to apologize. Hearing this, Dolores was completely puzzled. She couldn't guess why I was apologizing at all. Everything done here was to treat patients. Could it be that he was facing the same problem as me? That is, being unable to fully treat more plague-infected people, and perhaps because of their earlier shared interests, plus now having the same concerns. Dolores' heart began to beat rapidly without her even realizing it. Could this be what they call love? I continued helping patients until the second morning, when I finally found a place to rest. At this time, Dolores found me. Seeing her, I hurriedly asked if more infected people had appeared in the slums. Dolores gave a negative response. Her purpose this time was to express gratitude to me for helping cure the critically ill patients. "Without you, the death rate in the slums would likely not be 0. I responded by saying, "It was within my ability. No need to remember." Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Dolores actually choked up. She told me that she actually really disliked the Saintess title bestowed upon her by the divine. Many times she would feel overwhelmed, just like with this sudden outbreak of Red Death. If I hadn't stepped in to help, many families would surely have suffered the pain of separation. She felt she shouldn't have the title of Saintess. The divine should have given it to someone like me who was strong in mind, faith, and thought. Seeing Dolores continuing to excessively belittle herself, I immediately told her, "Actually, The reason the divine chose you among billions of humans is because you possess the kindest heart. And what the world needs is a light that can penetrate all sources of evil, and at the same time, only someone as pure as you deserves to shine. After hearing my words, Dolores' emotions finally stabilized. She then told me with tears that she had found her purpose in existence. The scene shifts, and now 7 days and 8 nights have passed since my meeting with Dolores. At this moment, a beam of golden light suddenly shot up into the clouds from a house in the slums. It turns out that during these days, apart from me, Dolores had been concentrating on creating concentrated holy water that could purify the plague. And in order to prevent another outbreak, she had created 3 extra bottles and stored them in containers. Afterwards, Dolores entrusted the prepared holy water to Beetle and had him place it in the underground vault of St. Mecca. Seeing that it was still early in the day, Dolores decided to go do something else. When she arrived in front of a goddess statue, the person standing below praying was exactly who Dolores wanted to find. This person was her father, Humbert, the cardinal of the Church of Lun. "Dear father, I am here to report the recent plague event in the slums." Seeing this, Humbert immediately put down his prayer and turned to praise Dolores. "You have accomplished something remarkable, just as I expected of you." Hearing this, Dolores lowered her head and responded that for someone with the title of Holy Maiden, this achievement was still far from enough. Then Dolores stated her plan to resolve this plague one by one. She decided to go to the slums to use a bottle of concentrated holy water to drop into the well infected by the plague, which was most likely the source of infection, because there, someone had discovered the glass bottle used by the criminal to poison it. And according to Beetle's search intelligence, they'd also found an item that may have been dropped by the suspected criminal. What appeared before their eyes was the sword of the Leviathan family. Upon seeing this, Humbert was immediately enraged. Then countless golden lights rapidly emerged around his body. Even under his pressure, the stone fragments on the ground floated up. It seemed Humbert was truly angry. "Damn the Leviathan family. How dare they bully our Quo Vadis family?" From now on, the crusade is officially launched. And there's also the capture of the self-proclaimed Night Hound. Regarding the spread of the plague, he cannot escape suspicion. Once caught, I must make him confess everything before the divine. As soon as these words were spoken, Dolores immediately angrily accused her father. The Night Hound couldn't possibly be the poisoner, because when the number of infected reached a terrifying figure, it was his utmost effort that ensured no one in the slums died. I guarantee with my Saintess title that the Night Hound is absolutely not a bad person. But despite Dolores' explanations, Humbert still insisted on not changing his mind, and this all stemmed from something he had seen. "Dear daughter, I will personally interrogate that fellow. You don't need to worry about what happens after." Having said this, he concentrated holy power in his hand, then shot it towards the sky, summoning and ordering all the holy knights of the sacred family. "I command you in the name of the cardinal to go immediately to capture the unknown man calling himself the Night Hound." In an instant, the holy knights all began to move, and there were so many of them that they quickly located the house where I was staying. But when the holy knights kicked open the locked door, their expressions instantly became rigid. At a glance, the place was already empty. Meanwhile, at the temple, a disciple anxiously ran over to report an emergency. Seeing this, Humbert immediately asked what had happened. The disciple, gasping for breath, said, "One of the 3 bottles of holy water stored in the underground vault had been stolen by someone." Hearing this, Dolores suddenly realized, "Was that your purpose for coming here, just to get it?" And with the holy water in hand, I prepared to return to Ayan's appointment. The scene returns to before Ayan was captured into the circus auction. It turns out Ayan had unfortunately gotten lost at a very young age. At that time, she was following her tribe, hunting Cerberus in the Red and Black Mountain, to train Ayan to become a strong warrior like her mother, the Night Fox. The tribespeople left the final killing blow on Cerberus to her, but unexpectedly Ayan didn't realize she had been forced to the edge of a cliff. Plus, the fear lurking in her heart made her keep backing up. Finally, the loose rocks beneath her feet could not bear her weight and broke, causing Ayan to fall from a height of 60 meters. The tribespeople knew there was no hope of recovery. After all, destroying the human body only requires a height of 20 meters, let alone 60 meters. But perhaps heaven didn't want to disappoint the birth of a strong warrior. Ayan was miraculously saved by multiple tree branches. When she regained consciousness and opened her eyes, in front of her were 2 merchants from the Empire. This also meant that Ayan would once again fall into a life-threatening crisis, because these merchants who dared to escape to the Forbidden Zone were quite terrifying existences in the Empire. Although the merchants helped Ayan treat her fractures and other injuries, after she recovered, she had to fight in the arena for the merchants. Even though at that time she had already shown considerable strength among the barbarian tribe, when facing fierce opponents, Ayan still couldn't remain calm. She should have been able to swing a sword for a fatal blow, but she actually misstruck the opponent's shoulder. And when she saw the opponent's blood spurt out, she even momentarily became soft-hearted. This gave the opponent the perfect opportunity. The opponent suddenly grabbed Ayan's right foot, restricting her movement, then punched her hard, sending her flying. And this powerful impact made her immediately spit blood. Seeing such a disparity in strength, The nobles sitting in the audience burst into laughter. The opponent also roared unrestrainedly about his imminent championship. In contrast, Ayan's heart was desperate at this moment. Her kind heart had made her miss too much. But just as she was facing death, all the warriors that existed in the barbarian tribe suddenly appeared in her mind, including her mother, the Night Fox. Finally, with the encouragement of family love and the mockery of villains, she chose to stand up again. And what Ayan did next made the people on the opponent's side start to panic. She smeared the blood she had spat out on her face. But even though Ayan now had the determination to win, she had only won a single match. After completely draining Ayan, the merchants prepared to sell her to entertain high officials and nobles, so she appeared at the auction. At this moment, her hollow gaze symbolized that she had lost the desire to survive. Little did she know that when Ayan came to her senses, her body had been healed to a healthy state. And the one who saved her was me. After hearing that I could actually speak the barbarian tribe's language, Ayan was even more shocked. But in the next second, Ayan woke up from her dream with tears. And this memory had already become her long-standing psychological demon. Aquila immediately comforted her, saying, "It's all right, you just had a false nightmare." It turns out that Ayan had also been infected with the evil disease, the Red Death, with her fever reaching 103 degrees. Plus, my sudden departure made Ayan suffer the pain brought by the disease, while also making her heart feel parched. Under such double torment, Ayan even felt she was not far from stepping on the edge of death. Hearing this, Aquila told her a story. "A long time ago, your father and I planted a seed in the field. Your father was responsible for tilling the soil, and I was responsible for watering it every day. Soon the seed sprouted, and after a few months the sprout grew into a healthy and beautiful flower. We then crushed the flower to extract IT's essence and smoke IT, and we enjoyed ourselves while drunk on it. That was the day you were created. Your father was executed by your grandfather, saying he had done something he shouldn't have. You never know what comes next in your life. You can only live in IT. My baby daughter, your arrival made me pick up hope for life again. Wait a little longer. If Vikir returns with a method to cure the plague." After hearing Aquila's words, Ayan's tears flowed even more uncontrollably. She told her mother there was no need to deliberately comfort her, because from the day we parted, Ayan had already sensed that I absolutely would not return to the barbarian tribe to be an ordinary person. Unexpectedly, just as she finished speaking, the sentry stationed outside suddenly shouted, "He's back! Vikir is coming back with the cure for the plague." Aquila was both surprised and delighted upon hearing this. "See this, daughter, didn't I tell you?" Before Aquila could finish her sentence, Ayan had already rushed outside. Aquila couldn't help but feel a bit jealous, considering how her body was just weakened by illness, and now she could already run as swift as an arrow. Meanwhile, Ayan recalled the night she was rescued by me. At that time, she vowed to follow me for the rest of her life. Even if it cost her her life, she would not hesitate. So when I was about to fight to the death with the giant spider, although Ayan was very afraid inside, she still quietly hid nearby. And when she saw me injured and fallen, she still resolutely chose to rescue me from under the powerful monster's eyes. At this moment, Ayan had already run to the entrance of the barbarian tribe. Looking at that familiar figure, and listening to that gentle voice, Ayan could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. She took a step and flew straight at me, then hugged me tightly in her arms. Fortunately, I mobilized my magic in time. Otherwise, that fall would definitely have me bedridden for 2 months. I had just learned from tribespeople that Ayan had also contracted the Red Death, and just as I was about to ask about her condition, Ayan started crying in my arms. "Vikir, you really didn't lie to me. What are you crying for? I told you I would come back." I immediately went to Ahun's tent, looking at Ahayul, whose illness had already reached a life-threatening degree. I opened the bag containing holy water, as golden light radiated from the bottle. The surrounding people also erupted in cheers of victory. It turned out that after Ahayul came into contact with the light, the red spots all over her body receded at a visible speed until she was cured. Of course, the happiest among them was Ahun, who had been waiting for his sister Ahayul's recovery for 4 days. Meanwhile, I asked Ayan how many infected people were currently in the barbarian tribe. Although Ayan hadn't done a survey, she was very certain there were at least tens of thousands. Hearing this, I immediately instructed Ayan to gather all the infected people of the barbarian tribe by the river. Upon hearing it was by the river, Ayan also found it difficult. Because there was a creature they dared not easily provoke, the dragonfish king. Obviously, Ayan's concern was unnecessary because that fish miscreant had already been sliced in half by me on my way back to the Empire. Upon hearing this, the surrounding people also turned to looks of shock, seeing they still wanted to discuss further. I reminded them again, quickly gather all the infected at the riverside. As time passed, under the call of Ayan and others, all infected people from the Red and Black Mountain finally gathered. Then, under the gaze of all tribal people, I directly poured that bottle of holy water into the river, and the moment the holy water merged with the river water, water columns several meters high erupted immediately across hundreds of miles. The river water previously contaminated by the Red Death was completely purified in just 2 seconds. Seeing that the time was ripe, I turned back to tell the tribal chiefs, "The rest is up to you, but please make sure everyone drinks a bowl of the purified river water." And with my help, the infected people gradually returned to a healthy state. For this, Aquila also took the lead in giving praise, and decided to let me preside over the position of shaman, to which I declined such kindness. But just then, a chief behind me suddenly stomped hard on the ground, looking at his fierce appearance. I thought he had some prejudice against my empire identity, but in the next second, under his roar, the tribespeople behind him also immediately stomped the ground in imitation, shouting that Vikir is the hero of the barbarian tribe. Now I understood, this display was actually their highest courtesy for meritorious figures, and later under the leadership of other chiefs, people from various tribal groups also began to shout my name. At this moment, a bold idea immediately appeared in my mind, which was to unite them. If I could bring all the people of the barbarian tribe under my command, it would definitely play an important role in my destruction of the Baskerville family in the future, and could even be said to be the crucial point between victory and defeat. And the reborn me already knew that in the eyes of Baskerville, the barbarian tribe was their most difficult lifelong enemy. Just one Aquila alone was enough to threaten 2 century-strong warriors, Hugo and Adolf. If adding my strength at the 10th sword technique, I would easily deal with one Hugo. And because I had accomplished a great feat, Aquila decided to gather the remaining tribes tomorrow night to hold a grand celebration party for me. Naturally, I didn't object to this, but before that, I told Aquila that there was still something that had to be done. By the next day at a cave, a human was inside conducting a sacrificial ritual. But what no one expected was that the culprit behind the plague infection in his tribe, the Balak tribe, was actually a human himself. Just to become a hero in the eyes of his tribe, he first deliberately let his granddaughter Ahul be infected first, so no one would suspect him. Then took the opportunity to ask Aquila for permission to perform a sacrifice to find a way to eliminate the plague. Finally, by appearing with the antidote in the midst of crisis, he could transform into a great hero among the barbarian tribe. Seeing that the plan had been implemented for nearly half a month, with a human only one step away from realizing his hero dream, little did he know that when he returned to the tribe, he was completely dumbfounded. Those tribespeople who had previously been so sick they couldn't even walk, today were even doing chores like cooking and chopping wood without issue. Even Ayul, who had been the most severely ill, appeared healthy in his sight. Then Ahiman ran away, and the place he came to was that purified river. When he saw goldfish appearing, he completely broke down, because this meant a human's plan had failed. However, his every move was completely within my calculations. "Elder Ahiman, do you think this water isn't clear enough?" Hearing this, Ahiman was immediately frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. After he turned around, he also saw the large group of tribespeople standing behind me. But at this moment, Ahiman still hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation, even fantasizing that the tribespeople had come to award him a good person card. In contrast, I had already informed everyone yesterday that Ahiman was the culprit who had infected Ahul with the Red Death, because in my previous life, I had learned from an old man in the barbarian tribe that once someone had a strong desire to become a hero and spread the plague virus to the tribe, then at the last moment came forward with the antidote to achieve his purpose. Meanwhile, Aquila also spoke up. "Elder Ahiman, may I ask if your sacrifice went well?" Hearing this, Ahiman naturally gave an affirmative response. Then Aquila informed him about the Imperial War. "I heard that the Red Death is a man-made infectious disease created by the Empire, with the purpose of stirring up conflicts between families, but I can't figure out how the Red Death would spread to our tribe. And recently there have only been trade activities arranged by you between the Empire and the barbarian tribe." As soon as these words fell, Ahiman still wanted to continue to claim ignorance. But Aquila showed no mercy at all. "Vikir, the situation is just as you said. Ahiman didn't return to the village to claim credit after completing the sacrifice, but came to the river to complain." And the next sentence completely uncovered Ahiman's conspiracy. "Ahiman, I want to see what exactly is in your bag. If it is indeed the antidote as Vikir said, then you will bear the deserved punishment." As for Ahiman's true identity, Ayin had actually told me yesterday, Ahiman is not a barbarian tribesman. Like me, he was captured as a slave, but later because he accomplished a great feat, he was made a part of the barbarian tribe. At that time, he killed the shaman elder who was planning to betray the tribe, and it said he also took all of the others' magic power, and for stopping the revolt from happening, Ahiman's status was changed from slave to shaman. So in order to improve his prestige as soon as possible, Ahiman would take on all the big and small matters in the tribe. He would even sometimes take the initiative to be the vanguard in luring prey. As time passed, by the time his hair had turned gray, he finally gained the recognition of everyone. And after hearing about Ahiman's growth experience, I understood one thing. He's gone overboard in his old age after experiencing the luxuries he couldn't enjoy in his youth. That's why he tried to overstep even the tribe leader's authority to swallow a Balak tribe. But what was most important now was to first find out what was actually in Ahiman's waist bag. At this moment, Aquila was emanating killing intent. "Elder Ahiman, now immediately open your bag." But even backed into such a corner, a human still thought of a countermeasure. He told Aquila that the bag actually contained special flour used for the sacrifice. And while explaining its use, a human deliberately made a gesture of releasing his hand, causing the bag along with the evidence inside to be thrown into the river. Seeing this, Aquila could only helplessly cover her face, thinking to herself, if only she had believed Vikir's words and just taken it directly. After complaining for 2 seconds, Aquila turned to ask me what to do next. But now that the evidence had been destroyed, unless he admitted it himself, no one could prove that what was in the bag was the antidote. Hearing this, a human immediately became furious and scolded me. So it was you, this empire-born fellow, who was framing me. How dare you slander the honest shaman elder? You must be severely punished by the entire tribe. Aquila calmly responded, Elder Ahiman, without clear evidence, you have no right to punish anyone. Seeing the suspicion gradually diminishing, Ahiman couldn't help but secretly rejoice. Little did he know that what Aquila said next would directly break him again. People, heed my command. Please prepare everything for Iliad. When a conflict between two parties seems it won't come to an end, they will use their martial prowess to decide a winner and how things will proceed. A method used only by the Balak. At this moment, Ahun came over to warn. Please, grandfather, you must abide by tradition. You must give me an explanation. Prove that it wasn't you who infected Ahayel with the Red Death. Although a human was very unwilling, he couldn't back down in his current situation. So he simply pointed at me and issued a challenge. Then on the 3rd day when the moon is full, you and I will conduct the Iliad. I naturally had no objection to the duel. But the time must be set by me, the challenged one, to comply with regulations, because I had already foreseen. From beginning to end, wanting me to conduct the Iliad was all a human's trap. Finally, Aquila followed my time arrangement, holding the Iliad at sunset. As for the location of the duel, it was arranged at the sacred site. At this moment, with Aquila's command, and the tribal war song rising from the crowd, the Iliad officially began. In an instant, a human and I both hid behind trees. But what made a human furious was that there wasn't even one person supporting his victory. Then he bit his index finger, and then dripped a drop of fresh blood onto the ground beneath his feet. In an instant, 3 undead skeletons sprang out from the soil, and he ordered them to monitor my every move in the forest. Just when a human thought he could win with numerical superiority, he didn't know that I was already hanging upside down above his head, concealing my presence. Because after defeating the Dragonfish King, I had acquired its Silent Hill skill, which could hide my presence within a certain range around me. What surprised me even more was that this skill could not even be detected by the undead skeletons. This was perfect for my future assassination operations, but to not waste everyone's time, I had to end this quickly. After I easily eliminated the 3 skeletons, I silently approached Ahuman's back, then pierced his heart with one knife, and the moment Ahuman lost his fighting ability and fell, I also won this Iliad. But the fact that I resolved a shaman elder so easily still made the warriors fearful, except for Ayen. In contrast, the dying Ahuman was constantly complaining. He didn't want to die with such humiliation. He must take back everything that belonged to him. He felt that even though they both were not born in the barbarian tribe, why wasn't he the one to become a hero? Meanwhile, I was discussing with the tribe who should send a human on his final journey. After hearing this, Ahun, as his grandson, volunteered to execute it, even if it was his grandfather. Whoever dared to hurt his sister Ayul would be killed without mercy. Little did we know that a human had already drawn a strange pattern around himself while we were discussing. And when a human exhausted all his strength to draw the forbidden spell of Earth Transformation Rebirth, his pupils emitted blue light. The cave where the sacrifice took place instantly flashed with dark purple light. All the coffins inside suddenly opened automatically. Then the sky above was covered with a large amount of evil energy. As for a human, he completely lost his consciousness and fell into darkness. Everyone who saw this was stunned. By the time I realized there was an ominous presence coming, a human behind me had already gotten up. Only I realized that a human must be executed immediately. If a human wasn't killed immediately, the consequence would be tribal extinction. So I rushed towards a human. But it was too late. A bow and arrow infused with evil energy suddenly came at me. The ensuing explosion also prevented me from executing a human. And when the dust settled, the archer appearing at the top of the mountain was the first-generation ancestor of the barbarian tribe summoned by a human, who under his curse had become a death knight. Seeing that he had the upper hand, a human couldn't help but laugh wickedly. From now on, the ancestors will begin judgment. But regarding the user of the Earth Transformation Rebirth Forbidden spell, it should be impossible for a human shaman to cast it. Could it be that a human had already turned himself into an undead? And as he continued to cast, he actually summoned all the pioneer warriors of the barbarian tribe. But as they say, to catch thieves, first catch their king, Ahun had already drawn his bow, preparing to shoot his grandfather from behind. However, this move was seen through by the ancestor at a higher position. Seeing his attack so easily intercepted, Ahun also looked at the other side with fear. But little did he know that the other's next attack would take her own life. It turns out that Aquila locked the location with the light of the ancestor, with her full-force sword. The ancestor's head was immediately shot off. Then Aquila ordered the tribe's people not to fear, because the summoned pioneer warriors were just puppets. As long as the head was destroyed, they could be eliminated instantly. But even though the tribe's people knew the enemy's fatal weakness, due to the huge disparity in strength, some weaker barbarian tribespeople were quickly injured and defeated. But their sacrifice also gave Aquila the opportunity to kill enemies instantaneously. As she continuously shot 3 powerful magic-infused arrows, the number of enemies was successfully reduced. At this moment, I was also completely conquered by Aquila's strength. It seems that her alone being able to defend the barbarian tribe from imperial occupation was not a rumor. In contrast, when a human sensed the situation was unfavorable, he immediately chose to flee. Seeing this, I seriously told Ayen, "You quickly follow behind me, with Chief Aquila here. Let's join forces to defeat a human. Absolutely cannot let him escape unscathed." But as he ran, a human also thought of a countermeasure, because even if he escaped today by luck, if he wanted to come back again in the future to destroy the barbarian tribe, Aquila would always be his most difficult enemy to deal with. At this moment, a human revealed an evil smile, as for which deceased person could eliminate Aquila. He already had someone in mind. Even if Aquila was the strongest among tribal leaders, she would have no way to deal with it. And as he sat on the ground and began chanting the Earth Transformation Rebirth spell, Ayen and I successfully caught up with him. Although we couldn't tell what trick he was still going to play, Ayen absolutely wouldn't miss such a good opportunity for a sneak attack. She must quickly eliminate this scourge of the barbarian tribe. But just when the arrow was 0.001 millimeters away from hitting a human, the arrow was actually caught by a hand that drilled out from the ground. Seeing this scene, Ayen and I were instantly bewildered. What on earth had happened? The next moment, a figure with skin corroded to tatters emerged from the ground. This was a human's perfect choice to deal with Aquila, the bow god Adonis. Known as the strongest archer among the barbarians, his reputation stemmed from possessing a legendary divine bow. Seeing this, Ayen immediately shouted anxiously to me, "Fakir, please be careful of his attacks. His power is at monster level." But before she finished speaking, Adonis had already assumed his attack stance. Immediately, an arrow of magical power was unleashed. Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough to summon the Beelzebub sword, barely managing to block and redirect the attack. But when that magical power hit the forest behind me, the resulting power left my mind completely blank. To me, this seemed even more terrifying than Aquila. At that moment, I heard Ayen's cry of pain from behind, and realized her leg had been injured by the previous attack. The wound showed signs of festering, clearly poisoned. In my previous life, I had heard from an elder of the barbarian tribe about a warrior who once successfully hunted a giant spider and cut off one of its massive legs to make a weapon. It seems the legendary person mentioned was indeed Adonis before me. Suddenly, Adonis launched another attack. To protect Ayen from being affected again, I continued to forcefully block it. And under Adonis's continuous destruction, the forest for hundreds of miles suffered severe damage. At this point, Ayen, seeing that I was already seriously injured, anxiously urged me not to protect her anymore and to flee quickly. But how could I possibly abandon my companion? As for a human, seeing that Ayen and I were completely defenseless, he couldn't help but mock us. Then, a human ordered Adonis to use his full power for one final arrow to execute us. Little did he know that, just as the attack was about to hit, Aquila suddenly appeared from the side and grabbed Adonis's attack barehanded, crushing it to dust. This situation completely stunned a human. It seemed he was going to lose this gamble miserably. After Aquila blocked Adonis's attack for us, her hand immediately started smoking from the poison. Seeing this, Ayen anxiously reminded her, "Mother, his arrows are poisoned. We need to go to the hero spring quickly to detoxify." But even so, Aquila remained calm, looking at her blackened palm. After all, how could such a minor injury harm her in the slightest? She violently clenched her fist, allowing her sharp nails to pierce her skin. Seeing this, I was momentarily stunned, because I had seen this technique in ancient books from my previous life, using the moment of blood vessel rupture to squeeze out blood infected with poison. But what surprised me more was how masterfully Aquila had perfected this technique. Meanwhile, a hymen was sweating profusely, terrified by Aquila's power. However, with the conflict having developed to this point, he would absolutely not give up. Suddenly, Aquila inquired about the identity of the undead before her. She wanted to know if he was truly the legendary bow god. Hearing this, a human confirmed and added a threat to Aquila: "You absolutely cannot defeat him." As soon as he finished speaking, Aquila just smiled faintly. Then she told me and Ayen, "By my authority as chief, I command you to leave this place. I want to have a fair one-on-one duel with the great bow god." With that, Aquila's excitement level instantly peaked, because only by defeating Adonis here would she be worthy of the title of the barbarian tribe's strongest warrior. "It's an honor to meet you. Please let me witness the power of the once strongest archer." As the battle began, Aquila took the initiative, drawing her bow and launching an attack, firing a triple shot at her opponent. Unexpectedly, these fierce attacks were easily dodged by Adonis with just a slight movement of his body. Feeling threatened, Adonis immediately retaliated, starting with his ultimate move, Toxic Sonic Wave. Fortunately, Aquila's reactions were exceptional, easily evading with a side flip. Within seconds, the battle immediately entered a white-hot state. Two legendary powerhouses displaying their lifetime of skills. At this point, their movement speed could no longer be tracked by the naked eye. Having just left, I felt two powerful magical energy waves. And for the first time in my 2 lives, I was witnessing a battle between powers of this caliber. In contrast, to avoid being harmed by the battle's aftermath, a human had dug out his left eyeball and placed it on a tree branch above, not only protecting his life at all times, but also allowing him to keep track of the battle situation. However, regarding who would win this duel, a human already had his answer. It would be Adonis, whom he had summoned. Only because Adonis had an undead body, magical power would not be depleted or need cooldown when used by him. An archer with unlimited ultimate moves, even the mightiest would have to give way. Meanwhile, Aquila also realized this problem. Prolonged long-distance exchanges gave her no advantage. She had to find an opportunity to switch to close combat. But she had to admit that the legendary bow god exceeded her abilities in both speed and explosive power. As their bows collided again, a massive explosion occurred. Aquila immediately thought of a countermeasure. She quickly rushed into the smoke, launching a kick directly at her opponent's vital point. But it was easily avoided by Adonis with a slight head movement. Then he seized the moment after Aquila's attack ended, summoning a poison blade from thin air, with one stroke aiming for Aquila's neck. But high-level fighters' predictive awareness is on another level, and Aquila successfully anticipated Adonis's next move. Seeing the attack coming again, she drew the broken knife from her shoe, using the upward throw's impact to knock away her opponent's weapon, then landing a solid kick on Adonis's knee. In the moment, Adonis lost his balance. Aquila had already leaped into the air, gathering power, ready to use her remaining ultimate move to end this battle. But just when Aquila thought she would claim victory, the unexpected happened. Although her attack did hit her opponent, Aquila severely damaged Adonis's face and arms. But because he was an undead revived through Earth Transformation Rebirth, as long as he didn't suffer fatal damage, he could continue fighting without consuming stamina or magical power. So Adonis wouldn't die again just because he was missing body parts. So Aquila attacked again, certain that after this move she would claim victory. But in the next second, another unexpected event occurred. A hand intercepted the attack for Adonis. Surprisingly, this hand had grown from Adonis's body. At Adonis's injury site, a demon-like monster suddenly emerged. Its appearance was clearly to fill Adonis's wound, and then it began to merge with Adonis. Obviously, this was a human's trick, even if this move would cause self-depletion before his death. He wanted to force out the bow god's ultimate power and use it to kill Aquila, who was obstructing his plans. After the monster completely took over Adonis's body, his consciousness was fully controlled by a hymen, becoming a puppet that only obeyed commands. At the same time, a huge shadow suddenly appeared beneath Adonis's feet. Looking up, he discovered it was a gigantic 300-meter-tall monster. Moreover, 2 more rank monsters were approaching. A human guessed these must have been attracted by the earlier commotion, but just as he was contemplating countermeasures, what Adonis did next made him break into maniacal laughter. With just a turn of his head and a raise of his hand, Adonis instantly beheaded the 3 A-rank monsters that had come to join the chaos. In contrast, seeing this, Aquila immediately showed shock, as she couldn't even track the arrows fired by her enemy. Seeing victory at hand, a human gave Adonis his final order, to kill Aquila, who was interfering with his plans. Immediately, Adonis launched a continuous bombardment at Aquila, even though Aquila could barely dodge using her battle instincts. She knew this situation wouldn't last long, because her legs had been poisoned in multiple places by the giant spider's venom, and the toxin's erosion was gradually slowing her movements. So Aquila made a decision. She needed to end the battle quickly, and she couldn't afford to fail, or the barbarian tribe would perish. After Aquila used a double shot, the first arrow was easily dodged by Adonis with a slight head movement. For the second, Adonis chose not to evade. Instead, he concentrated a magical vortex at his fingertips. The moment the arrow made contact, the vortex swallowed it. Although Aquila was stunned by this strange technique, she was actually prepared, as a sinister smile spread across her face. The first arrow that Adonis had dodged had reached its apex and created a boomerang effect. This time Adonis couldn't react in time, and the returning arrow pierced the back of his head. This was Aquila's unique archery technique, developed after studying records of battles between the bow god and imperial warriors. But believing that such a fatal wound would defeat her opponent, she was shocked when, in the next second, he pulled out the arrow completely unharmed. This scene left Aquila frozen in place. Until now, she had repelled countless imperial experts with this technique. At this moment, a human suddenly taunted, "Don't think you're the strongest in this forest, Aquila. With your current strength, you absolutely cannot kill the bow god. You'd better think about how to celebrate your death on this commemoration day." Meanwhile, Ayan, who had escaped to safety, was watching this epic duel. Now she could only pray to God to bless her mother to defeat the enemy and save their tribe. As for me, after saying goodbye to Ayen, I went alone to execute a special mission. If successful, Aquila would also achieve victory. This mission was to kill a human, the mastermind controlling Adonis. On the way, I continuously simulated various battle details in my mind. Knowing that a human was afraid of Aquila, I quickly guessed his hiding location. Then I immediately stopped and adjusted my posture, rushing toward a human's position. At this moment, the only thing I needed to do was to send a human to hell with one strike. But just as I was about to succeed, an undead summoned by a human was hiding behind the tree. Fortunately, my reaction was swift, barely allowing me to dodge the enemy's attack. But thinking about the stone fragments splashed after that kick, if my head had been hit, I probably would have passed out immediately. At this point, a human, discovering it was me causing trouble again, started cursing. But actually, he had anticipated that I would come to assassinate him unawares. So he had already summoned a once-renowned assassination squad from the barbarian tribe to protect him. It seemed that before killing a human, I must first deal with these 3 minions. Meanwhile, on the other side, Aquila's left abdomen was hit by a poison arrow. The intense pain immediately brought her to her knees, and this moment was seen by one of a human's implanted eyes. He couldn't help but laugh wildly, as he had never seen Aquila so miserable before. At this moment, a human began fantasizing about his future glory ruling the red-black land. First, he would kill anyone who looked down on him, especially that Imperial guy. But in the next second, a human's expression suddenly became extremely difficult. He really hadn't expected that I would defeat this formidable assassination squad single-handedly. As for me, I said viciously, "Despicable, a human. Now, it's your turn." On the other side, Aquila was still struggling at death's edge, facing Adonis's repeated attacks. She could only kick his hand to forcibly move her body. Seeing the opportunity was ripe, I raised the Beelzebub sword, first cutting off a human's spellcasting arm, and finally separating his head from his body. Once again, I saved the barbarian tribe. The barbarian tribe had won this battle, the undead army, which had been at an advantage. In the next moment, their bodies along with their bones gradually turned into black dust. Seeing her tribespeople rescued from danger, Aquila finally breathed a sigh of relief, but she was left with a lifelong regret, being unable to prove her strength against Adonis. Now looking at the slowly disappearing predecessor, Aquila immediately placed her hand on his, offering the respect a junior should give. "Great ancestor, rest in peace here. From now on, I will guard the barbarian tribe for you." Meanwhile, a human, still with his last breath, suddenly shouted complainingly, "It's really hateful. Everything in the deep forest was almost in my hands." Then he focused his anger on me. "You imperial bastard, you always ruin my plans at the last moment." But after a human finished speaking, he showed another expression, as if he had another plan that had already succeeded. Before I could ask why, a human's forehead was suddenly pierced by an arrow. Looking back, I discovered it was Hound delivered the fatal blow. He felt that everything that began with his family should also end with his family. Then Ahun apologized to me, saying it was all his fault. If he had tried harder to dissuade his grandfather earlier, the subsequent war wouldn't have happened. After hearing Ahun's words, I was thoughtful, because one day in the future I would also kill my loved ones with my own hands, and even destroy the Baskerville family that raised me. But before leaving, I still told Ahun, "This isn't your fault. The fault lies with your grandfather, who wanted to fulfill his selfish desires." Shortly after the victory, Ayan also arrived and shed tears of joy. She was relieved that I hadn't been seriously injured in the battle. Unexpectedly, on our way back to the village, another surprise was waiting. The once vibrant village had suddenly turned into ruins. Ayan and the others couldn't believe that after a human initiated the battle, the village should have been absolutely safe. Just then, Ayul came over with her injured arm, and from what she said, we understood what happened. The village was destroyed due to the rampage of the 8-legged giant spider. But this didn't quite make sense. The giant spider wouldn't attack the barbarian tribe without reason. Until Ayul's next words revealed the cause of this tragedy. She pointed to the distant mountaintop saying, "Before the giant spider came to destroy, at the place where Grandfather Ahuman was performing rituals, a large amount of unknown smoke suddenly appeared." After hearing this, I began searching around. The only thing that raised my suspicion was the burnt green leaves on the ground. This was a plant that could attract insects when burned. It seems that the reason Ahuman showed a satisfied expression before his death was that he had already decided to use the giant spider to destroy the barbarian tribe's village. Later, I shared my findings and speculation with Aquila. Although she angrily punched the rock wall with things having developed to this point, the most important thing to do was rebuild their home. So she began systematically ordering uninjured tribespeople to move all survivors to safe locations. Meanwhile, Ayan also found her pet Balira. Fortunately, it hadn't been killed by the giant spider. Unfortunately, Balira's hind legs had already been crippled by the severe poison. Seeing this, Ayan said it was all her fault. She apologized to Balira countless times, saying she shouldn't have left Balira alone in the village. Seeing everyone gripped by fear of the giant spider, I pondered a question. Although undeniably the giant spider was a catastrophic existence in the forest, Was it truly an undefeatable monster for the barbarian tribe? So when night fell, I decisively sought out Aquila, wanting to inquire about the history of the giant spider from her. At first, Aquila was somewhat resistant. After all, even she didn't dare to provoke this monster lightly. Until I produced a scroll, Aquila relented. This was something I had found earlier at the Rococo tribe. It contained various information about the giant spider, including the origin of its poison, various monsters it had fought, and its hideout. But there was no record of why the barbarian tribe feared its existence so much. Hearing this, Aquila sighed deeply, then firmly explained, "Actually, we also have records about the giant spider. One of them is that Lord Adonis once broke off one of its giant claws, but that was just the beginning of despair, because that broken leg quickly grew back, even splitting into two, and its hardness increased exponentially. Until now, the giant spider's defense has reached a terrifying record, so it can be said that it is actually a demon created by the hands of all the barbarian warriors who have challenged it." Then Aquila gave me a piece of advice, urging me not to attempt to hunt it down for this loss. She didn't want to experience the pain of losing loved ones again. After hearing these words, I didn't inquire further. In my view, monsters are just monsters. Although the giant spider is a catastrophic existence, in my previous life I had defeated many monsters of its caliber, so I naturally knew more about experience. After all, since the day they invaded the human world, they were not invincible. Monsters always have fatal weaknesses, so as long as I could find the giant spider's fatal weakness, I could kill it with my own hands. I began to recall the information Aquila told me. Each time the spider's legs were cut off, they would instantly multiply. It was this abnormal ability that gave the giant spider a 1,000-year reign as the dominant force in the deep forest. Even the two imperial powerhouses who had difficulty conquering the barbarian tribe didn't dare harbor killing intent toward it. Suddenly, I had an inspiration and discovered a fatal weakness that could kill it. By using its abnormal ability against it, I could turn its power into a curse. So in the following days, I began to visit the giant spider's lair alone, planning to observe its every move throughout the day. Finally, I discovered a law. The giant spider was very noisy when it woke up, like a ritual proclaiming its dominant status, and its hunting times were fixed, taking about 2.5 hours round trip. On this day, I decided to enter the giant spider's lair to investigate. When I reached the highest point of the mountain, I discovered that while the mountain appeared normal from the outside, it was completely hollow inside. Then I summoned the Beelzebub sword, making 4 horizontal slashes at the spiderwebs on the ground, to obtain an intact small spiderweb. Then I observed it in my hand and found that the cross-section of this web was quite rough. If I didn't have the Beelzebub sword, ordinary swords probably couldn't easily cut through it. But it also gave me a great advantage with these durable spider webs. I could easily move up and down the giant spider's lair. On my way down to the bottom layer, I discovered that the hollow part inside was pyramid-shaped. Although I didn't understand the purpose of this design yet, I felt it must be beneficial for the giant spider's survival. At the same time, I noticed the inner walls of the lair, where the spider's prey seemed to be wrapped in silk. There were not only hundreds of human skeletons, but also corpses of lower-ranked monsters. This meant that the giant spider was clearly aware of its position at the top of the deep forest's food chain. But I couldn't focus too much on this issue because I needed to find more useful information before the giant spider returned. Just then, I saw several round balls entangled together on the wall beside me. Getting closer and taking one down, I discovered these were the giant spider's eggs. And I solved a puzzle from my previous life, why a large number of spider monsters appeared when the world was on the brink of destruction. Unexpectedly, the next moment, the giant spider suddenly appeared at the entrance. I was so frightened I didn't dare breathe. I immediately activated my Silent Hill skill to hide my presence, then pressed myself against the huge spider web. Fortunately, the giant spider didn't discover me as an intruder and left, but its instinctive sensing ability still made my back go cold. Meanwhile, the village that had been razed to the ground had begun to be rebuilt through the efforts of the tribe members. But this wasn't most important for Ayen, because a few days ago she had heard from Aquila that I had been asking about the giant spider. So she stood guard in front of my tent every day, hoping I wouldn't try to confront it again, fearing that one day I would suddenly go to find the giant spider alone and lose my life there. Now that Ayen's pet Balira had lost a leg and couldn't run, if her beloved were to have an accident, she wouldn't want to live either. Unexpectedly, I called out to Ayen, who was waiting outside, saying I had something to tell her. And when Ayen lifted the tent flap and came in, she was very confused about what I was researching and asked what these drawings were for. I didn't hesitate and told her the truth. These were my investigation reports on the giant spider and its living environment. As for the spiderweb and eggs on the table, I had brought them back from the giant spider's lair. As soon as she heard the word lair, Ayen's emotions immediately flared up. Don't tell me you're going to confront the giant spider again? You know this isn't something that can be easily accomplished. Seeing I didn't respond, Ayen said, "Fine, then I'll fight with you." Hearing this, I immediately pointed out that her previous battle wounds hadn't fully healed, and coming with me would only be a burden. Then I calmly told her about my future plans. Soon I would leave this place, because I had things I must accomplish, so I had to return to my Baskerville family. Ayin was silent after hearing this, until I told her another plan. Then her eyes regained their light. I really like living here, so if I finish my business, I will definitely come back to find you. But before I leave the deep forest, I must do my utmost to protect the place I most want to live. Look. Written here are all the strategies for hunting the giant spider. I want to kill it while ensuring I can retreat safely and unharmed. Ayin looked at the wall full of records about the giant spider and was stunned. The dense records represent my efforts. Suddenly, Ayin's face darkened, and she felt I was truly foolish. That I would use the word hunt to describe this confrontation. But in the next second, Ayin shed tears of joy, telling me she believed I could do it no matter what. Whether curing the Red Death Plague or killing a human, I always brought the best results. So for this hunt against the giant spider, can you bring me this kind of result too? Of course, and definitely. On this day, I waited for a rare, rainy day. But my intention wasn't to get rainwater, but to find the swamp lizard that only appears on rainy days. Suddenly, it attacked me. I wasn't afraid at all and directly cut off its arm with the Beelzebub sword. Then, I didn't kill it, because I wanted to verify a piece of information crucial to me. The next second, the lizard's arm grew back. It seemed I was right. The swamp lizard possessed the ability to regenerate indefinitely as long as its head didn't suffer fatal damage. And if I could capture this ability, I would be able to take the giant spider's head. Meanwhile, the barbarian tribe village that had been flattened by the giant spider was finally restored through everyone's efforts. And Hound, to thank me for saving his sister's life, had specially built me a luxurious villa. His friends were puzzled, so Hound immediately explained, "Vikir is my brother in life and death." As soon as he finished speaking, his friends laughed at him. "Are you kidding? We remember you used to despise Vikir. How come you're calling him brother now?" Hearing this, Hound immediately became embarrassed and angry, shouting at them to shut up and hoping such embarrassing matters wouldn't be mentioned in the future. Then Hound came to my former residence, wanting to tell me the good news about my new home. But no matter how he called, there was never any response. At this time, Ayin also arrived, because her sixth sense was telling her. Her beloved had gone on another adventure to defend the barbarian tribe. On the other side, following the records from the Rococo tribe scroll, I safely reached the giant spider's lair. Looking at the sky about to bring a storm, I guessed it should be sleeping now. For me, this was the best opportunity to hunt it. Before this, I had also considered the variables that might occur during the hunt, and formulated measures to deal with each one, because I absolutely could not make any mistakes in the middle, or I would also lose my life here. As I jumped into the cave, the hunting operation officially began. Looking at the giant spider sleeping below, I began using the elasticity of the spider silk to increase my speed, converting it into my killing power because the part I wanted to attack was the legs of the giant spider, where its defense was highest. The intense pain immediately awakened the giant spider. Then I began to observe the condition of its legs. The result was exactly as Aquila had said. The leg I had cut off was growing back at a visible speed and split into two. Knowing this information was reliable, I immediately implemented Plan A. All my subsequent slashes were aimed only at the giant spider's legs. But as the forest's dominant force, its strength was certainly not to be underestimated. Just the poison sprayed from its mouth immediately suppressed me to the point where I couldn't continue attacking. Suddenly, a drop of venom fell on my arm. Immediately, the poison infiltrated my blood vessels through my skin. To prevent whole body poisoning, I had to execute the next plan. Enduring the excruciating pain, I cut off my poisoned arm with one slash. But what happened next would scare even the giant spider's hair to stand on end. Movement appeared at the stump of my severed hand. Then the flesh began to grow frantically. Finally, my severed hand successfully grew back. And this body regeneration ability was what I had captured from the swamp lizard. Although it seemed similar to the giant spider's ability, it was actually quite different. After regenerating, my attack target remained unchanged. I continued to slash off the giant spider's legs. Seeing its legs multiplying and its defense reaching epic levels, my heart remained calm. But this was far from enough, because the giant spider's movement speed was still extremely agile. Just then, due to my carelessness, the giant spider severed my right hand and foot. Fortunately, the captured regeneration ability gave me tremendous help, greatly increasing my margin for error in battle. As long as I used the dodging time well, I could regrow my missing body parts. 2 hours quickly passed, and I had cut off the giant spider's legs no less than 300 times, and its body's venom was nearly depleted. The next rounds would be dominated by me alone. Finally, after cutting off the giant spider's legs 512 times, my plan A was perfectly concluded. However, using my regeneration ability so frequently has almost depleted my magic power to zero. But from my expression, it's not hard to see that victory in this battle is already mine. As for what comes next, it's time to set up my final plan to kill the giant spider. I leap to the highest point the spider silk can reach. The giant spider tries to extend its sharp claws toward me. But in the next second, it suddenly loses balance and crashes heavily to the ground. This result is exactly what I wanted to see, because my plan A was to make the giant spider split into 1,000 legs. I had anticipated this earlier, If I could make each of the giant spider's legs split and transform, its walking ability would be severely affected. Though the skill sounds godlike, in reality, it's a deadly curse. When the giant spider realizes it's been tricked by me, it becomes furious with embarrassment, but its only remaining means of resistance is to shoot spider silk. This is also a crucial step in my ultimate plan. Before coming here, I had already researched the weakness of the giant spider's silk. Normal flames are indeed difficult to ignite it, but if switched to the hellfire of Cerberus, setting the spider's silk ablaze becomes quite easy. At this moment, spider silk covers everything, whether on the walls or on the corpses of dead monsters, forming a huge furnace that can be ignited. I reveal a wicked smile and say to it, "Because you were blinded by power, you've created too much karmic retribution. So now, it's time for you to pay for the souls you've killed." With that, I thrust the hellfire into the rotting corpse of an ox bear beneath my feet, and with its ignition, the entire nest is instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. As for how I knew Cerberus's hellfire could ignite spider silk, let's go back to a few days ago. At that time, I was constantly thinking about how to deal with the giant spider. And I had a question: why haven't I seen hellhounds living among the barbarian tribe after all this time? So I formed a hypothesis. The reason the barbarian tribe has been living on Baskerville's expanded territory and continuously hindering Hugo's expansion plans is all thanks to the giant spider. Only this way would the barbarian tribe help it resist the invasion of outside enemies. Furthermore, connecting this to the Cerberus I've encountered in the trial grounds, the arrow wounds on its back were inflicted by the barbarian tribe. Why would they try so desperately to drive it away while showing such reverence to other monsters? There could only be one reason: Cerberus posed a deadly threat to the giant spider. To verify this hypothesis, I immediately injected hellfire into a bottle, and sure enough, the spider web inside was quickly incinerated. So what the giant spider feared most was only the flames from hell. In an instant, countless hellfire spilled out after an explosion in the ox bear's body, and a chain reaction of spider webs quickly trapped the giant spider in an endless sea of fire. As for what I needed to do next, it was to wait for the hellfire to burn the giant spider to ashes. This outcome was certainly inevitable, since I already knew its weakness. I just needed to do everything possible to prevent it from easily escaping the nest filled with spider webs. Plus, it had already shot all the spider webs from its body, so even with wings it couldn't escape its fate. Unexpectedly, in the next second, violent tremors suddenly came from the ground beneath my feet. I instinctively looked in that direction, and sure enough, it was coming from the giant spider's nest. The mountaintop, which had been shooting sparks, was slowly being extinguished. This sight sent chills down my spine. Could it be that it was so tough that even hellfire couldn't burn it? Just as I finished that thought, a huge crack exploded through the mountainside, and what appeared next was the giant spider, unburned. Now I was completely done for. I actually left it with enough strength to break through the mountain and escape. At this moment, to find me in the dense forest, the giant spider concentrated and sprayed a huge mass of venom into the sky. Suddenly, it exploded like fireworks, and everywhere the venom droplets landed was instantly corroded without exception. But I hadn't had time to hide in the forest, so I immediately captured two important pieces of information. The giant spider's eyes had been blinded by the hellfire, and the body hair it used to assist its senses had also been burned away. However, what surprised me was that a large hole had mysteriously appeared on its body, surrounded by multiple cracks. I guessed it was probably injured when breaking through the mountain. And if my guess was correct, this would be a great opportunity to kill the giant spider. Then I immediately summoned the sword of Beelzebub again, and launched my sixth sword technique at the spider's forehead. However, after my sword strike, I was actually repelled back. Even now, its skin is still so hard. Well then, if one attack isn't enough, I'll give it a whole package. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The surface of the giant spider's body began to gradually crack open. What appeared before my astonished eyes were its newly grown head and eyes. And while I was stunned in shock, the giant spider launched a sneak attack on me. After one massive claw attack, I was instantly sent flying 1,000 meters away. My legs were also broken from the impact. At this moment, I realized I had made a mistake, because I hadn't anticipated that it could regenerate by shedding its skin, and due to my extreme exhaustion, I couldn't regenerate quickly. Looking at the giant spider gradually approaching me, I kept thinking to myself, "Get up quickly," but it was obviously of no use. But just as I was prepared to accept death, the soul of my past life appeared. He told me, "You shouldn't have come to slay this damned monster. Indeed, the only thing I should be doing is killing Hugo and destroying the entire Baskerville Empire." The scene shifts back to my previous life, where a group of people were firmly restrained by collars and chains from birth. They would follow the guidance of the chains to carry out missions, because their creator, their father, only wanted them to become merciless killing machines. And in my previous life, I was one of them. For over 30 years, I had always adhered to Hugo's teachings, putting mission completion first. Even though I was severely injured each time, even on the brink of death. I would never harbor the slightest resentment toward my father, although I once tried to disobey his orders. I had no idea where to go after leaving the family. After a moment of contemplation, I chose to continue letting the chains lead me. In my view, I was nothing more than a well-trained hound. Until Hugo personally sent me to the guillotine for execution, that I understood a truth. My loyalty to Hugo and everything I had done was actually in vain. I actually consider them my only reason for living. It's utterly disgusting. So the soul of my past life kept reminding me, in this life, I only need to achieve 2 goals: kill Hugo and destroy the entire Baskerville. Regarding my desire to eliminate the giant spider for the barbarian tribe, the soul of my past life found it laughable, because the barbarian tribe shouldn't be a place worth my nostalgia. And he pointed out the changes in me since I arrived at the barbarian tribe. Not only was I getting stronger more slowly, but my desire for revenge was also growing fainter, almost to the point of giving up. This was a result he didn't want to see. He only wanted to see Hugo experience the pain and despair of having his throat cut, because he believed that if I messed this up, everything done in this life would also inevitably be in vain. I would once again be eternally bounded by chains, experiencing the beheading of my previous life. After hearing all this, I immediately retorted, "Don't use that moral high ground to manipulate me." I couldn't possibly forget the sensation of having my head chopped off. In this life, I know how to live, and I will live as a different Vikir. Although I have sometimes regretted my current choices, I understand what I truly want. Apart from killing Hugo to avenge my past life, I also want true freedom. And this freedom is something I can only feel while living among the barbarian tribe, so this place is somewhere I must protect with all my might. Please quietly sleep your death dream from now on. Don't suddenly appear and interfere with my life. Meanwhile, the giant spider had come to tower above my head. Seeing that I was still lying on the ground unable to stand, it quickly swung a powerful strike to finish me off. After sensing the danger, I used every ounce of strength to avoid this attack. Yet the shockwave from the shattered rocks still mercilessly sent me flying. But I couldn't fall here. I endured the excruciating pain in my unhealed legs and stood up, facing the giant spider about to attack again from above. I kept thinking to myself, willing my legs to grow back quickly. But in the next second, the giant spider let out a piercing wail. An arrow imbued with magic power had halted its attack. At that moment, I immediately widened my eyes. "Didn't I tell you not to follow me? Why are you so disobedient?" Following my gaze, Ain was holding a bow and shouting angrily at the giant spider, "You filthy bug, if you dare touch even a hair on my husband, I'll finish you with my next arrow. Don't think our barbarian tribe are pushovers." Then Ayin said to me, "Vikir, I've brought everyone to help you." As soon as she finished speaking, behind Ayin's once lonely figure, all the warriors led by Aquila appeared. They said, "How could you take on all this without telling your brother? Vikir is already injured. Everyone, prepare for battle and fully support the great hero of our deep forest." After the commander spoke, the vanguard members fearlessly charged toward the giant spider. Under the continuous hits from the arrows, the giant spider's attack target was successfully diverted. Finally, with their cover, my strength recovered enough to repair my legs. Although I had warned Ayin not to reveal this to anyone else in the tribe, I still had to thank her. Without her call for help, I might have truly died here today. After I thrust my sword heavily into the giant spider's body, I realized how truly thick its shell was, once again repelling me backward. But due to my attack just now, the giant spider suddenly went berserk and started running wildly through the forest. Fortunately, the warriors quickly reacted, avoiding injury from its feet. Then Ayin told everyone, "Please don't stop attacking. Continue to create opportunities for Vikir's second assault." Meanwhile, on the other side, Aquila, standing at a high vantage point, expressed remorse for her past cowardice. She had always believed the giant spider was an unconquerable disaster, like a predestined calamity limiting the growth of the barbarian tribe. But after seeing me bravely step up to challenge the disaster, Aquila realized she was wrong. She understood a principle. The best way to fight calamity is to face fear directly. So no matter if she had to fight until she coughed blood or fainted, for the sake of her fellow warriors, she must endure the pain in her waist and charge up an ultimate attack. Now freed from worries, Aquila also unleashed the power hidden within her heart. A cannonball-like arrow shot out fiercely and accurately hit the cracked area on the giant spider's body. Seeing this, I also seized the opportunity to step forward, and in my eyes, a deadly aura emanated. That's right. I was about to let the giant spider experience all of the first to 6 sword techniques I now possessed. With the explosion caused by my first sword technique, I successfully broke through the giant spider's shell and charged into its body, then perfectly followed up with the remaining sword techniques. This time, let's see how you can shed your skin and regenerate. Through this battle, I finally realized why I was getting stronger so slowly. Because I always thought of myself as a hound, I was constrained by this identity. I should abandon this way of life and carve out my own path. Just wait, Baskerville and Hugo. Your days of existence in this world are numbered. After releasing all my attacks, I burst out from inside the giant spider and collapsed on the ground, utterly exhausted. What I never expected was that the giant spider's blood was highly toxic. Fortunately, seeing its already broken corpse, I was relieved it wouldn't regenerate through skin shedding again. So the only thing I needed to do next was to quickly use the sword of Beelzebub to consume the giant spider's blood essence and copy its most proud and powerful skill. The moment the sword of Beelzebub was thrust in, the monster souls I had previously absorbed entered the giant spider's spiritual realm and began to tear at it ferociously. When the time was right, the rest was left to Beelzebub, activating the ability to randomly copy one of its skills. Fortunately, heaven still favored this reborn person. I successfully copied the giant spider's S-class skill, Deadly Poison. At the same time, Ayin actually ran toward me, ignoring the danger of the toxic gas emanating from my body. I immediately stopped her, indicating that I was fine and there was no need to worry too much. My only request was that she stop shouting so loudly, otherwise I couldn't rest properly. Because I obtained the Deadly Poison skill, the severe toxins on my body soon merged into my bloodstream. Later, to celebrate my successful slaying of the giant spider, Aquila called on everyone to hold a food party, but this party was unexpectedly excessive, lasting a full 2 days. However, seeing the people of the barbarian tribe enjoying the joy of victory, the complaints that had just arisen in my heart were immediately cast aside. When I returned to the barbarian tribe settlement, I saw that Balira's injuries had basically healed. Although it had lost a leg in battle, it had also found time to rest and discovered its true love. I killed the giant spider to avenge you, so you don't need to worry anymore. I hope next year we'll see you add some strong children to our tribe. After saying this, I looked at my hand and fell into contemplation. After killing the giant spider, I had successfully comprehended Baskerville's 7th sword technique. Now, to completely surpass Hugo's strength, I only needed to master it. After all, to directly confront Hugo with the same sword techniques, I still felt slightly inferior. However, compared to when I left Baskerville, my strength had increased by more than tenfold. As for what I needed to do next, it was to return and implement my revenge plan. What I didn't know was that at this moment, Ayin was actually hiding behind a pillar, and she had heard about my imminent departure. Soon, half a month passed. Having fully recovered, I put on the imperial clothing again. Before leaving, I expressed my gratitude to the entire barbarian tribe. Without their help, I would likely have died in the battle against the giant spider. Hearing this, Aquila smiled and said, "Since we've acknowledged you as part of the barbarian tribe, your life is the life of the entire tribe." She then warned me to always remember my identity, wherever and whenever I am the commander of their hunting division. Then I looked at the people standing behind, but couldn't see Ayin anywhere. I guess she probably couldn't accept the fact that I was leaving the barbarian tribe again, just like last time. As I was about to turn and leave, the barbarians behind me let out passionate cheers. "Vikir, come back to us if you encounter difficulties. We'll help you get revenge. No matter how rough the road ahead is, we hope that when we see you again, you'll have taken over the imperial hegemony." Ahun said tearfully, "Take care, my good brother. When you return, I'll definitely challenge you again." His sister shouted, "Thank you, big brother Vikir, for everything you've done for us. Please stay in touch with us." "Goodbye, Vikir. You are one of the greatest heroes of our barbarian tribe." But at that moment, in the rice fields I was about to step into, I saw Ayin appear in front of me. She asked me emotionally if I really had to leave. I gave an affirmative answer. Seeing her downcast expression, I thought she was going to throw a tantrum again. Unexpectedly, she ran forward and handed me a package, and explained to me bashfully, "This is the divine bow left by the bow god Adonis. I've made some simple adjustments so you can wield it." Looking at the divine bow in my hand, I realized why I hadn't seen Ayin for days. She had been preparing such a weighty gift for me. Before I could express my gratitude, Ayin put a broken chain collar on me. Then she explained her reason for making it. One night, Ayin had overheard me talking in my sleep. In my dream, I was a hound tightly locked by iron chains, and the meaning of the broken chain was that I had broken free from the restraint of the chains. However, Ayin thought I was more like a proud lone wolf because now I was leaving her again. But just as I was about to say something, Ayin suddenly pulled the broken chain and drew closer to me. She gave me the highest farewell kiss. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her tears. The grievance in her heart was released in an instant. "Vikir, I heard that the people of the Empire say goodbye to each other like this. You did indeed look much weaker than me before, but now you've become more mature than I am. So in the days to come, please take good care of yourself." Hearing this, I smiled and said, "I never knew the Empire had a custom like that." As soon as I finished speaking, Ayin immediately turned around. "Stupid Vikir, don't you forget, there's always a girl who loves you waiting for you to return." After bidding farewell to the barbarian tribe, I arrived at Red Fang Fort, which was leased to the Morg family. Seeing the flags of the two major families still on the city wall, I knew that my departure hadn't affected the cooperation between the two sides. However, what made me curious at present was what exactly Camus had been doing in the past few years. Since it was already late at night, I decided to first find an inn to stay temporarily for the night, and ask locals about Camus's news in the morning. But when I saw the golden statue in the middle of the street, I realized it was actually built for me. Building it should require the agreement of both families, right? Did Hugo agree? That doesn't seem like his style. Just then, a patrolling soldier suddenly came running from behind. He scolded me, saying that observing the hero should be done from a distance of 10 meters away, otherwise it was disrespectful to the hero. Seeing my confused face, he determined that I was from out of town and didn't know the rules. But as the hero's #1 fan, he absolutely wouldn't allow anyone not to know about the hero. With one sword, he can sweep through the formidable barbarian tribe, fearlessly rescuing his fiancée from the enemy's hands despite the danger, and fighting an S-class monster alone, buying the most extreme escape time for his companions. After hearing these words from the soldier, I was completely speechless. Only the last thing had a bit of truth to it. The one who killed the barbarians was actually Camus. Because her sister was eaten by the Rococo tribe, in her grief, she burned all 3 captured people to ashes. And what about this rescuing the fiancé? I deliberately let the barbarians capture Camus, as this was her inescapable fate. Only by experiencing captivity could she unleash her potential and transform into the future magic queen of the empire. It seems that during the years I was away, the imperial evaluation of me had undergone a drastic change. Afterwards, I went to an inn. But there I encountered the triplet sisters, the 3 flowers who had once blocked me at the city gate. The content of their conversation was as I had anticipated. All about me, something like, his appearance is considered the empire's most handsome man. His sword skills are already so strong that no one can match them. The most outrageous was what the eldest sister with a single braid said. She claimed that if she could see me again, she would definitely give me a bunch of babies. However, besides this, I did hear some useful information. The deeds mentioned by the soldier earlier were actually exaggerated by Adolf after he came back. But what I never expected was that when Hugo heard the news of my death in battle, he actually had the impulse to wipe out the Morgue family. To appease Hugo's anger, Adolf offered numerous treasures as an apology. Although I wasn't sure whether Hugo had forgiven the Morgue family or not, his anger over my death was normal after all. In this life, I was his most beloved hound. At that moment, it was getting late, and as I was about to go upstairs to sleep after dropping some coins, unexpectedly, my clothing attracted the attention of the triplet sisters. The eldest sister suddenly pointed at me and shouted, "That suspicious person up there, come here, are you a spy sent by the barbarian tribe?" I understood that the eldest sister was referring to me, but hearing everyone around saying she was drunk, I didn't want to respond and just turned to leave. But in the next second, the eldest sister actually launched a magic attack. Several vines sprouted from the ground beneath my feet. I immediately leaped up, effortlessly avoiding the vine's encirclement. And my extremely quick reaction and agile movements astonished everyone present. Little did they know that as soon as I steadied myself, they surrounded me as an enemy, preparing to apprehend me. Seeing the situation becoming increasingly complicated, I decided to reveal myself. Anyway, I would be officially returning to Baskerville soon, so it didn't matter if they knew I was still alive. At this moment, when the triplet sisters first laid eyes on me, they immediately fell in love, their faces turning as red as a monkey's bottom. Even their speech became stuttering. Meanwhile, a soldier who obviously hadn't met me before actually said I only looked somewhat similar to the statue. "No, are you blind?" Finally, it was only after the triplet sisters called out my name that I could go back to sleep in peace. Soon, time came to early the next morning. After picking up my luggage, I decided to start my journey back to Baskerville. Earlier, I had wanted to ask for some news about Camus. But those 3 were actually jealous of my appearance last night, each believing I had come back to life because of their longing. It seems that the triplet sisters in this life haven't changed from my previous life. They're still flirtatious and talkative. Fortunately, they finally listened to my question. They told me that Camus had temporarily left Morgue family to join the Death Court, and she was probably secluded there, focusing on studying magic. Hearing this, I was stunned, as I vaguely remembered that before my return, Camus had very bad relations with the people of the Death Court. Could it be that because I saved her from the barbarians last time, her future in this life has changed? Then I asked the triplet sisters to pass on a message to Camus, telling her to meet me sometime, but most importantly, to quickly leave the Death Court. Soon, news of my return spread throughout the empire. Those who knew I was still alive were all delighted. Adolf pondered this for a long time, as my death had already brought great losses to their Morgue family. Saintess Dolores also learned that Baskerville's long-lost hero had returned. Meanwhile, news of my return also reached Hugo. He really didn't expect that his most beloved hound was actually not dead. But Hugo would never imagine that my return this time was to destroy the entire Baskerville to avenge the beheading from my previous life. So I returned to the underdog and found Chihuahua. Chihuahua looked at me happily and said, "You came in through the window last time, but this time you returned through the front door, Vice Consul." I said to Chihuahua, "That's that, Office Manager Chihuahua. But why are there so many people outside? The news of your return has spread throughout the entire empire. They are all here to welcome you back." They're celebrating for you. Your previous contributions to the city were too numerous. I felt things have gotten tiresome. Pomerian excitedly pushed open the door to find me. She held up her hands to show me the mouse in her palm. "IT's dead, but IT's quite a cute rodent. Be careful not to get infected with the plague." A strange thing happened. After Pomerian touched the dead mouse, it suddenly opened its eyes and became lively. Seeing this, I was stunned, because this was actually the black magic exclusive to the Rococo barbarian tribe corpse resurrection. Moreover, even for the Baskerville geniuses throughout generations, they would only barely be able to sense magic power at 8 years old. Pomerian had just turned 5 years old a few days ago, yet she could so skillfully use such a difficult black magic. Hugo despises the Rococo tribe the most in his life, even if Pomerian is a once-in-a-century genius. If he discovers that her blood is mixed with Rococo blood, Hugo will definitely not pardon her and will sentence her to death. Then I asked Pomerian, "Can you tell Uncle when you discovered you had this ability?" Hearing this, Pomerian began counting on her fingers with difficulty, and I didn't press her further. After all, she was born in the barbarian tribe, and the fact that she could communicate with me without barriers was already a blessing amid misfortune. However, on second thought, Pomerian's talent was also an unexpected joy for me. With further cultivation many years from now, Pomerian would definitely be the only black magician who could stand at the peak of the empire, and would also become an absolute force in my revenge legion. So next, I needed to use every means to keep Pomerian by my side without being discovered by Hugo. Then I asked Chihuahua, "Have the problems regarding Underdog City been resolved?" Just then, Chihuahua mentioned Wendy, saying she had been helping manage the city's political affairs, and she was indeed as astute as I had said. But recently, she had been troubled by a case, without even the slightest observable clue. Having said that, Chihuahua took out a file folder containing information about missing children, and there was a puzzling point. Whether the children were kidnapped or not, their parents didn't rush to report to the authorities. Chihuahua had investigated the black market, but there was no sign of children being auctioned. So the preliminary conclusion was that this kidnapping case was likely the work of one person, and this person was definitely an experienced offender. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to handle all traces of evidence so thoroughly each time. But after I took over and saw the contents, I almost burst with anger. This was very similar to a case framed on me in my previous life, where many children were killed at the same time. Although this tragic event would only happen many years later, I determined there must be a connection. At the same time, Chihuahua received a pigeon message that instantly frightened him into a cold sweat. "Vikir, something's wrong. Clan leader Hugo says he will come here tonight, reminding you to wait for him in the office." Soon it was time for the appointment, and Hugo had already arrived with his butler John. Unexpectedly, after Hugo and I stared at each other for 2 minutes, neither of us spoke a word. This oppressive atmosphere terrified Chihuahua behind me, leaving him afraid to move. Fortunately, John finally spoke the words of reunion, which allowed Hugo to stop awkwardly staring at me. "My good son, welcome back to the Baskerville family. I'm quite curious about what you did among the barbarian tribe during your recovery." Hearing this, I told the lie I had prepared long ago. Initially, they used me as a slave, but I managed to gain the trust of the Night Fox through deception, and successfully formed a partnership with his daughter to solve food problems. During the process, I learned about the various habits of the barbarian tribe. Basically, I had already achieved perfect control over the barbarian tribe's willingness to serve us. Hugo was very curious about this, and quickly asked me how to do it. Then I mentioned that someone's secretly trading with the barbarians. Even the cheapest vegetables in the empire could be exchanged for the finest leather and gems there. So by using these abundant imperial goods that are scarce among the barbarian tribe, we could sign treaties during trade, making the barbarian tribe clear monsters from the deep forest to expand territory for Baskerville without compensation. This would not only reduce our troop losses, but also greatly diminish the barbarian tribe's power. After hearing this, Hugo believed it was definitely a feasible, brilliant strategy. It seems my son is becoming more and more like me. From now on, I'll entrust all matters of trade with the barbarian tribe to you. At this moment, Butler John was very shocked, as he hadn't expected that after 2 years of separation, our reunion could make Hugo smile so comfortably. In his knowledge, after receiving the news of my death, Hugo hadn't even shown the simplest fake smile. In contrast, I was calmly drinking tea. The current Hugo was already deceived by me. Naturally, Aquila definitely didn't want to have a conflict with Baskerville. So after the giant spider was eliminated, they would begin to migrate back to the places they were driven from before, thus creating an illusion for Hugo. After all, he had no knowledge of the giant spider's existence. He would only think the barbarian tribe was helping to expand territory. But just then, I smelled a terrifying magic flow erupting from Hugo. He said to me with murderous intent, "Regarding the trade, the Rococo tribe must be excluded, because their outcome is to be personally exterminated by me." I understood why Hugo felt this way, because his most beloved wife's daughter, Penelope, was kidnapped by the Rococo. Although I knew Penelope was already dead, Hugo had never found a single clue. However, what surprised me was, Hugo not only apologized for his sudden anger, but even instructed me not to go to the front lines to fight again. Even though my brave rescue of Camus from the Morgue family had received praise from the royal family, as a father, he truly didn't want to experience the feeling of losing a son again. So Hugo hoped that I would focus on managing political affairs in the future, and he would assign others to replace my position on the front lines. No, this definitely isn't Hugo. There are too many contradictions to believe. I still remember that incident in my previous life when I was framed and surrounded. At that time, Hugo didn't even give me a chance to explain before concluding that I had already colluded with monsters. Suddenly, the door behind was pushed open. Chihuahua and I were startled, because the one who ran in was Pomerian. Thunder, boom, boom, scary. Pomerian doesn't want to stay in the room alone. At this moment, I only hoped Hugo wouldn't ask further. Otherwise, all my plans would be ruined. In contrast, Hugo suddenly stood up, his face becoming serious. Could it be that Pomerian's identity would be exposed today? Hugo murmured, "That face, could it be?" At this moment, countless long-sealed memories flashed through his mind. Those were the beautiful times he spent with his first wife, Roxana, and daughter, Penelope. He looked at the little girl crying loudly in my arms, and trembled as he uttered the name Penelope. Seeing this, I immediately reminded Hugo to stay calm, then fabricated a lie telling him. This girl was actually a maid I adopted from the border. Although her eyes are red like ours, I had already confirmed beforehand that her bloodline completely matched a minority ethnic group on the imperial border, so she's probably not who you think she is. After hearing this, Hugo sighed deeply, saying he indeed mistook her, because if his daughter Penelope were still alive, she would now be older than me. As Hugo's face grew increasingly grim, Butler John hurriedly supported him back to rest. Before leaving, Hugo told me to attend the family's grand dinner the next day. I calmly responded that I would be there on time, but Chihuahua was shocked because as far as he knew, those who attended the grand dinner were all elite members of the family. Just then, Hugo, who was leaving, turned back to look at Pomerian again. This unusual behavior really surprised me. Soon night fell. After bathing, I chose to sleep on the rough, hard carpet. The soft bed simply couldn't let me sleep peacefully. Perhaps this was the influence of living among the barbarian tribe for many years. Then I recalled Hugo's abnormal reaction not long ago, which made me think of a possibly ingenious plan. If I reported the pendant and Pomerian's situation to Hugo, what would his reaction be? If it could meet my expectations, then Pomerian would definitely be a hidden trump card that could deal Hugo a fatal blow. However, no matter what, the direction of the plan must start from ensuring Pomerian's safety. Just then, a person in black suddenly broke in through the window and drew the dagger from her waist. But with my keen sense of smell, I had already locked onto her. Seeing that the person in black didn't seem to notice there was no one in the bed, I waited until she was about to strike, then suddenly raised my hand, flipped over, and leaped up. I kicked the dagger out of the black-clad person's hand with one precise move, then pressed my hand against her vital point, and demanded to know who sent her to assassinate me. Unexpectedly, in the next second, she said it was Vikir who sent her. When she took off her mask, I discovered that the person in black was actually Wendy in disguise. She thought it would be boring to walk in openly, so she came up with the idea of disguising herself as an assassin to test if my skills had improved during the years we hadn't seen each other. But what Wendy found curious was that she really couldn't figure out how I knew she was staying with the little girl who won the gold coins. Naturally, having been reborn, I definitely knew that this was Wendy's most skillful business method. She would continuously connect with wealthy capital owners and help them invest reasonably, thereby increasing the public's trust in her in this city. Hearing this, Wendy admitted that everything I said was correct, but it was nothing more than work she did for others to make a living. She also proudly stated that if it weren't for her help, the 10 billion gold coins the little girl won would have been swindled away long ago. I had certainly anticipated this situation, so around the little girl, I had already arranged guards to protect her at all times, including experts with rich experience in finance. Wendy seemed a bit surprised, saying that during the time she was helping the little girl, there were only guards and no one else, let alone financial experts. Hearing this, I gave a knowing look. Only then did Wendy understand that the expert I mentioned was actually her. She never imagined that I had planned things so meticulously. But all of this was secondary. Next, Wendy took out a newspaper from her top. I was amazed by this action, wondering how her personality had changed so drastically in just a few years. But I still reminded her that next time, it would be better to hand things over in a folder. As for what was in the newspaper, they were information cards about all the people attending the grand dinner tomorrow. Hugo, of course, goes without saying, as the clan leader he must attend. As for the people ranked after Hugo, they were my two uncles, Boston and Dane. They were Hugo's half-brothers, and the two with the most hostile relationship. At this point, Wendy confusedly asked why we needed to collect this useless information when we were all from the same family. I explained that I had been governing abroad for years, and never had time to learn about all the family members. Then I saw my brother Osiris, whose sword skills were equivalent to mine. As the first heir, he would also attend. Even before my rebirth, I had only met him twice. His strength and cold-bloodedness were the strongest among all the hounds. But what surprised me was that Dway, the second heir, would also be present. I vaguely remembered that his sword skills were far inferior to many others, and he had been sickly since birth. However, he was the only one I admired. His temperament was gentle. For those dead and discarded hounds, he would bury them properly and shed sorrowful tears for them. As for the last 3 information cards, I didn't even look, because they were the Trident brothers, who went from hating me to becoming my little fans. My understanding of them was deeply ingrained. It seemed that many interesting things would happen at this grand dinner. The time has come for me to attend the grand dinner I was invited to. The attendees are exactly as Wendy's intelligence suggested. Among the less familiar faces are Hugo's eldest son Osiris and second son Dway, as well as Dane, the leader of the Mastiff Knight Order. I, Vikir Baskerville, have come to attend the grand dinner as instructed, and after receiving Hugo's permission to be seated, my taking a seat marks the official beginning of this grand dinner. But the very next moment, an unpleasant incident occurred. As everyone knows, Boston and Dane's relationship has always been hostile. Upon seeing Dane eating a rare steak, Boston immediately mocked him, saying, "This is fucking disgusting. How can anyone eat something so raw?" Hearing this, Hugo thought he was talking about his own steak. "If it's not to your taste, I can have the chef bring you another one right away." To everyone's surprise, Boston pointed at Dane. "No, brother, I'm talking about the steak on his plate." Dane responded with displeasure, "I enjoy my meat with blood. If you can't stand it, feel free to leave." Boston retorted that he was concerned for everyone's safety, worried that if this man developed a taste for raw meat, he might eventually see his nephew as a delicacy. Naturally, Dane fired back, "Vikir is my nephew too, and as his uncle, my only duty is to guide him on the correct path. Cut the crap, as if your Mastiff Knight Order deserves to be called righteous. Of course, our Knight Order's principle is to defeat enemies head-on, unlike your Pitbull Knight Order that only ambushes from the shadows." As I expected, this grand dinner was specially arranged by the 7 Knight Orders to recruit me. If this were before my rebirth, joining a Knight Order would certainly be the best choice to hone my strength. But how could I possibly join now? My strength has already surpassed both Boston and Dane. I now look at them as if they were mere livestock. When Hugo saw his brother wanting to continue the argument, he asserted his authority. "Today is my son Vikir's first time attending a grand dinner. I ask both of you brothers to behave yourselves." Hearing these words, I was utterly shocked, as Hugo's personality became increasingly unpredictable to me. Then Boston curiously asked, "My dear nephew, I've heard you've been living in the deep forest these past few years. Could you tell your uncle about your achievements there?" This topic also piqued Dane's curiosity. Yes. How many barbarians and monsters have you killed? What level has your strength reached now?" Little did they know that this barrage of questions had already started to change Hugo's mood. "We're still eating as elders, don't pressure the child too much." Unfortunately, the two didn't realize the seriousness of the situation, and even declared that they had specially made time to come. As soon as they finished speaking, Boston and Dane's pupils suddenly contracted as cold sweat broke out. Hugo was now sternly reprimanding them. "Have we been apart so long that you've forgotten how much I hate repeating myself a third time?" Under Hugo's authoritative pressure, the two finally stopped their commotion. As for me, I decided to satisfy their curiosity. Hugo told me not to take what just happened too seriously, and that since we were still eating, it wouldn't be appropriate to go to the martial arts arena for a duel. But to me, displaying strength is something that can be done anywhere, anytime. I lightly placed a finger on the table, then told everyone present that I would evaporate the excess water in Uncle Boston's cup, and also make Uncle Dane's steak medium well. As I channeled my magic power into the tablecloth, 2 streams of scorching magical energy rushed toward the places I indicated. The results were exactly as I had described. The water content in the wine glass evaporated. The blood on the steak disappeared. This was the resonance phenomenon between me and the tablecloth, an ability that can only be mastered when one reaches the 4th sword technique. Hugo was very satisfied after seeing this, because it meant I had broken the Baskerville family's historical record. A level that should only be achievable at 30, I had already mastered proficiently at 17. At the same time, my gaze swept over to the triplet brothers. I remember they were present when I first fought the giant spider, so they should know that my strength is far beyond the level of a low-ranked swordmaster. It seems these 3 are quite reliable sometimes, not exposing me when I was downplaying my strength to everyone. Suddenly, a sentence from behind me sounded extremely unfamiliar. "You've worked hard, brother. I hope that one day you'll surpass me." This was the first time I heard Osiris praise his brother. Could he be sizing me up? In my previous life, he should have been both cold and arrogant, also being called the child most resembling Hugo by the Empire. Then Dway also chimed in. "I'm truly happy for you, Brother Vikir. Big Brother actually thinks so highly of you." Seeing my bewilderment, he asked uncertainly, "Brother, you haven't forgotten who I am, have you? Although my body is weak and I've been recovering in the medical room, I, your second brother, have been paying attention to your growth since you were little." Indeed, as Dway said, in my previous life, whether it was towards me or his other brothers, he basically treated everyone with equal affection. Even when a collateral brother died in battle, he would cry bitterly at the grave. And when I was falsely accused of colluding with the demon race and sent to the guillotine, only Dway stood up to defend me. Undoubtedly, he was a breath of fresh air in the age of extinction. But now that I've returned, I no longer think so, because at this moment I smell a foul stench coming from him. That's a smell that only emanates from the demon race. After ruling out all other suspects, I would bet 10 kidneys and definitely determine that Dway beside me is no longer human, but a demon who has occupied his body. Even though his conversation with the lower servants is still as kind and gentle as in his previous life. But that stench absolutely cannot deceive my nose. And I also know how to use external means to identify demons because their image will not appear in mirrors. At this moment, Dway said kindly, "I remember that you're now serving as consul in Underdog City, right, brother? Thanks to you taking my position, the common people have been spared from the oppression of the nobles." Hearing this, I replied that it was all my duty. Then I took the initiative to propose a toast to celebrate, planning to use the reflection of the red wine to verify. Since the age of extinction hasn't yet descended, Dway had no defense against this gesture of mine. And so we successfully completed the toast. As he drank, I secretly tilted my glass. Sure enough, as I expected, only Osiris was reflected in the cup. This indisputable sight confirmed that Dway was a demon. But how powerful is this demon? Why would it occupy someone who was already physically weak and sickly? I could have exposed him while all the family's strongest members were present, but I thought this would just be asking for trouble. No matter what happened afterward, Hugo would definitely ask me how I knew Dway wasn't human. So before exposing him, I must collect more convincing evidence. Just then, Dway asked again, particularly wanting to know which I would choose between the pit bull and mastiff night orders. But before I could respond, Osiris sternly warned, "I advise you to stop chattering and eat properly. Otherwise, if you upset father, you'll suffer." And Dway was immediately at a loss for words. As for me, I breathed a huge sigh of relief. Without Dway's questioning, I finally didn't have to continue enduring that disgusting stench. Meanwhile, Hugo spoke up, asking me to come to his office tomorrow when I had time, as he had some things to discuss with me privately. After the grand dinner ended, I planned to find a random room here to sleep for the night. But I still want to complain about this damn dinner, which could have ended in 2.5 hours, yet was deliberately stretched to 5 hours for the sake of formality. However, before leaving, Butler John privately revealed something to me. The Colosseo Academy's admission notice had been issued, and I was listed among the Baskerville family's new student roster. It seems Hugo wants me to train at Colosseo, and then return to serve the family for life after graduation, just like Osiris. But little did many know, while I was contemplating my academy plans, directly above me on the city wall stood a figure holding a great sword. Without a word, he swung his sword at me, sending several blood-colored sword energies flying my way. Sensing danger, I determined in a single glance that this person was a high-ranked swordmaster who had mastered the 6th sword technique. Recalling that I had recently publicly displayed strength at the low-ranked master level, I could at most use up to the 4th sword technique. However, neutralizing 4 sword energies should be enough. I could simply endure the remaining 2 with my iron body. But to my surprise, those sword energies dissipated into thin air the moment they hit me. It seems this person's purpose was to test my strength. "I didn't expect you to counter my sword energies. My nephew has grown up." Boston was standing proudly on the city wall. "My unique insight is never wrong. You are truly the talent my Night Order has been most eager to recruit." No sooner had he spoken than Dane of the Mastiff Night Order also appeared. "You fat bastard, drawing your sword so recklessly on family grounds? How is that any different from barbarians? And according to the law, what you did is attempted murder. If Brother Hugo finds out, you'll be suspended for at least half a year. Don't slander my love for my nephew." Besides, I had already controlled my power, and wouldn't have hurt my adorable nephew at all. And so, these two men with their built-in contradiction buff were ready to argue to the death. Whoever won would dominate my future, with me joining their Night Order. I took advantage of their moment of confrontation, and quickly fled this troublesome place. But come to think of it, Boston's attack power just now seemed no greater than in my previous life during the Age of Extinction. I vaguely remember that, in my previous life, the rank of the 7 Night Orders was Swordmaster, and their strength could never break through the high-ranked Master level to reach the Peak Master level or above. And now, at 17, I've already reached this level. Along with my iron body, Beelzebub's sword, and the archery I learned from the Balak Barbarians, defeating a Swordmaster one-on-one is no problem at all. I could even control a 70 to 80% win rate in a 1-against-2 scenario. Just then, my 3 little fanboys suddenly blocked my path. This completely baffled me. To my surprise, the next moment all 3 drew their swords. Seeing this, I also prepared for battle, guessing they might try to threaten me about concealing my strength. If that were the case, their only fate would be death. But the next scene confused me again. The triplets reversed their sword hilts, pointing the sharp tips toward their right feet. If anyone were to press down, the swords would immediately pierce through. I knew this was the Imperial Knight's oath ritual, entrusting their lives to their destined master. So I immediately questioned them with an absurd tone. What kind of play is this? Hearing this, the triplets shouted in unison. We intend to repay our life debt to you. Since being beaten by you at age 9, our feeling toward you has been fear. When you single-handedly defeated Cerberus and the giant spider, we acknowledge that your talent and abilities surpassed ours. As for everything we witnessed in the deep forest, our feeling toward you has changed to awe. So ever since being saved by you and returning to the city, we 3 brothers swore to heaven that if you returned, we would pledge our loyalty to death. From today onward, we are your personal trident, Vikir. Please agree to become the master we 3 brothers will obey for life. The addition of the triplets is extremely advantageous to me, and I agree to be their commanding master. But this doesn't mean I'll forget the days they hunted me to death in my previous life. This damn memory remains firmly in my heart. And my first command is to forbid the triplets from revealing our current relationship or anything they saw in the deep forest. As for what's next, I must notify Wendy as soon as possible, to make sure she finds out the strength of the demon inside Dewey. We must eliminate it no matter what. Time quickly arrived at the next morning. I went to Hugo's office as agreed, and as I thought yesterday, he handed me the admission notice for Colosio Academy. My dear son, this is the reward I promised you. Colosio Academy, as the most powerful higher education institution in the Empire, no other organization within the Empire can compete with it anymore. And the students of Colosio Academy are all elite descendants of the 7 major families, which undoubtedly brings countless sparring partners on my path to becoming stronger. At this point, Hugo kindly said, I've assigned the triplets as your companions as you previously chose. If you need any other servants, just let me know. But perhaps many people don't know why I insisted on choosing the triplets. Because in my previous life, I was their companion, and during those 4 years of study, I endured countless humiliations. But before that, there's one more thing. I want to claim my reward for helping the family gain great diplomatic advantages during my 2-year disappearance. Naturally, Hugo wouldn't forget. What I promised you, I, as your father, will honor. Tell me, what do you want? I told Hugo that I wanted to hear a story from him, but the premise was that he must answer truthfully. Seeing how simple this was, Hugo readily agreed. Until I said the story I wanted was about his first wife Roxana and daughter Penelope. Only then did Hugo realize the seriousness of the issue. Butler John behind him knew this was Hugo's great taboo, and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. At this moment, Hugo suddenly erupted in anger. Reason, give me sufficient reason. If it's merely out of curiosity, you know the consequences. Under such intense pressure, I still remained composed and calm. You said you would honor your promise, but the reason you want, I will give you after I get what I want. Believe me, curiosity alone is not enough to make me take such a risk. The reason I deliberately touched Hugo's bottom line was all in preparation for revealing Pomerian. Even though Butler John had told me when I was young that my father used to have a very loving and gentle personality, I still couldn't believe that this sentence alone would allow Pomerian to meet Hugo, so I had to confirm it myself. I just didn't expect Hugo's opening to be like a thunderbolt. He covered his chest and said softly, My first wife Roxana and I had pure love. She was the only wife who made me fall in love. In fact, Roxana wasn't a political marriage for the family. She was just an ordinary woman born in the countryside. I remember we fell in love at first sight when we first met. So he's starting from their first meeting. Good grief, what sin have I committed to be forced to watch him show his affection here? But our path of love was thorny. Both sets of parents firmly opposed our relationship. But to be with Roxana, I gave up all honor and eloped with her. All right, father, let's talk about Penelope now. But Hugo, immersed in his memories, couldn't hear a word I said. I thought fleeing the family was the right choice, but unexpectedly it brought Roxana a fatal disaster. Your grandfather sent the family's elite hounds to capture me alive. Of course we thought about giving up, but the mental strength brought by love still made us persevere. Finally, both parents were forced to relent and could only allow us to marry. So in the first year, we gave birth to the fruit of our love, your sister Penelope, but good times didn't last long. After giving birth, Roxana's health suddenly deteriorated. Although she held on for 2.5 years, she was still taken by illness. Fortunately, Penelope inherited all her mother's merits. I thought everything would be beautiful from then on. But an unexpected accident occurred. Penelope was kidnapped by the Rococo barbarians. To this day, I still don't know why they knew my daughter's walking route and schedule, why they specifically kidnapped my daughter and not someone else's. I've been fighting against the barbarians for years because of this, but I still can't find any information about Penelope. At first, I thought it was because my personal strength wasn't enough, so I kept marrying and having children, keep training them as my hounds, and actively offered to guard the border to help the Empire expand its territory. But the result still couldn't be changed. I don't even know if Penelope is still alive in this world. So, My story is over. You should give me the reason I want now. At this moment, the pressure Hugo emitted was no less than at his peak in my previous life, making even my spine feel cold. But facing his questioning, I didn't say much, instead reaching into my pocket and taking out the pocket watch that was worn by Pomerian. Seeing this, Hugo immediately took it in his hands with excitement. This was the coming-of-age gift he had given to Penelope years ago. I seized the moment while he was still immersed in painful emotions, and threw out the key question to him again. What if, in this world, there is still Penelope's child? Then I opened the door, bringing in Pomerian, who had been waiting outside for a long time. At this moment, Hugo's heart suffered a heavy blow. When he saw Pomerian, it was as if he was seeing his own daughter. But I firmly stated she was an ethnic minority from the border, and I apologized to Hugo for this. Then I told him that I found this child in Rococo territory, and she was a mixed breed with Rococo blood. After hearing this fact, Hugo's entire body couldn't stop trembling. When he came to my front, his face became extremely gloomy, and this was exactly the result I wanted. I wanted to make Hugo struggle between anger and grief, his most beloved granddaughter mixed with what he despised most. The next second, Hugo questioned again. Is this really my daughter's child with a barbarian from the Rococo tribe? I gave him an affirmative answer, but what happened next was completely beyond my expectations. Soon, a week passed. During this week, Hugo spent every moment by Pomerian's side, and Pomerian's closeness to him was no less than being with me. Countless calls of Grandpa made Hugo's heart bloom with joy. Osiris and John both expressed that they had never seen Hugo reveal such expressions in all their years. It was the most shocking moment in their lives. As for me, I was caught in a dilemma. Why would Hugo show such an expression in this life? Could Hugo truly be innocent? I fell into deep self-doubt and had to reconsider everything that had happened in this life. Since birth, I've been thinking about the same thing. What are my chances of killing my own father? As the head of the Baskerville family, his combat power is undoubtedly one of the strongest in the Empire. In the year I turned 15, that was my first attempt to find a fatal weakness in Hugo. But even after simulating billions of assassination scenarios in my mind, the result was almost always me being instantly killed by him. That is to say, in any scenario, I couldn't find his weakness. During the more than 2 years I temporarily gave up assassinating Hugo, by coincidence, I met Pomerian in the Rococo settlement. So I came up with a meticulous plan to assassinate Hugo. Everyone knows that the only child he truly loved was Penelope. If I could use the grandfather and the granddaughter's relationship to play on Hugo's emotions, then his constantly vigilant heart might relax slightly, and naturally, opportunities to kill him would surface. As time passed, my strength also grew stronger and stronger. After I also mastered the 7th sword technique, I basically had a 50% chance of winning in a direct confrontation with Hugo. But what I never expected was that when grandfather and granddaughter recognized each other, Hugo suddenly knelt before Pomerian and wept uncontrollably. And in the week that followed, Hugo spent every minute and second by Pomerian's side. But the smile on his face made my worldview completely collapse. This isn't the Hugo I knew at all. Could it be that the cold-bloodedness he displayed was just his disguise for the awkwardness of losing his loved one? Just then, Butler John expressed his gratitude to me. Thank you, young Master Vikir. Although I've mentioned before that your father USD to have a very loving and gentle personality. I've never seen him smile so brilliantly before. It's all thanks to you. Hearing these words, my heart felt a great sense of powerlessness. Although Hugo was now exactly as I had expected, with his weakness exposed. After returning to my dormitory, lying on the bed, I still couldn't fall asleep. I continued to brood over what had happened in these past few days. Because in my memory, Hugo should be the bastard who framed all crimes on me and ultimately sent me to the guillotine with his own hands. On the night I was falsely accused of colluding with the demon race, I desperately explained that I was innocent. That what I hated most in my life was the demon race that plagued the world. That the only thing I would do when encountering them was to eradicate them. But before I could finish, what greeted me was Hugo's sword cutting out my tongue. A criminal has no right to speak here, especially one who is a traitor to his family. Despite being in such a situation, why am I now hesitating about revenge? Just then, a voice from outside the window pulled me back to reality. Looking up, I realized it was Wendy. Seeing her, I asked what brought her here so late. Hearing this, Wendy became immediately irritated. This is all the information about Dewey Le Baskerville that you wanted. Then she violently threw the intelligence notebook at my face. But seeing me still lying in bed unmoved, she thought I must have encountered something unpleasant again. As you said, I've conducted a thorough investigation of Dewey these past few days. He's used many aliases to fund multiple orphanages, and every 2 days he adopts a batch of children, using the excuse of doing good deeds to allow children to form new families. But what's puzzling is that whenever children are successfully adopted, the information about the adopters is definitely deleted, and the children's whereabouts disappear without a trace. If it's as you guessed, and the deceased Dway has been parasitized by a demon, then the recent child disappearances and kidnapping cases make sense, because demons need to consume human blood essence to enhance their power. Naturally, children of younger ages and orphans would be their primary targets. Looking at Wendy's report, I was furious enough to explode. Dway, whom I believed to be the only good person in the Baskerville family, turned out to be the culprit behind the crimes pinned on me. At that time, he even came to visit me in the underground prison, and promised to help me find the real criminal and tell Father to clear my name. Thinking about the ugly face he would reveal after his plan succeeded, I couldn't suppress the anger in my heart. Demon parasitizing in Dway's body, just you wait, I'm coming to avenge my previous life soon. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dway was taking an orphan to his adoptive family. But as they walked, the little boy suddenly realized something was wrong. According to the orphanage director, the parents adopting him should live in a luxurious villa, not in this desolate wilderness. Dway didn't respond immediately, but waited until the little boy arrived at a cave before revealing his true intentions. Big brother brought you here, of course, because you've gotten fat lately. As he spoke, Dway's face suddenly split into 6 pieces. The little boy had never seen such a scene. Wetting his pants was inevitable. What appeared on the screen at this moment was the brutal demon parasite in Dway's body. And so the little boy was swallowed in one gulp, becoming nutrient to enhance his magical power. Indeed, the most delicious humans are still children, but this demon also had a significant background. He was one of the culprits who opened the vortex gate between the human and demon worlds in my previous life, leading to the Age of Extinction, Andromalius. To open the gate between the human and demon worlds and destroy the world, he must consume children's blood essence to accumulate the corresponding magical power. But thinking that he could only eat 3 per day, Dway felt extremely frustrated. At this rate, it would probably take another 10 years. But soon he came up with a better idea, planning to capture all the children and pen them like livestock. It would be convenient and also reduce the time needed to open the gate. But this was opposed by his companion, the three-eyed raven, who believed they must temporarily stop and avoid the storm. According to it, humans had already begun to pay attention to the kidnapping and disappearance of children, and the cave was already basically filled with skeletons. Once the smell spread and was discovered by humans, the time to success would only be extended in the opposite direction. Dway told it not to worry about this. After all, he had already set up a barrier outside the cave, and normal humans would never find this place. Then Dway issued an eviction order, saying he had urgent business to attend to. But before leaving, the raven still reminded him to absolutely keep his cool. As long as they waited to create their new era, naturally they could eat as many humans as they wanted in the future. With that, it transformed into a pool of black water and disappeared into the air. As for Dway, he fell into contemplation. Currently, his only concern was the Baskervilles' combat power. He must find a way to make Hugo return to his former cold-bloodedness, so that Hugo would treat the younger generation like consumables. Even if he eliminated some along the way, it wouldn't cause a stir. Additionally, Dway had another difficulty, which was my return and the significant increase in my strength affecting his results. Damn you, even 2 bloody mambas couldn't kill you back then. Yet you grow up and return to the family with Hugo's granddaughter. Do you know how much effort I put into destroying Hugo? Thinking of this, Dway was so angry he could explode. So he was determined to put me at the top of his kill list. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hugo suddenly summoned me, wanting to say some heartfelt words in private, although I couldn't guess what he wanted to say. After Pomerian's influence, the current Hugo was full of vulnerabilities. If it were the previous me, I would have already taken up weapons to assassinate him. But now, I started to hesitate. Suddenly, Hugo's words interrupted my thoughts. I know you've always resented me, son. After all, I'm the bastard who forced his children like hounds toward death. And even for you, who has been excellent from childhood, I haven't fulfilled a father's duties. Every day, apart from thinking about how to take revenge on the barbarians, I just continued having children to increase our fighting strength. At this moment, I felt uneasy, thinking that Hugo must have sensed my hidden killing intent, because he would never deny himself. The reason he said these things must be to test my loyalty. Little did I know that what Hugo said and did next was the true purpose of this meeting. I sincerely apologize to you, son. I'm sorry. Then he repeated what he heard from Pomerian. Penelope was very happy with the barbarian tribe, not suffering torture and humiliation to death as I had imagined. Thank you for bringing Pomerian back to see me, even though she was born with a barbarian. As long as I can see her, I feel my long-sealed emotions have been saved. After speaking, Hugo bowed deeply to me at 90 degrees, then asked if there was anything I wanted, saying he would do his utmost to fulfill it. At this moment, I was again caught in a dilemma. Originally, after being reborn, I had already formed a doubt. Perhaps the Hugo in this life had truly changed. In that year of the new student combat assessment, Hugo cheered me on. When I proposed to duel with stronger monsters, Hugo was concerned for my life. Even though I ultimately achieved victory, he still cared about my injuries and pointed out problems in my battle. Later, he recognized me as the consul of Underdog City, a treatment an illegitimate child could never receive in a lifetime. But now, what choice should I make? Revenge or forgiveness? Could I really forgive the Hugo who cruelly executed me in my previous life? He didn't even give me a chance to explain. But before making my choice, I had another thing to do. Please raise your head, my father. You said you would give me whatever I want, right? Hearing this, Hugo gave an affirmative response. Then I want the authority to command the 7 knight orders under your command. Little did they know that during their conversation, they had neglected to protect Pomerian. Now Dewey was by Pomerian's side, looking for an opportunity to eat her. The nanny caring for Pomerian saw this and immediately intervened. Second young master, I'm sorry, but the family head has ordered. He told me not to let the young lady get close to anyone except young Master Vikir. Dewey asked the nanny to keep this secret for him, stating that he just wanted to play with his niece for a while before returning to his seclusion to recuperate. But the nanny didn't dare violate the family head's orders, and subsequently prepared to take Pomerian back to her room to rest. No sooner had she spoken than Dewey's body suddenly made creaking sounds. Then the back of his head transformed into an abyssal giant mouth, and inadvertently swallowed the nanny in one gulp. Seeing the nanny disappear, Pomerian asked in confusion. Dewey claimed she had urgent business and left first. In this way, no one could interfere with him anymore. His hand suddenly grew sharp fangs, slowly moving towards Pomerian's head. But just as Dewey was about to succeed, words from behind made him dare not continue. What are you doing here? Where did the nanny who was taking care of Pomerian go? The speaker was Osiris, Hugo's eldest son. Although the interruption of his plan made Dewey grit his teeth in anger, at this stage he still couldn't expose his demonic identity. I don't know where the nanny went either. When I arrived, I only saw Pomerian alone, so I started taking care of her in the nanny's place. Osiris didn't continue to question, but seriously reminded his brother. Father said that except for him and brother Vikir, no one else is allowed to stay by Pomerian's side for long periods. I can pretend I didn't see it this time, but you should hurry back to your seclusion to recuperate. Hearing this, Dewey showed a kind smile, but in his heart he was cursing, one day I will definitely kill you. Osiris felt that his brother was somewhat resentful of his interference. So the next second, he directly put his arm around his shoulder. I'm afraid your body can't handle it. I, your big brother, don't mean anything else. If you need help, just ask. At this moment, Dewey's long-sealed memories were awakened, affecting even the demon's mentality. Regarding what Osiris said, he only felt extremely disgusted. It's precisely because you showed too much talent in front of father when you were young that I was always compared to you. If it weren't for you, I definitely wouldn't have lost favor to the point of contemplating suicide. Seeing his brother's face becoming increasingly unwell, Osiris asked with concern again, Brother, are you feeling unwell again? Do you want me to help you to my room to rest first? Dewey refused and turned to leave. No need, big brother. I appreciate your kindness. I'd better go back to my house and take care of my body now. Hearing this, Osiris nervously clenched his fist, because this was the first time he had actively expressed concern for his brother. As the first heir of the Baskerville family, he had shown extremely high sword talent since childhood, and Hugo had placed high hopes on him, causing Osiris to always live in Hugo's shadow. Now facing Pomerian's return, Hugo showed tears of joy. And now he should also have this warm feeling. And he had found his true self, no longer living in Hugo's shadow. And also, thank you, Pomerian. It's your arrival that has changed the family situation. Time quickly passed 2 days. At this moment, Dewey was stomping his feet in anger in the cave. His agitated heart made him unable to eat even delicious children because of Osiris's sudden intervention. During this time, Hugo had been accompanying Pomerian. This way, he simply couldn't eat Pomerian, and his future plans couldn't proceed smoothly either. Damn, Osiris, do you know that you've ruined my decade-long plan? But on second thought, Dewey felt there was no need to be too anxious. After all, his magical power to open the gate connecting the human and demon worlds wasn't enough yet. For the remaining days, he'll let Hugo properly develop feelings with Pomerian. When he kills her then, the effect will definitely be multiplied several times over. Even if he can't devour Pomerian, he could also use the method of poisoning Roxana, disguising it as a sudden illness causing death. Or he could leak her whereabouts to the Rococo barbarians, so they would forcibly abduct her like they did with Penelope. As long as you dare to neglect Pomerian's protection for even a minute, I have thousands of ways to send her down to meet her mother and grandmother. But what Dewey didn't know was that at this moment, I had arrived outside his hiding cave. Seeing the barrier still blocking the entrance, I grabbed the Beelzebub sword without hesitation, and slashed a large hole in the barrier's surface. At the same time, Dewey, who had been laughing wildly just moments ago, suddenly felt something was wrong. He sensed that his barrier had been destroyed, and someone of unknown strength had broken in. The next second, I walked out from the dark tunnel. Seeing this, Dewey was completely puzzled. He couldn't believe I had broken through his barrier. After all, in his understanding, I was just a weakling who had got only the fourth sword technique. Brother Dway, I've come at your invitation. Perhaps you didn't notice I've been following right behind you. But I didn't expect your dwelling place to be so remote. Could it be that you're planning to do something bad here? Just like the culprit in the recent frequent child disappearance cases? Hearing this, Dway laughed instead of getting angry. He then questioned how I had discovered him. I didn't respond to this. What's wrong, demon boy? Having concealed your identity for so long, aren't you going to keep pretending? Of course not. And today I'm going to settle a score with you. I promise you won't leave here alive, my good brother. As he spoke, Andromalius drew the sword that Dway had left behind in life. Coming in without even bringing a weapon, I don't know whether to praise your courage or call you utterly stupid. But the moment Andromalius swung for a horizontal cut, the previously arrogant and domineering demon was frozen in shock the next second because his right hand had been cut off by me. Why can your weapon harm my body? Before I could answer his question, intense pain came from Andromalius's wound, even damaging his soul. The only thing he could think of that could cause substantial damage to him was the demon sword abandoned in the human world. Then he questioned me, how did the sword created by the ancient demon gluttonous fly end up in your hands? Indeed, being demons, you understand demons best. You guessed it right. As for how I got it, you need not know. Then I revealed Andromalius's plot. I know you're one of the upper 10 corpses demon kings, occupying my brother's body to open the gate connecting the human and demon worlds. This made Andromalius suspect whether I was human, but he quickly dismissed this thought, because he could sense I had killed countless demonkin. At the same time, my eyes emitted terrifying killing intent. Now before me is the culprit who framed me in my previous life, and even pretended to be kind and deceived me, ultimately letting Hugo send me to the guillotine. Get out of Dway's body. I will absolutely make you disappear from this world comfortably. As long as I'm alive, the age of extinction will never arrive. Before I regressed, despair came to our peaceful world. A gate connecting the demon and human worlds opened in the air. From that day when the demonic invasion began, we called this day the beginning of the age of extinction. The ones who opened this gate were the 10 high-ranking demons who came to the human world in advance upper 10 corpses. I once encountered one of the 10 corpse demon kings, and that creature's terror level is still deeply etched in my heart. At that time, I was leading a small team of 667 monster fighters. But within less than 10 minutes of making eye contact with him, 666 people from my team were dismembered into countless pieces. As for me, I was the only survivor, having been brutalized but left with a breath of life. Before leaving, he told me something that plunged me into utter despair. You humans are merely toys for us demons to vent and amuse ourselves with. Today my goal is to kill 666 humans, and those extra ones I'll keep to kill slowly later. This is the entertainment project I created in this world. Now there are still more than 10 years before the age of extinction descends. I've encountered one of the 10 corpse demon kings, Andromalius. I never expected this guy to have been hiding in a cave, eating so many human children. This caused all the hatred I had accumulated in my previous life to surge to its peak in an instant, so now I must kill him immediately. As for Andromalius, he said smugly, "Don't tell me you want to avenge those children who are now just bones on the ground. They're not dead. They're all living well in my stomach." As he spoke, each finger on Andromalius's left hand transformed into a part of a child's body, and simultaneously emitted the sounds of children laughing and playing. But the next second, these sounds turned into crying and struggling. "Brother, save us. We all want to go home. We miss mom and dad." I understood Andromalius was deliberately showing this to me. He thought with his 6th sword technique at the high-ranked swordmaster level, even if I became furious, what could I do to him? But I would definitely make him pay the price for his arrogance. I swung the Beelzebub sword and cut off his other hand. Andromalius was now kneeling on the ground in painful struggle, showing an expression of impending death. Unexpectedly, within half a second, his arms had grown back, and he showed them off to me. "My good brother, are you angry? It seems your weapon can't really harm me." Then Andromalius stood up and said, "I know you've concealed many things in the Baskerville family just like me. Even Osiris, such a sword genius, only reached the low-level master standard at 25 years old. Yet you perfectly surpassed him at 17, and with the Beelzebub sword forged from gluttonous flies remains in your hand. I bet the probability of you becoming the human most dangerous to demonkind in the future is extremely high. So I can't possibly let you live until then. Ready to meet your death, my good brother? Then I'll respectfully accept. But I still think the one who's going to die is you. After all, you're already supposed to be dead." With that, we stopped talking, and both unleashed the 1st to 4th sword techniques of Baskerville, exchanging sword energy blasts. But with neither side gaining an advantage, Andromalius was confident victory was within reach. The reason was the distinction between direct lineage, collateral lineage, and illegitimate children in the Baskerville family. His direct lineage status allowed him to learn up to the 6th sword technique, but for collateral and illegitimate children, under Hugo's rules, they could only learn up to the 4th sword technique. This meant that next, Andromalius would only need to use the 6th sword technique to defeat me completely. But what he never expected was that I also used the 6th sword technique to counter him. Andromalius didn't seem to mind, though. He had already guessed I had hidden my true strength during the grand dinner. Then, while continuing to exchange sword energy, a strand of Andromalius's hair suddenly transformed into another sword, quickly striking toward my eyes. Seeing this, I didn't feel the slightest fear. After all, with my 7th sword technique, Andromalius was nothing. The aura attached to his weapon was merely a liquid halo. My halo had reached the solid state, a realm where I could freely change its form, and the sword energy I released was far stronger than his liquid sword energy. After I cut off Andromalius's weapon, my sword energy hit his body squarely. I didn't give him time to breathe. I took up my sword again, thrust, and used the 7th sword technique. With no weapon to defend, Andromalius was pierced through the heart by my sword. Didn't expect that I also know the 7th sword technique that only Hugo knows, did you? Being arrogant before me ensures your defeat. Actually, after the human side won victory in the Age of Extinction, not all of the 10 corpse demon kings had even appeared, and naturally their strength was basically a nightmare for humans. But now there's still a long time before the Age of Extinction. And perhaps the reason they don't dare show themselves is that their power hasn't recovered to 100%. Then I leaned close to Andromalius's ear and said, I know there are 9 more demons like you. Your plan is to open the vortex gate connecting the human and demon worlds. But if I kill you, won't the remaining 9 demons be unable to continue the plan? At this moment, Andromalius was no longer pretending to be afraid. He was truly trembling all over from my words. But thinking about being afraid of a human for the first time, Andromalius was so angry he felt his lungs would explode. With a roar, a terrifying pressure emanated from his body. Then his host body suddenly exploded. Seeing this, I immediately retreated to avoid it, in case this was another of his despicable assassination skills. But what I didn't expect was that the blood from the exploding body turned into a solid sphere. Before I could ponder what this thing was, Andromalius's true form slowly emerged from it. You're the first human who has forced me into my original form. I admit I'm surprised by your unexpected strength, but don't think for a moment that you can completely defeat me like that. As he spoke, Andromalius's fingers transformed into 10 bloody mambas with big bloody mouths, and in the next second they simultaneously attacked vital spots on my body. Seeing this, I used the 7th sword technique again to respond. Under my sword energy, the brittle bodies of the bloody mambas couldn't withstand it. But Andromalius still laughed mockingly. Go ahead and cut all you want. When you're done, I'll make more for you. Little did I know, while I was focused on dodging continuous attacks, Andromalius sneakily attacked me, commanding a snake to launch a surprise attack from behind. Since I couldn't dodge in time, my shoulder was bitten hard by the bloody mamba. But with my giant spider venom immunity and iron body, I naturally wasn't worried about how much damage this could cause me. Suddenly, Andromalius let out a terrifying laugh and told me he had won this duel. I was completely confused. But as he waved his hand, a mouth grew on it. Only then did I realize something was wrong. Blood was continuously flowing from my wound and being absorbed by the mouth on Andromalius's hand. This was his special ability, blood manipulation, making him absolutely invincible against any living being. Then Andromalius kindly reminded me, next, I'm going to drain all the blood from your body. You'll die in painful struggle, my good brother. But now, watching my body gradually being emptied, I unusually gave my enemy a mocking smile. This completely puzzled Andromalius, who thought I was experiencing mental breakdown facing imminent death. Hearing this, I countered mockingly, so that's what the high and mighty Demon King thinks. How arrogant have you become that you don't even know what you're absorbing? Before Andromalius could react, he immediately vomited large amounts of blood. Then he felt his magical power and strength being drained away. Impossible, human blood can't harm me. Tell me how you did this. I was generous enough to demonstrate to Andromalius. I took the Beelzebub sword and cut open the major artery in my wrist. The moment my blood touched the ground, the soil was instantly corroded and blackened. Andromalius finally understood that my blood contained deadly poison. But in his mind, poisons that could harm him only existed in the deep forest spiders, the 9-headed serpent of the giant country, and the great jellyfish at the bottom of the Black Sea, no other creatures. And now he had been poisoned by a human. But what terrified him even more was that I also demonstrated the ultra-high-speed regeneration ability I had acquired from the swamp lizard. I healed the wound on my wrist. As the spider's poison spread throughout Andromalius's body, the intense pain made him involuntarily bang his head on the ground. Seeing this, I mocked, "What's wrong? Don't you love drinking human blood the most? Hurry up and drink my blood, I'll definitely give you plenty until you're full." If it were during the same period in the Age of Extinction, I absolutely couldn't have harmed Andromalius and the other 10 corpse demon kings. Although the deadly poison technique of the spider would work on them, this was also based on the fact that their strength hadn't recovered to 100%, so I absolutely couldn't let these guys drag it out until then. At this moment, I also realized a key thing. With my mastery of the Baskerville 7 sword technique, the Beelzebub sword, and special skills, eliminating the 10 corpse demon kings at this time period would only be a matter of time for me. Meanwhile, Andromalius knew he might very well be defeated, so he immediately removed the barrier outside the cave, After all, maintaining this state was consuming his magical power tremendously. The urgent matter now was to focus his magic to survive if possible. He needed to let the other 10 corpse demon kings hiding in the human world know that a monster had appeared among humans that they must take seriously. And just as I was pondering why Andromalius had removed the barrier, countless water droplets suddenly appeared behind me, gradually coalescing into a huge sphere, and the originally clear and transparent sphere was covered in blood in a short time. Could this be another terrifying ability of Andromalius, to convert nearby water into absorbable blood? Indeed, the 10 corpse demon kings are not to be underestimated. To be safe, I again cut open my major artery to add poison to it, and deliberately reminded Andromalius, if you don't want to accelerate the corrosion of your internal organs, I'm afraid you can't absorb this blood. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Andromalius let out an eerie laugh. Water naturally can't give it unlimited life like blood, but it has another powerful effect. Then I heard Andromalius call out in a low voice, "Hear my summons, come forth, blood knights who serve me." As he spoke, the water droplets floating in mid-air suddenly fell, and the moment they touched the ground, blood knights formed from the coalesced blood appeared before my eyes. In just 3 seconds, I was surrounded without blind spots by countless blood knights. At the same time, Andromalius told me, these blood knights made from blood are so weak that they can only mimic all your combat techniques and even use the 1st to 6th sword techniques of Baskerville without obstruction. Next, I will definitely erase you and then kill everyone you love. Don't think I don't know you have special feelings for the barbarian tribes. I'll make you regret opposing us 10 corpse demons. Looking at this, I knew I didn't have a 100% chance of victory, so I decided to use my final trump card. This trump card was what I had obtained from Hugo, half a day's command authority over the main city's military force. This was equivalent to half of the Baskerville family's combat power, and the whistle I now held in my hand could command all the hounds, including Hugo, in the main city. Then I showed the whistle to Andromalius. Having hidden in Baskerville for so long, you should know what this thing represents, right? Sure enough, after seeing it, Andromalius's expression became panicked. His face was covered in cold sweat, filled with unease. As for me, I blew the whistle with all my strength. The sound from it quickly traveled out of the cave, until it reached Hugo and others who were standing far away waiting for the signal. And my first command to Hugo was to swing with full force at the mountain where Andromalius was located. At the same time, on the other side, sensing danger, Andromalius anxiously gave orders. All blood knights, kill the target who opposes me, this human fellow. But facing the blood knights about to strike me, I felt no fear at all, but quietly awaited the implementation of the first command. The next second, the mountain behind me was cut in half by a massive sword energy. Those blood knights that were touched turned into dust in the air in an instant. Next came the second command. All hounds attacked the mountain to expose it. Seeing this, Andromalius was so scared his legs went weak, because above his head at this moment was half the fighting force of the Baskerville family. Damn demon, you killed my son and took his body. Today you absolutely won't escape. The hounds will never let any target they've locked on to kill escape. But after his angry rebuke, Hugo didn't immediately draw his sword. Instead, along with the others, he awaited my next command. For this half day, I would unconditionally command all hounds to serve and sacrifice for me. All forces. Rip and tear Andromalius. At the same time, I reminded them, this guy has a technique that gives him unlimited life by absorbing blood. If you get wounded, immediately jump into the blood water nearby. This way, Andromalius had absolutely no chance of survival. I wanted to make him and the other 9-10 corpse demons see clearly what the consequences of angering humans truly are. At the same time, uncles watching from above also expressed his admiration. As expected of my Boston nephew, you completely understand how to boost the morale of the warriors. Elder brother Hugo, I didn't expect Vikir to also be skilled in kingship. What terrifying level will he reach in the future? But Hugo paid no attention to Dane's words. What he cared about was why he hadn't noticed at all that his second son Dway had become a demon. Looking at Andromalius now, he was still desperately struggling, just hoping for a slight chance to escape from the encirclement. Previously, he had only feared Hugo, the 7 Earls, and Osiris. Now not only was there a super rookie Vikir, even a group of cannon fodder soldiers together were difficult to deal with. It's too infuriating. Even though these guys all know my abilities, not one of them shows fear. Could it be that the overall strength of Baskerville has already undergone a qualitative change? At this time, Andromalius found his magic power was nearly depleted. If exhausted, forget about escaping, he wouldn't even have a chance to beg for mercy. So he decided to place his last hope on Osiris. He then shouted to me, "Can I have a chance to negotiate? If you agree to spare my life, I swear I will roll out of Dway Baskerville's body right now." Hearing this, I suppressed my emotions and growled, "Shut up. Don't habitually think we Baskervilles are sword-wielding morons. Our intelligence far exceeds your demon's imagination." Andromalius had expected such a result. He was just going through the motions, not really placing hope in me. And in the next second, Andromalius suddenly begged upward, "Osiris, I know I was wrong. Didn't you say if I had difficulties, I could find you for help any time? Now I really need your help. I know you absolutely won't let your second brother be killed innocently." If Andromalius's guess wasn't wrong, Osiris, who usually appeared coldest and most ruthless to descendants, was actually an extremely soft-hearted and fragile person. If he could penetrate Osiris's heart, Andromalius would have a chance to be spared. After hearing all this, Osiris didn't immediately respond. Seeing his emotions change, I informed him that these were all demon lies, and that Dway had been killed long ago. Hearing this, Osiris said to let him handle it himself. Then he stopped in front of Andromalius. If Dway's soul is truly still there, as his elder brother, I should indeed do something for him. Meanwhile, Andromalius revealed a successful evil smile. When he raised his head again, he had changed his face to Dway's. "Big brother, I'm really still alive. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have made a contract with demons just to get stronger. But I never forgot to keep up with your pace. During those days of being evaluated by Father, I truly blamed myself so much. Why was there such a huge difference in talent despite having the same bloodline? I regret selling my soul to demons. Osiris, please save me. Let me have a chance to redeem myself." But no sooner had Andromalius finished speaking than he was met with Osiris's most merciless full-force slash. "Dway, this is all I can do for you as your big brother. I won't let demons continue to harm innocent people. From childhood to adulthood, I neglected to take care of you. If I had shown a bit more concern, perhaps the outcome wouldn't have been like this." Then Osiris attributed the demon's ability to hide so covertly within the family to his own fault. I told him not to think that way, because everything that just happened was merely a tactic played by the cunning demon. Osiris naturally wouldn't, as it was too early to feel heartbroken about a blood relative's downfall and death, but he really hadn't expected the damn demon to have harmed so many of Baskerville's future. As Hugo's first heir, not being able to stop this immediately made him feel very ashamed. But just then, a pit bull knight behind suddenly called out anxiously, "You guys, quick, 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 look up in the sky!" That demon's head has grown wings and is flying away, finding himself in a safe position beyond attack range. Andromalius laughed mockingly. "You stupid hounds, my ultimate plan might be delayed, but the outcome of extinction will never change. Wait and see, I'll soon restore my body and come back for you. And let me kindly remind you, next time it won't be just one demon king coming for you." Seeing this, I wanted to do something but was powerless. Andromalius's current position was such that even if I took out the Beelzebub sword, I couldn't guarantee hitting him. But what I didn't expect was that Hugo suddenly said seriously, "Son." This mysteriously caused a fear effect on Andromalius. Could this be the consequence of his forcibly occupying Dway's soul? From childhood, what he feared most was Hugo's face. And now Hugo's body was emitting terrifying killing intent as he placed his hand on his sword hilt. Everyone present held their breath. It's known that Hugo hadn't shown his strength since the Empire was unified. Today, he must give an explanation to those innocent children. As he swung his sword behind him, the clouds above Andromalius coalesced into the shape of multiple sword shadows. At this time, he was still arrogantly mocking Hugo, not knowing he would pay a terrible price for this. With Hugo's sword slash, powerful air currents instantly swept over the surroundings. As for Andromalius, he had clearly been hit by Hugo's sword shadows. When the attack was over, the special clouds in the sky dispersed in an instant. Andromalius had shattered into dust in the air. Without a doubt, I was shocked by Hugo's sword technique. Is this the true strength of a sword saint? After Hugo killed the escaping Andromalius, life seemed to return to its original form. But today, all civilians in Baskerville's main city had gathered, discussing an important notice newly issued by Hugo. For the disappearance cases of young children over the past decade or so, they were given spiritual and economic compensation. This was cause for joy among those parents who had lost children. But until they saw that the perpetrator of the kidnapping cases was the second heir of Baskerville, everyone instantly fell into anxiety and began to harbor dissatisfaction toward Hugo Baskerville. Not long after, Dway's birth mother Nut was brought to the execution platform for allegedly placing poisonous snakes in the newborn room, allegedly poisoning the First Lady Roxana, allegedly leaking intelligence to the barbarian tribe to kidnap Penelope, and allegedly harboring demons kidnapping young children, and other 1,642 cases. But unexpectedly, Nut had not been brainwashed by demons. Perhaps her son left her too early, and it was the demon's possession that allowed her to see Dway again. Afterwards, the servants and confidants who served Dway were also executed one by one. The person in charge of this series of events was Osiris, and under his management and authority, everything progressed smoothly. After Dway's death, I inherited part of his rights, because the heroic deeds I created among the barbarian tribes had spread. Plus, Dway's incident made civilians dissatisfied with the family. Many gradually began to follow and worship me. Finally, after 2 months, I joined forces with Osiris to kill all those within Baskerville who were involved in rebellious acts, and took this as a warning, letting all evil forces witness the formidable nature of Baskerville's laws. Another week passed, and on this day, Hugo decided to give Pomerian a surprise. "My dear granddaughter, look at what's different about your grandfather." Pomerian examined him carefully and found the difference. "It's your beard," grandfather shaved off his beard. "How about it? Doesn't grandfather look super handsome like this?" At this moment, Osiris and I, who had just come to report, saw this scene, and I silently thought, it seems Hugo truly loves Pomerian from the bottom of his heart. After so many disturbances, he could still spare time to play with her. Now all personnel related to D-Way have been completely purged, and the demon remnants hiding in Baskerville have fled. However, I gave the intelligence about another demon king and demons to Wendy, asking her to do her utmost to find out their hiding locations. Although I don't know how many times I was cursed by her because of this, Wendy eventually agreed. Whether she could return depended on fate. These were her parting words. Just then, Osiris interrupted my thoughts. "Thank you for your hard work, brother. Dealing with related cases has delayed your time to report to school. You should prepare well for that now." I told Osiris that the main city was still in chaos inside, and I must stay to help deal with it. But this was opposed by Osiris. "This is an order personally issued by Father. You have no right to disobey." After saying this, Osiris suddenly smiled faintly. "Actually, Father has been very concerned about you all along, afraid that you might be hurt by the influence of public opinion. Although this makes me feel like I'm just getting to know Father, he really values you a lot, because his recent evaluation of you is similar to what he said when I achieved my accomplishments. So you can trust every word from Father." Hearing this, I glanced in Hugo's direction. He was now humbly asking John to help Pomerian braid her hair. "Family head, you've got it wrong. That step should go in the opposite direction." I didn't expect Hugo could go to such lengths, which truly opened my eyes. It seems I do need to reconsider that matter. I shouldn't view the present life through the lens of my previous life. Even though before my regression, my life was full of dog chains. Led by the chain, I could only follow behind Hugo like an animal, to the extent that I didn't even know that Hugo's situation was exactly the same as mine. Back then, he was randomly led by demons hiding in the family. In this life, almost everything I knew is changing, making an engagement with Camus in childhood. The bits and pieces that happened with Ayin during the barbarian tribe period, meeting Chihuahua, Wendy abandoning darkness for light to serve me, discovering Pomerian in the Rococo tribe, destroying the giant spider, breaking through to the seven sword technique, obtaining the bow of the bow god Adonis, Hugo's other side buried deep in his heart, the terrifying power of the 10-corpse demon Andromalius, and Osiris's emotional revelation that he had always loved his brother from the beginning. Just then, Pomerian kept repeating how much she loved her grandfather. This instantly made me completely abandon my heart's desire to seek revenge on Baskerville. I didn't expect that without the dog chain, Hugo could also have this side. It seems it's time for me to say goodbye to my previous life self. There's no need to revenge against Hugo now. What happened to me in my previous life wasn't his one-sided choice. Goodbye to my previous self. I know which path to take in the future. Suddenly, I crouched down and picked up once more that dog chain that had once tightly bound me. Without a doubt, I will now fight against whoever is at the other end of the chain. The true revenge officially begins from this moment. Time flew by quickly. After going to the academy, I put on the Night Hound outfit again and began to defeat one by one the traitors in the Empire who had made contracts with demons. It's worth noting that during the days of the Age of Extinction, these people were all like rat droppings in the pot. Eliminating them also meant being able to delay the arrival of the Age of Extinction. The intelligence they leaked to demons was really too much. At this time, a demon-turned-traitor asked for my name before dying. I responded without hesitation. "I am the Hound of the Night, the Avenger who will destroy you, demon."